In this world, every woman's dream is to marry a prince, but this girl worked hard for a different goal, just to secure a knight's position and live a relaxed life. It turns out she transmigrated into a book as the female lead's best friend. In the original novel, the female lead, Hestia, was sweet and lovely. Thus, she attracted the attention of 3 obsessed male leads. As her best friend, Nina was also quite popular among the boys. However, they only approached Nana, with the actual goal of getting closer to Hestia. In the end, her family went bankrupt, and she was forced to marry a wealthy noble. To change this tragic ending, the girl swore she would no longer act as a matchmaker for others. She wanted to rely on a knight's career to live a peaceful life. But what Nana never expected was that her changes not only won the admiration of the 3 male leads, but even her best friend Hestia swore she would only marry her. Today is the first day of school at Oakland Academy. After parting with her brother Helen, Hestia was led into the school by staff. On the way, Hestia asked Nana which major she had chosen. When she heard Nana chose swordsmanship, Hestia looked deeply worried. Boys don't like girls who study the sword. Nana didn't care at all. She didn't give a damn what others thought. She just wanted to do whatever she wanted. Hestia was clearly used to Nana's nonsense. She was just sad that Nana couldn't attend classes with her. Soon, the entrance ceremony began. Despite her excellent grades, Nana didn't sit in the front row, because you can't sleep if you sit too close to the front. Then, the principal announced the freshman representative's speech. Upon hearing the name, Nana found it somewhat familiar. In her memory, that seemed to be the crown prince's name. When she saw the person's face on stage, Nana's heart skipped a beat. It turns out she had an argument with him that morning. They had fought over a precious sword. Afterwards, Nana used a spirit ball to catch the prince, and mocked him mercilessly. Recalling the crown prince's threat to get even next time they met, Nana felt a wave of dread. To make matters worse, she and the prince both chose swordsmanship. On the way to the dormitory, Nana appeared restless. Meanwhile, Hestia's striking looks had already captured many hearts. But compared to those boys, Hestia was more concerned about what was bothering Nana. Nana quickly said she was fine. Before they knew it, they reached the dormitory. Before parting, Hestia complained sadly, "I thought you'd be sad we're not staying together. I guess I was just overthinking it. Go ahead and play with those swordsmanship boys. I'll make plenty of friends too." Helplessly, Nana patted her head to comfort her. She promised that Hestia was her only best friend. Hestia wasn't satisfied. She wanted Nana to promise not to accept any boys' confessions. Nana was speechless. She'd be lucky if she didn't get into a fight with them. After finally seeing off the clingy girl, Nana found her dormitory. She pushed open the door nervously. A beauty major girl on the bed greeted her nonchalantly. Her name was Hazel. Since she was a third-year senior, Nana stepped forward and greeted her respectfully. Hazel asked Nana if she knew how it felt for a single room to suddenly become a double. Nana didn't know how to answer. Just as she thought the senior had a bad attitude, Hazel laughed and said she was just joking. Then, she warmly invited Nana to sit down. Nana's heart slowly settled. Then Hazel asked about her major. Upon hearing swordsmanship, Hazel's face was full of disbelief. "You know, it's hard to get married once you become a knight." Nana said marriage wasn't a guarantee for her. Only a good income and a pension can ensure a good life. Hazel got excited, and grabbed Nana's hand. She loved independent and cool young girls like her. Nana was filled with emotion. Whenever she told someone she wanted to be a knight, people only had 2 reactions. Either they questioned her decision, or they encouraged her for being ambitious. It wasn't that she didn't understand these reactions. If it were before, she would also think about getting married and raising kids. But ever since she had dreams of her past life, she changed her mind. In her dreams, she learned this was the world of a novel. She would be married off to a wealthy noble due to bankruptcy, and in the end, she would meet a tragic death. Ironically, it all started because of her best friend, Hestia. She scrutinized the novel, hoping to find some useful information. She unexpectedly saw that the crown prince, Shaer, had a mad love for Hestia. Nana was so startled she jumped off the bed. When it was time for the swordsmanship class, to avoid being recognized by the crown prince, Nana completely covered her face with a towel. Seeing that the crown prince didn't notice her at all, the girl breathed a silent sigh of relief. Teacher Liao suddenly announced one-on-one practice. Nana happened to be standing right next to the crown prince. She really didn't want to encounter him. Although the three male leads in the original were all mentally unstable, the most obsessed and psychotic one was definitely Crown Prince Shaer. To get close to Hestia, he would intentionally get close to Nana. When things didn't go his way, he would subject Nana to sick torment. So Nana hurried over to the teacher. She claimed her skills were lacking, and she couldn't participate in sparring. She hoped the teacher would let her practice alone in the back. The teacher frowned upon hearing this. Then he flatly refused Nana's request. He earnestly advised Nana not to run away because of fear. I admire a girl who chooses the path of swordsmanship, so I will definitely support you with all my might. Saying so, he asked the prince to personally guide Nana. Seeing the prince's reluctant face, the teacher threatened to report his truancy to the emperor. Nana pleaded silently for the teacher to stop talking. Otherwise, her plan to become a civil servant would be ruined. Ever since Nana started dreaming about her past life, her dreams had changed. Other girls fantasized about marrying a prince, but she only wanted to be a civil servant for retirement. For this, Nana studied hard every day. She encouraged herself in front of the mirror at night, training her strength and swordsmanship without a moment's rest. But if she were caught insulting royalty, she would spend the rest of her life in prison. At this time, the crown prince also noticed Nana's strange outfit. He asked Nana if she was a criminal. Nana quickly shook her head. Then take off the towel. Nana shook her head even harder. The crown prince got annoyed seeing her like this. Suddenly, he realized Nana looked a bit familiar. After staring for a while, he got his answer. Turns out it's another one of my fangirls. I didn't expect you girls to be so persistent, even going so far as to take swordsmanship just to chase me. Nana was so shocked she was speechless. She covered her face and denied it, but the crown prince didn't believe her at all. He even said the towel on Nana's head was just a trick to act weak and attract his attention. Then he arrogantly told Nana to pack her things and get out. This kind of stalking behavior is disgusting. Nana was infuriated by his narcissistic and arrogant attitude. She shouted at the crown prince not to speculate about others. Her purpose for coming to class was for wealth and prosperity. Only after becoming a knight could the government's salary and security satisfy her. So, she asked the crown prince not to be so full of himself. It wasn't until he saw Nana's mocking expression that the crown prince suddenly remembered the voice of the woman who had trapped him in a glass ball. Her appearance and voice were both similar to Nana's. Then he snatched the towel off Nana's head. He discovered she was indeed the woman who had fought him for the sword that day. Nana took a step back and retreated 10 meters away. She complained that the crown prince was always obsessing over small things. The crown prince suddenly lost his temper and rushed over. Just as he was about to catch her, Nana used high-speed magic. She instantly ran 50 meters away. As she passed the teacher, she explained she was going to the restroom. In the evening, Hess came to find Nana for a walk. But Nana was exhausted. She just wanted to go to sleep early. Hearing this, Hess reluctantly gave her a hug. He told her to get some good rest. Returning to the room, Nana dove headfirst onto the bed. Suddenly, a voice prompt sounded from her bag. Nana thought it was a call from her family, but it turned out to be a request to repair a magic tool. At first, she looked very impatient, but when she heard the client was willing to add 5 gold coins, she immediately agreed with satisfaction, and promised to call back after the repairs were done. It turns out Nana had a side job to achieve financial freedom. She found another side hustle to supplement the family income. Her other identity was Siniwei. She was a magician who specialized in repairing magic tools. This was all thanks to the programming knowledge she had learned in her previous life. Nana was thinking about finishing the repair quickly to collect the money. However, a sudden shout from outside startled her, and she stuffed the item back. Turning around to look, it turned out Hazel was back. He asked Nana if anything interesting happened in the swordsmanship class. He heard there was a girl in swordsmanship class with severe constipation, who went to the bathroom before class was over, and never came back. Nana. On the other side, the crown prince was also throwing a tantrum in the dormitory, making so much noise that his roommates couldn't sleep. The next day, Nana was walking with Hess. Suddenly, the crown prince's arrival scared the two of them into hiding in the woods. The crown prince roared, telling Nana to come out immediately. Seeing no response, he picked up stones and started attacking indiscriminately. Coincidentally, a stone hit Hess on the head. It hurt so much that he accidentally made a sound. Nana thought she was doomed. Surprisingly, Hess actually stood right up. When the crown prince saw Hess's delicate, crying appearance. A shy blush involuntarily appeared on his usually saintly face. He hesitantly asked about Hess's injury. Hess sobbed and said it was fine. Then he ignored the Crown Prince and left alone. Suddenly, the Crown Prince noticed the leftover Michua ice cream Hess had been drinking. He picked it up, held it to his chest, and began a passionate confession. Nana, in the bushes, simply couldn't listen anymore. She involuntarily got goosebumps. Recording complete. The sudden notification sound made both of them freeze. Nana frantically pulled the voice communication tool out of her pocket. It turned out she brought it with her today to fix in her spare time. But she forgot it had a glitch where it recorded automatically when touched. Following the sound, the Crown Prince discovered Nana hiding in the bushes. After finally escaping back to the dormitory, Nana was worried the Crown Prince would kick her out of school in a fit of rage. But on second thought, didn't what she had in her hand happen to be the Crown Prince's weakness? Nana made several copies of the recording in one go. This hilarious confession even made Hazel, a fan of the Crown Prince, say it was disgusting. The next day, Nana made an appointment to meet Hess in the evening. Then she excitedly ran to her swordsmanship class. Seeing Nana recover her usual energy, Hess was finally no longer so worried about her. In swordsmanship class, Nana sarcastically asked the Crown Prince if he was feeling well. The Crown Prince was a bit confused. Then he heard Nana mocking him with the words he said yesterday. "Your Highness, you said yesterday that your heart was going to stop. Are you really suffering from some serious illness?" The Crown Prince's face turned red with embarrassment. This reaction made Nana want to tease him more for revenge. Then she played the recording in public. The Crown Prince frantically snatched it away. He used a wooden sword to smash the communication tool into pieces. To his surprise, Nana took out 4 more and started playing them on loop. The annoyed Crown Prince told Nana to just give him a quick end. Nana repeatedly said she wouldn't dare. After all, she would have to serve His Highness after becoming a knight. Seeing the timing was right, Nana stopped joking. She told the Crown Prince, "Success requires 1% effort and 99% backing. Currently, the Royal Knights haven't recruited female knights for a long time. So if this continues, even if she qualifies, she will be eliminated." The Crown Prince couldn't deny it. He also gradually understood what Nana wanted him to do. She simply wanted a fair and just selection environment. Moreover, it was clear she was very confident in herself. The Crown Prince agreed to Nana's request. However, he wanted to add a request of his own. Hearing that he wanted to use her to get to know Hess, Nana flatly refused. Meanwhile, Cory was going to the classroom for magic class. A bright flash of pink caught his attention. Hess's stunningly cute appearance made him unable to look away. At this time, a boy approached Hess. "Did you see the letter I wrote to you last time?" Because he had waited a long time without a reply, Hess delivered a direct, public execution. "Sorry, I didn't know. Even a refusal needs a response. Besides, the only person I like is Nana." Cory, watching from the side, broke into a cold sweat. His appearance is very gentle, but his personality is very decisive. But who exactly is that Nana he mentioned? The magic teacher was lecturing on the stage, but the students below slept the whole day. Nana was the only one awake. She seemed to be taking notes properly, but she was actually doodling in the textbook. In the Crown Prince's memories, Hess and the Crown Prince's first encounter wasn't that great, but they were both supposed to fall in love at first sight. But now, Hess is clearly not interested in the Crown Prince. Nana convinced herself it was probably because the Crown Prince was too confident when he was young. Suddenly, a flick landed on Nana's forehead. The teacher accused her of not paying attention in class, and gave her after-class homework. Nana's heart began to pound, even though everyone else was sleeping. This bald guy just had to come and lecture him. He must be jealous of my intelligence. As soon as the bell rang, Nana grabbed Hess and rushed to the cafeteria. Just as they were about to dig in, they were stopped by the Crown Prince. On the surface, he said he needed to see Nana, but he actually wanted a chance to talk to Hess. Hearing the Crown Prince wanted to take Nana away, Hess looked reluctant. That delicate expression struck the Crown Prince's heart. He didn't know what to say, pretending he wasn't interested in Hess. After Hess left unwillingly, Nana looked at him like he was a creep and told him to hurry up. Turns out in yesterday's swordsmanship practice, Nana had defeated the Crown Prince, though Nana used magic to cheat, but the Crown Prince had never seen anyone use magic so freely. So, they made a pact. The Crown Prince would help Nana build physical strength, while Nana would teach him how to use magic. The next day, the Crown Prince made a training plan for Nana. The first item was 10,000 push-ups and sit-ups. Nana strongly suspected he was messing with her. Little did he know, Nana's plan for him was even more ridiculous. 5,000 strikes a day with fists and wooden swords enhanced by magic. Both knew they were intentionally tormenting each other, but neither was willing to back down. When night came, Nana dragged her exhausted body back to the dorm. Seeing her trembling, Hazel came over to support her. Nana just said she was fine, and then collapsed onto the floor from exhaustion. After taking a shower, Hazel dried Nana's hair, while advising her not to overexert herself. As the Crown Prince increased the training volume daily, Nana came back covered in bruises every day. Sometimes she almost fell asleep before she could even wash up. Thanks to Hazel's care, she barely managed to stay human. Even though they had only known each other for a few days, she took such good care of her. After Hazel fell asleep, Nana finally lay down to rest. A sudden cry woke her up instantly. On closer look, it was Hess. She crawled into Nana's bed. After asking, she learned Hess had a nightmare. She dreamed Nana was laughing with others in a crowd, but left her behind and ignored her. She couldn't imagine what she would do without Nana. Hearing this, Nana felt guilty. She had been so busy training that she neglected Hess. For a girl experiencing dorm life for the first time, anxiety was quite normal. The next moment, Hess snuggled into Nana's arms. She didn't want to grow up. She just wanted to be pampered by Nana forever. The unrealistic wish left Nana unable to comfort her. Finally, she patted Hess to sleep, planning to make up for her recent neglect tomorrow. The next day, Nana showed Hess the results of her training. Although she looked like a fool to passers-by, but seeing Hess smile again, Nana felt it was worth it. After the lunch break, both had to attend their respective major classes. Before leaving, Nana gave Hess an ice pop. This was something Hess had wanted since she was a child, but Nana always said it was too expensive to buy. Even now, Nana hadn't changed her mind. She proudly said she made it herself with grape juice. After Nana said goodbye to Hess, the smile on Hess's face just now faded away again. In fact, she felt very lost. On one hand, she wanted Nana to move forward for her dreams, but on the other, she feared Nana would run too fast and leave her behind. Transmigrated into a book as the heroine's best friend, to change her tragic fate. The girl worked hard just to become an official knight and relax. However, she never expected that Hess, the best friend fought over by the male leads, only wanted to spend her life with Nana. After finally comforting Hess, Nana got dressed and prepared for her swordsmanship class. Looking in the mirror, she realized her stamina and muscles had improved. Although the Crown Prince's training methods were annoying, they were much better than practicing blindly alone. At the meeting spot with the Crown Prince, Nana waited for a long time but saw no one. Only the traffic light trio nearby was chattering away. After checking that no one was around, the three prepared to do something big. In magic class, the teacher said there is a gas in the human body that can enhance fire magic. As a mage, Nana obviously knew what that was, but she didn't expect these fools to actually try it. Suddenly, misplaced flames exploded. Nana felt a bit regretful. She shouldn't have stayed here silently. Then the Crown Prince sat down next to Nana, holding a crystal ball to record the three fools. So this is how you felt when you were laughing at me last time. Seeing Nana nod, the Crown Prince clenched his fist hard. Good thing you kept your word and deleted the audio, or there would have been big trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, Nana was too guilty to speak. The Crown Prince instantly realized something. Furious, he chased after Nana to teach her a lesson. After class, the Crown Prince returned to his dorm to wash up. Lifting his clothes, he revealed a body full of bruises from Nana's training during this period. Various spells had left him dizzy. Thinking how he had never been humiliated like this before, the Crown Prince felt both angry and afraid, yet he couldn't do anything about it. Despite being a magic genius, she wanted to be a knight just for some money. The Crown Prince somewhat regretted provoking Nana, but now, he could only keep going with it, and train hard. Thinking about it carefully, Nana was actually quite patient when teaching him, occasionally praising him or correcting his mistakes, but he felt like Nana was treating him like a younger brother. Though strange, he didn't dislike it. This weird expression was caught by his roommate, Corey, the usually overbearing Crown Prince. Why was he smiling like that today? The Crown Prince immediately stopped smiling, and told him to mind his own business. Corey wasn't angry at all. He continued lying on the bed eating potato chips, seeing leftover snacks all over the room. The Crown Prince couldn't help but frown. Now, in his eyes, his roommate was even more annoying than Nana. Then Corey suddenly asked if he had seen someone named Nana in swordsmanship class. Because he usually just referred to her as the blonde, he didn't know Nana was Shayna's nickname. He told Corey he didn't know her. Hearing this, Corey lay on the bed listlessly, not knowing what he was thinking about. The next day, Shayna founded a magic operation club. She wanted Hestia to join. Although Hestia didn't want to spoil Shayna's fun, she still declined Shayna's invitation, because she didn't know any magic at all. Shayna originally wanted to start a club with only 2 people. As long as they achieved results, it wouldn't be disbanded. And they could also get a large school sponsorship. Just as Hestia left for another class, Corey walked in right after. He asked if there was a student named Shayna in this class, and if she had gone to swordsmanship class. Hearing this, Shayna was certain he was looking for her, but she didn't remember knowing this scary-looking yet handsome boy. Shayna didn't want her quiet and stable life to be disrupted. She warily asked who he was, and what he wanted with Shayna. Suddenly, Corey fumbled a lollipop out of his pocket. He tore off the wrapper and popped it into his mouth. He said it was nothing. He just wanted to see what she looked like. Shayna was shocked by this ridiculous reason. Before Corey left, he told her to pass on a message if she saw Shayna. Just say that Corey was looking for her. Hearing that name, Shayna suddenly remembered he was the son of the Empire's Marquis Duplessis, one of the male leads who admired Hestia. Though his pursuit of Hestia wasn't as fanatical as the others, he actually cared a lot deep down, always silently watching her from the shadows. To find out Corey's purpose for seeking her, Shayna confessed that she was the person he was looking for. Only then did Corey realize Shayna was a girl. Shayna was left speechless. What kind of boy would have a name like Shayna? Then Corey said he had no special business. He just heard that Hestia's ideal type was Shayna, so he wanted to see who this person really was. After saying that, he put the lollipop back in his mouth. Corey's explanation left Shayna completely dazed. It was fine when Hestia made those jokes as kids, but why was she still telling everyone now that they were older? Amidst her headache, Shayna recalled that Hestia and Corey shouldn't have met this early. Had the timeline for all the male leads moved up? After Corey said goodbye to Shayna, Shayna started worrying about club candidates again. The Crown Prince had already joined the swordsmanship club, and Hazel was even the vice president of the makeup club. Seeing that all her acquaintances had already joined clubs, Shayna wondered if she should use the video to blackmail the traffic light trio into joining. Suddenly, she had a bright idea. She rushed out of the classroom with a slide. Her club was related to magic, and in the original work, Corey was very proficient in magic. If she persuaded him well, he would surely join. By the time Shayna caught up, she happened to see Corey bump into another boy. His half-eaten lollipop fell to the ground. The 2 boys asked Corey if he had eyes. Just as they were about to lash out, they saw the sinister look on his face. Terrified, the 2 of them fled in panic. Witnessing this, Shayna couldn't help but wonder if Corey had violent tendencies. But having just spoken to him, Shayna felt he wasn't that kind of person. She plucked up the courage to speak to Corey. I heard you really like magic. I've established a magic circle operation club. I hope you can explore the magical world with me. Corey found it baffling. Please speak in plain terms. It's about transforming magic circles using theoretical formulas. Hearing this, Corey became slightly interested. However, he still declined the invitation. He preferred clubs with many people. Fewer people meant more responsibility for him. Shayna shamelessly begged Corey several times, but he rejected all of them. Just then, a teacher arriving for class saw the scene, and scolded Corey for bullying Shayna. Corey felt helpless. He clearly hadn't done anything. Shayna guessed Corey's appearance caused many misunderstandings. She asked Corey to try smiling. Corey warned her that she would regret it, but Shayna still said it was fine. The moment Corey smiled, it was as if he were possessed by a demon. His hair-raising appearance made Shayna's skin crawl. Shayna thought, no wonder people misunderstand him with that face. Thinking that Corey must not have many friends, Shayna kept using her words to coax him that joining a crowded club was no fun. Why not just join her club and slack off together? Then she waved the application form in front of him. Sure enough, Corey was swayed by Shayna's persuasive words. After he joined, Shayna moved all the necessary equipment into the club room. Even though their club only had 2 members, the school still provided them with a large room. Just as Shayna was ready to get to work, Corey walked in. He only brought a small box. Inside, aside from a blanket, everything else was snacks. He said these things were enough for him. If Shayna wanted any snacks, she could take them herself. With that, he covered himself with the blanket and went to sleep. Since Corey was just there to fill the quota, Shayna didn't bother to manage him. Unexpectedly, Corey cried out in excitement from the sofa. He calculated that now he not only had a spacious room to sleep in, but his class time was also reduced because of club activities. It was truly a win-win situation. Seeing this, Shayna said, "Student Corey, as long as you're happy." Little did she know, this form of address displeased him. "Can't you stop using formal language? Just call me like a friend. Is that okay?" But Shayna didn't want to get too close to him. Corey noticed her expression. Just as Shayna was about to refuse, a cookie was stuffed into her mouth. Corey asked again impatiently. Shayna still looked troubled. She called him, "Student Corey," again. To her surprise, in the next moment, all sorts of snacks came flying toward Shayna. Corey threatened with a smirk that if she didn't agree, he would keep feeding her snacks like this. A girl transmigrated as the best friend of a novel's heroine. She wanted to stay away from the male lead's drama and just relax. Yet she unknowingly got to know 2 of the male leads. And what she expected even less, was that her best friend Hestia was serious about her words. Childhood jokes aside, today was the day for music class. Shayna felt bored, just blending into the crowd to fill the space. If Hestia didn't love music class so much, she would have much rather gone back to the club for her inventions. Students from other classes had already finished. They gathered at the classroom door. Leading them were Corey and the Crown Prince. Seeing this, Shayna felt annoyed. Why is this teacher running over time even in music class? Suddenly, the teacher's shout startled Nana. He saw through Nana's lip syncing immediately, so he demanded she perform a solo song. Otherwise, the whole class wouldn't be dismissed. Instantly, everyone's eyes were fixed on Nana. Pressured by so many people, Nana had no choice but to comply. She tried her best to match the song's volume, but as soon as she finished the first line, the students present could hardly hold back their laughter. Nana knew her singing was terrible, so she just let herself go. She started singing however she wanted. Everyone lost it and burst out laughing, except for Hess, who, like a fangirl, praised Nana's singing. From then on, whether in class or during breaks, whenever someone saw Nana, they would mock her. The more Nana thought about it, the angrier she got. But in the end, she accepted reality, praying in her heart that time would soon make people forget her dark history. Nana thought about hiding in the clubroom. Entering, she saw Corey sleeping on the sofa. Nana wondered why he was there. Suddenly, she noticed some snacks and a note on the table. It told Nana to help herself. Only then did Nana realize the snacks were all for throat protection. She pulled back the blanket and told Corey to wake up and explain. To her surprise, she saw Corey shaking with laughter under the blanket. His face was flushed red. Perhaps he considered Nana a friend, or perhaps he felt sorry. After that, Corey would bring Nana snacks every day. He even brought new types of candy specifically for her. Hess wondered why Corey always gave Nana snacks. However, Nana thought he just wanted to get closer to Hess. She asked Hess how she felt about Corey. Although he's fierce, he takes good care of Nana. He's probably not a bad person. Most importantly, there are snacks every day. Speak of the devil, Corey arrived to deliver today's snacks. This time, he handed the snacks to Hess. Seeing the two looking like a perfect match, Nana became even more certain of her theory. In the afternoon, Corey and Nana went back for club activities. Because only results could keep the club running, Nana's hands never stopped working. To protect the club, Corey told Nana to call on him whenever she needed help. Although Corey said he was willing to learn, Nana felt he wouldn't understand the theories from her past life. But after spending time together, she found that Corey was a good person. He was a magic genius, yet humble and eager to learn. He would also listen to her seriously. Nana thought Hess and Corey would make the best couple. As for that immature crown prince, he wasn't quite up to the mark. So Nana asked Corey if he liked Hess. When you first came to find me, you also wanted to know Hess's ideal type. Not knowing why Nana suddenly asked this, he simply said that was indeed the case. After saying that, he thought for a moment, finally sat back on the sofa, and admitted he was indeed attracted to Hess at first. but since they hadn't talked deeply, it wasn't exactly love. Now that he thought about it, it was because Hess looked like candy, and he was happy that Hess wasn't afraid of him. Nana was speechless. Did this count as liking her or not? Seeing Nana stay silent, Corey picked up his cup and said, "I didn't come to you just to see Hess." Nana was shocked by Corey's words. Once she snapped out of it, she retorted, "I know it's because you have no friends that you came to me." Corey stood up excitedly to argue. "How could I not have friends? Don't I have the crown prince? And you too?" Seeing him get anxious over such a small thing, Nana actually found Corey a bit cute. That night, Nana was woken up by a nightmare. This left her feeling very drained the next day. Hess was very worried seeing Nana's pale face, hoping she would talk to her if something was on her mind. But Nana couldn't possibly tell Hess about this. It turned out that Nana's dreams about her past life were becoming clearer, so much so that the distant and painful past felt like a sharp pain. In the afternoon, the Dark Circle duo continued their club activities as usual. Under Nana's guidance, Corey successfully merged two different magic circles into one. Corey admired Nana's deep understanding of magic circles. Hearing this, Nana modestly brushed it off, saying it wasn't actually that hard. She then noticed Corey staring at her. He wondered why, with such great magic, she chose swordsmanship. Nana chuckled. Because being a mage doesn't pay as well as being a knight. Corey was skeptical of her answer. If that's the case, why are you so obsessed with the club's incentives? As far as I know, your family shouldn't be at the point of poverty. Nana didn't know how to explain. She could only say Corey's thinking was too naive. No matter how good life is now, it can't be guaranteed for a lifetime. Because she had experienced it in her past life. As a child, her life was very prosperous. But after her parents died in a car accident, misfortunes followed one after another. As a child, she chose to inherit the estate to survive, but also inherited her father's massive company loans. She suffered a lot back then because of a lack of money. So in this life, she didn't want to repeat the same mistake no matter what. She just felt sorry that her younger siblings from her past life ultimately left them. Just then, Corey noticed Nana was in a bad mood. He waved his hand in front of her. He felt sorry for asking such a thoughtless question. Seeing Nana paralyzed by self-reproach and unable to speak, Corey cast a spell. He wrapped Nana tightly in a blanket, and placed her on the sofa. Corey patted her head, and said, "Sleep for a while. Organize your thoughts properly." It was a very calm tone, yet it made Nana feel strangely at ease. She choked back a sob and buried her head in the blanket. The sweet scent of candy gradually calmed her anxious heart. The next day, Nana made an earring that could regulate magic. Then she packaged it nicely. This was a reward for Corey's cooperation with the club recently, and also a thank you for the previous matter. On the other side, the Crown Prince had made a new training plan, to take revenge on Nana for making him a venting target after being mocked by the school. After class, Corey was heading to the club. Corey's behavior of constantly packing snacks drew complaints from the Crown Prince. "And this magazine, why do you always carry it with you?" Corey told the Crown Prince to mind his own business. These candies were for him to share with others. This book contains the special techniques of the person he likes. The Crown Prince, who has no interest in magic, wouldn't understand. During club activities, he found Nana making something. He first put some snacks in a box, telling Nana to help herself whenever she wanted. Then he started observing what Nana was working on. The shape looked like the Ogren Mountains near the school. Nana confirmed it. "So, what are you making this for? Could it be that the swordsmanship department is going there to hold their final exams?" Nana wondered how he knew. It turns out the swordsmanship and magic departments test in the same place. The exam also evaluates skills in capturing magic beasts. But he still didn't understand how this related to the skill exam. Nana said she would explain after the exam. Corey didn't press further. He just told Nana to be careful of the magic beasts. Nana was pleased with Corey's attitude of not prying. Usually, when told not to get the sofa dirty, Corey would float in mid-air to read. He always cared for Nana in his own way, completely different from that Crown Prince who only knows swordsmanship. Just then, Nana remembered the gift she made for Corey. Corey opened it to find an earring, but he wondered why Nana was giving him a gift. Today wasn't his birthday or any holiday. After examining it for a long while, he was suddenly stunned by what he saw. In his excitement, he fell to the floor. He asked Nana where she bought it. Nana said she made it herself. Hearing this, Corey stood up abruptly. He spread his palm to show the earring. Is the name on this really yours? Nana thought he didn't like it. She stammered, asking what was wrong. Now Corey finally realized Nana and Schneeweiss were the same person. He danced around the room in excitement. Meanwhile, Nana finished reading Corey's magazine with mixed feelings. She didn't expect someone to specifically record her actions. She thought she had to be more careful in the future, to leave no traces. At this point, she could only ask Corey to keep her secret. Before she could finish, Corey ordered her to reach out her hand and waved it around. After holding it for a while, it was the first time Nana had seen him so excited. Although Corey was thrilled that he admired Schneeweiss, he worried things might get awkward between them. Soon, Corey returned to the room, explaining he just went to calm his emotions. By now, the shock on his face had completely vanished, and he was already wearing the earring. Nana breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, she saw blood gushing from Corey's ear because the piercing was too big. Transmigrated as the female lead's best friend in a novel, she intended to stay away from the crazy male leads, make money, and relax, but unknowingly became closer to two of the male leads. During the break between classes, Hyas was focused on writing something in his notebook. Nana thought he was reviewing his lessons. Unexpectedly, just as she approached, Hyas hurriedly closed the notebook, explaining he was just doodling. Nana didn't think much of it. I can give you my notes if you need them. For the scholarship, she had made thorough preparations long ago. Then, a curly-haired girl approached Nana, demanding that Nana tell her the secret. The girl's name was Rose, known as the class gossip, but Nana usually had no interaction with her. She wondered why Rose was saying such nonsensical things. I only give these notes to Hyas. Why should I give them to you? Rose said impatiently. She didn't care about that. She just wanted to know why Corey got along so well with her. While she was ignored every time she approached Corey, Nana was rendered speechless by the question. She explained that while Corey looks scary, he is actually very kind. Rose immediately refuted Nana. She clearly saw a murderous look on Corey's face. Though Nana felt sorry that Corey was misunderstood, she didn't want to waste her breath on this crazy woman. She pulled Hyas away to buy snacks to avoid the trouble. Surprisingly, Rose wouldn't let it go. Are you being so arrogant just because Corey spoils you? Hearing this, Nana finally lost her patience. She marched right up to Rose. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. When Rose leaned her ear in, Nana blew a soft puff of air into it, giving Rose goosebumps all over. By the time Rose reacted, Nana had already run away with Hyas. On the way, Nana complained to Hyas about Rose's motive. Why try to get close to someone you're clearly afraid of? Unexpectedly, she got a surprising answer from Hyas. It turns out that although Corey looks scary, he is actually very popular with the girls. He's not only handsome and from a good family, but also a brilliant top student in the magic department. Hearing this, Nana suddenly felt out of place with Corey. The skill exam was to be held in the Ogren Mountains that afternoon. Upon arriving at the scene, Nana stared intently at Corey. Corey was confused by her strange behavior. In Nana's heart, Corey was a traitor. She took him in because she pitied his lack of friends. But it turned out he was a super popular campus heartthrob. Looking at Corey's dazzling features in the sunlight, Nana was jealous but had to accept reality. After all, he is the male lead of the novel. But why was she so plain-looking? Even being mistaken for a boy when she was little. Corey, seeing Nana staring at him, asked if she had something to say. Nana curled her lip nonchalantly. Nothing. I just think you're handsome. As soon as she said it, Corey's face turned beet red. He nervously covered his face and turned away. In a tiny, mosquito-like voice, he pleaded with Nana, please don't say things like that. Nana then remembered that Corey was her fan. In an instant, her insecurity turned into mockery, thinking to herself how cute Corey was, that he'd get shy from being called handsome. To regain her pride, Nana even chased after Corey, her fan, inviting him to shake hands and hug. The crown prince arrived and saw them fooling around. He didn't understand why, with the exam about to start, Nana was still being so careless. Nana smirked and explained she was pondering how to tease him, but the crown prince, having been tricked by Nana many times, was already immune. The exam was about to begin. Candidates had to hunt enough magic beasts within 30 minutes, and their scores would be recorded based on the count. Nana seemed eager to give it a try, to prevent students from getting hurt. Their clothes were enchanted with teleportation magic. They will be automatically transferred to the school infirmary. The Crown Prince wondered why the magic department had so few people. Corey explained, since skill evaluation is not a mandatory subject for mages, only students focusing on offensive magic are taking the exam this time. The Crown Prince suddenly realized, no wonder I didn't see them. The name SWA sent Nana into deep thought. Listening to the discussion between Corey and the Crown Prince, Nana increasingly suspected if it was the SWA she knew. Eventually, the name overlapped with a figure in her mind. Nana's expression turned a bit sour. In her memory, the other person always told her to get lost. She hadn't seemed to care much about him in this life, even though she remembered his appearance was like an angel. But for some reason, Nana couldn't quite recall it. From the conversation between the Crown Prince and Corey, they had known SWA before, and the Crown Prince particularly disliked him. Noticing Nana hadn't spoken for a long time, the Crown Prince turned his head to ask. As far as he knew, the Blanche and West families were closely related. Nana, are you not familiar with SWA? Nana stated. She didn't have much contact with SWA, although the two often met. It didn't mean they were close. When they were young, due to family business dealings, he would visit with his father. While the adults were talking business, he would go to the training ground to practice swordsmanship. Therefore, he often ran into Nana. SWA's appearance was very delicate, but he was exceptionally cold, always wearing high collars, long sleeves, and long pants. Once, by chance, Nana noticed his body was covered in scars. This incident stayed fresh in her memory, but every time she tried to talk to him, he would ignore her, so she wasn't close to SWA at all. Instead, he only responded when Hess spoke to him. Although this differential treatment annoyed Nana, for the sake of the male lead, Nana reluctantly forgave him. She didn't care about being close to the male lead anyway. As the exam officially began, students spontaneously formed small teams. Together, they searched for traces of mushrooms. Nana felt completely at ease about their blind efforts. Her two teammates were highly capable. At this rate, the scholarship would be easily won. Then she began assigning tasks. She would gather all the slimes in one place. Then Corey would eliminate them all at once, while the Crown Prince would go defeat the slime leader. But remember not to kill it. After the Crown Prince left, Nana casually drew an illusion magic circle on the ground. When the magic circle took effect, the scene before him was unexpected for Corey. Countless slimes were heading towards one spot. He never knew illusion magic could have such an effect. It turned out Nina had improved the traditional illusion magic. Now it emits a scent that slimes like. Hearing Nana's explanation, Corey looked full of admiration. Seeing that the slimes had mostly gathered, Corey would perform the finishing blow. The moment magic condensed at Corey's fingertips, the waves caused by the mana even blew his clothes and hair. With the magic command shouted out, a powerful force poured out in front of Corey. In an instant, all the slimes were eliminated. Nana was secretly amazed. Just how high must the temperature be for the flames to turn blue? Suddenly, Corey thought of Nana behind him. Worried she would be affected by the scorching heat, he wrapped her in a bubble. Feeling the coolness from the surroundings, Nana thanked Corey for his concern. Corey smiled slightly, and nodded to Nana. Afterwards, Nana divided the loot into 3 equal parts. Based on this amount, their group would undoubtedly rank first. Since there was still plenty of time left in the exam, Nana handed Corey a spirit ball. To demonstrate how to use it, she threw the ball hard at a nearby slime. Just like that, the slime was shrunk and stored inside. Nana let Corey try it too, but he cherished the ball in his hand exceptionally, simply because the signature of Snivel was engraved on it. Then Nana said they needed to catch slimes for the Mount Auckland model, so they could observe the slimes' movement patterns, and help the club achieve results. While Nana was speaking, Corey listened with a smile on his face. He felt that time spent with Nana was particularly interesting. Nana didn't know what he was talking about. Didn't he say it was boring just a while ago? Just then, the Crown Prince's voice came from nearby. He had successfully defeated the slime leader, but when he saw Nana, the Crown Prince froze for a moment. He shouted with all his might, telling Nana not to come any closer. Hearing this, Corey quickly shielded Nana, cautiously looking around to observe the situation. Neither expected that the Crown Prince was actually afraid of Nana. For a moment, Nana didn't know what was wrong with the Crown Prince. Looking in the direction he was pointing, she realized it was the spirit ball in her hand. The Crown Prince was still agitated nearby, accusing Nana of her behavior. What on earth did I do wrong? to make you treat me like this?" But the moment he met Nana's gaze, the Crown Prince was too scared to speak. Nana didn't bother wasting words with him. A spirit ball flew straight toward the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince came to his senses, and found that nothing happened. There was only a spirit ball containing the slime leader at his feet. Nana slowly picked up the ball from the ground. In a quiet and contemptuous tone, she reassured the Crown Prince. "Now that I know your royal status, I won't do that kind of thing again." The Crown Prince awkwardly apologized for his misunderstanding, but seeing Nana smiling the whole time, he instantly realized Nana had secretly recorded it. However, the Crown Prince didn't back down. He also had a recording of Nana singing. The two of them were at a stalemate, threatening each other to delete them. Cory remarked on how close they were, immediately met with unanimous objection, but seeing the Crown Prince and Nana confronting each other, a sense of loneliness couldn't help but arise in his heart. She had transmigrated as the best friend of the novel's heroine, originally wanting to stay away from the male lead and pass the night exam to earn money and relax. But she never expected. Her best friend, Hess, only wanted to spend her life with her. However, Nina took it as childhood banter, unintentionally hurt Hythe's feelings. Today the class had their final exams. Other students looked worried seeing their grades, but Shirena looked smug. The teacher had told her she excelled in the exams, and won the Academy's top scholarship. Although Shirena expected this, she still couldn't contain her joy. After the exam, Hythe couldn't wait to find Shirena. Both were in a good mood. The end of the semester meant going home for the break. At home, Hythe could play with Shirena all day. As usual, Hythe asked Shirena to help him pack, but Shirena hesitated this time. She wanted to fix Hythe's habit of relying on others. That bad habit. Shirena felt she was the reason Hythe became like this. Ever since they were children reading fairy tales, whatever request Hythe made, Shirena would always fulfill it. After some thought, Shirena made up her mind. She told Hythe to learn how to pack by himself. Since they aren't kids anymore, they need to be independent, and not depend on others. If there's something he wants to do next time, he should try to handle it himself first. Hearing independent, a look of confusion appeared on Hythe's face. He didn't understand what Shirena meant, but Shirena didn't notice Hythe's unease. She still smiled and encouraged him to pack. After Shirena said goodbye to Hythe, watching Shirena's retreating back, Hythe muttered dejectedly, "What use is independence to me?" Meanwhile, Shirena was doing club activities with Cory. They were breeding captured slimes in a model. The slimes have adapted well. They even produced offspring. However, Shirena's mind was full of what just happened. She regretted speaking too harshly, and hurting Hythe, but she soon convinced herself to be firm. She couldn't be by Hythe's side forever. Just then, Cory's words brought Shirena back to reality. "Sorry, Shirena, for making you write the report alone." Shirena smiled and comforted him. "It's fine, your handwriting is like chicken scratch. It's better if you don't help." Shirena said she was a bit hungry. Cory immediately brought some cookies to feed her. He accidentally tripped. The cookies flew out of his hand. Luckily, Shirena caught them with her mouth. Seeing this, Cory couldn't stop clapping, which made Shirena feel a bit proud. Then Cory threw several more cookies. Shirena caught them all like she was trained, but she still condemned Cory's wasteful behavior. Not long after, Shirena finished the project report. Then Cory told Shirena some good news. The teacher in charge is interested in their monster research. At this rate, they'll have good grades next semester too. Shirena was clearly stunned to hear this. She was the one who dragged Cory Indiana. He had said he liked clubs with many people. Not wanting to force Cory to stay in the club, Shirena asked, "Do you want to stay here next semester?" Classes ended. Other students rushed excitedly to the cafeteria. Only Cory was still sleeping in his seat. The Crown Prince finally managed to shake him awake. But 2 seconds later, he slumped back onto the desk. The Crown Prince dissatisfiedly pulled Cory up. "Not sleeping properly, not eating properly, being so lazy every day. It seems Shirena becoming lax is also because of you." Hearing this, Cory suddenly stood up excitedly. He almost forgot there was a club activity today. To show his devotion, he wouldn't eat with the Crown Prince today. He stuffed a few candies into the Crown Prince's hand. Then he excused himself and headed to the club. This move completely annoyed the Crown Prince. He angrily threw the candy on the ground. Cory wondered when the Crown Prince had become close to him. The Crown Prince didn't even want to talk to him before, let alone eating together. After some thought, he remembered the source. It seemed to be because he knew Shirena. The prince often complained about Shirena's cruelty, and Shirena would show him her plans to torment the prince. Unknowingly, he joined their friend group. Corey was even more convinced it was all thanks to Shirena. Arriving at the club, he found Shirena sleeping on the sofa. This was the first time Corey saw Shirena's sleeping face. He knelt in front of her and observed closely. Gradually, a strange thought arose in Corey's mind. Everyone else seemed to be obsessed with Hive, but for him, Shirena caught his attention more. Her eyes always looked tired, as if she put immense pressure on herself. Looking at Shirena's sleeping form, Corey felt strangely at peace. Finally, he simply leaned beside Shirena. Only Shirena's steady breathing could be heard in the room. When Shirena woke up, her hair was full of braids. She went to the window and asked Corey what happened. Corey apologized while holding back his laughter. He saw Shirena's hair was too messy, so he wanted to help her braid it, but it accidentally ended up like this. Corey stepped forward to help undo the braids, but Shirena said she was ugly. Corey comforted her, saying it's normal to look messy after waking up. He felt guilty for messing with her hair. After finally undoing all the braids, Shirena felt she still didn't look any different. Her cute expression made Corey's heart skip a beat. He tried to suppress his emotions, and said in a gentle voice, "Shirena, you're not ugly at all. On the contrary, I think you're very cute." As soon as he spoke, Shirena fully woke up. She flusteredly took his words as a compliment. Since Corey was kind-hearted, if it were the crown prince, he would have mocked her. Then Corey put an earring on Shirena's ear. It was shaped like an orange. Shirena wondered why he was giving her a gift. Corey showed his own earring and said it was for the memories. It was also proof that he would stay in the club. "I'll be in your care, department head," Corey smiled. The smile made Shirena blush. She shyly turned her head away, telling her heart to calm down. Corey thought Shirena was feeling unwell. Shirena was about to say she was fine, but her stomach growled. Conveniently, Corey hadn't eaten either. He invited Shirena to the cafeteria. Suddenly, the crown prince's words popped into his mind, so he ordered Nana to make sure she eats well. After casting a levitation spell on Nana, Corey dragged Nana towards the cafeteria. Unexpectedly, a phone call came in. Nana asked Corey to buy her a sandwich, saying she would head over after the call. After Corey left, Nana answered the phone and realized it was Carl regarding the repair request. He said someone influential wanted to meet Schneevel. In the afternoon, the academy entrance was crowded with carriages. Nana bid farewell to Corey and the crown prince. The three agreed to visit the food street together during the break. Nana wanted strawberry-flavored snacks, while the crown prince wanted apple-flavored ones. Corey followed their lead and said he wanted grape-flavored ones. Then the crown prince left the school first. Corey, however, was in no rush to leave. He had another appointment at the academy. Just like that, a semester passed. Nana looked forward to her life back home, but seeing her brother Hillian on the carriage, Nana's face immediately soured. His uninvited arrival almost left no room for Nana's luggage. Fortunately, even if the luggage fell, it wouldn't hit Nana or Hestia. Hillian complained about Nana's coldness in the carriage. He missed his sister so much he was going crazy at home. Yet, every time he came to the academy, she was nowhere to be found. He seriously suspected Nana was avoiding him on purpose. As Nana tried to make an excuse, Hestia delivered a direct blow to Hillian. Nana said her brother was annoying all day long. Surprisingly, Hillian didn't care at all. He said no matter what his sister did, it was all cute in his eyes. He even reached out to hug Nana. Nana pushed him away with a slap. Hillian lamented that he couldn't even hug her a few times now. Once she gets married, he won't be able to hug her at all. Thinking about a pack of wolves eyeing his sister, he felt terrible. Nana was disgusted by Hillian's needless worrying. She believed her looks and personality ensured she would never marry. In her previous life, she hadn't experienced even the simplest flirtation. This life, she was destined to be a matchmaker for Hestia. While Nana was sighing, Hestia looked incredibly happy. "Brother Hillian, did you hear that? Nana said she doesn't want to get married. I will live a good life with Nana in the future." Nana's first semester finally ended successfully. After parting with Nana, Corey chose not to go home. Instead, he returned to the classroom. There, a senior named Eve had been waiting for a long time. The two had been conducting transactions. Corey processed magic stones for Eve, while Eve searched for Schneevel's items as payment. Eve was very satisfied with Corey's processing skills, but Corey didn't feel like exchanging more pleasantries. Before he left, Eve stopped Corey. He said he had some good news to share. Corey didn't answer immediately. He suspected Eve wanted to trick him into labor again with useless things. Though Eve always had a smile on his face, Corey knew it was a disguise from his time in the business world, so he decisively refused. After Corey left, Eve's beaming smile vanished. It was replaced by a sinister and mocking expression. He was going to mention meeting Schneevel. But seeing his reaction, it seemed he already knew Schneevel's true identity. Meanwhile, Nana had just arrived home. Her younger brother, Carrie, ran out excitedly to greet her. The siblings hugged each other excitedly upon meeting. Seeing this, Hillian wanted Carrie to give him the same welcome. Hearing this, Nana and Carrie looked at him expressionlessly. Carrie innocently said he didn't want to hug his brother. Just like that, Nana led Carrie back into the house, leaving Hillian to protest indignantly. At dinner time, Nana and her family gathered together. Having not seen their daughter for a long time, the Baron and his wife fussed over Nana, asking how her school life was. Unlike the anxiety and embarrassment of her past life, Nana now felt steady and comfortable. But soon, the delicacies on the table made Nana break into a sweat. The family had never been this extravagant before. Looking at her mother's high-end dress and jewelry, Nana immediately realized she spent a lot of money while she was away. Feeling a piercing chill, the Baroness shivered. She guiltily praised Nana for becoming more beautiful, and invited her daughter to go shopping downtown. Nana declined her mother's kindness. She thought it best not to ruin the atmosphere. After all, these delicacies were prepared for her. That night, the maid massaged Nana's feet. The servants in the Baron's mansion all respected Nana, because Nana never mistreated anyone. Even though the family's finances were poor recently, she wouldn't dismiss anyone without reason. Then Nana asked the maid if anything happened while she was away. The maid froze for a moment, awkwardly saying she didn't know anything. Nana realized the severity of the problem from her reaction, so she found Carrie to find out the truth. Carrie was originally excited to say he'd tell her everything, but when Nana asked about their mother's recent spending, Carrie immediately started sobbing, and apologized to Nana. After hearing Carrie's tearful explanation, Nana returned to her room trembling. She couldn't believe it. The thick stack in her hand was all shopping receipts from her mother. Knowing the family already had many unpaid debts, her mother actually used the emergency funds to dress herself up. If this continued, their family might not even be able to pay the interest. Feeling helpless, Nana planned to earn extra money as Schneevel. She learned through the magic ball that a merchant group wanted to meet. Carl told her. It was the Lunasa Merchant Guild, a powerful force in the business world. Nana certainly wouldn't let such a target go. Early the next morning, Nana went to confront her mother. Hearing Nana's gentle calls from the hallway, the Baroness hid behind the curtains in fear. Based on experience, it was never a good sign when Nana called her like that. Seeing that things had quieted down outside, she cautiously poked her head out. Unexpectedly, Nana was waiting right there. She kindly invited her mother for a talk. Afterward, the Baroness took an orange dress out of the closet. This was something she bought specifically for Nana. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? It's nice, but I don't want to hear about that now. Saying that, Nana laid out the organized receipts, expecting her mother to explain. The Baroness looked quite embarrassed, partly from guilt over using the emergency funds, and partly because she didn't realize she had spent so much. Realizing her mistake, she apologized to Nana straightforwardly. Since Nana left home, life had become dull and agonizing, so her mother used shopping to pass the time. Please forgive me for being such a useless mother. Seeing her mother so grief-stricken, Nana felt a little guilty. However, she couldn't stop now. Because the Baroness loved her children as much as her mother in her previous life, Nana decided to stimulate her maternal instincts. Nana slipped into her role in a second, tearfully asking if her mother really loved her. If things continued like this, Nana was going to be sold off. The family was currently in financial trouble. If mother didn't start being frugal, their savings would soon run out. When that time comes, not just Nana, even Callie and Helen would be sold. Hearing this, the Baroness immediately panicked. She swore that no matter what, she could never sell her children. Little did she know she had already fallen into a trap. Nana feigned fear, and threw herself into her mother's arms. I don't want to live a life with no money and an empty stomach. The Baroness readily agreed. As long as Nana said it, Mama would do her best to comply. Hearing this, Nana immediately put away her pitiful expression. In that case, go and return everything you bought. Nana told her mother to organize the receipts and tell her later. After handling that, Nana immediately changed into her indoor evening attire. According to the client, they were to meet in the center of the capital. Nana disliked crowded places. Although it was unlikely anyone would recognize her, just to be safe, she still put on a magic robe. Then, Nana was led by the staff into the meeting room of the Lanasa headquarters. In the empire, Lanasa was the most powerful merchant group. It gathered talents from all fields across the country. Its wealth even accounted for half of the imperial treasury. And all this success was attributed to the newly appointed representative of the merchant group. Nana had also investigated the other party's identity, but it was all in vain. She once suspected her actions had been discovered, but then she convinced herself not to think too much. The other party might just be a client who could make her rich. At this time, Nana felt the room was a bit stuffy, but being inside the Lanasa headquarters, Nana didn't want to expose herself. She knew many hidden cameras were densely packed in the room, but as time passed bit by bit, Nana could no longer bear it. Thinking no one would notice her for a moment, Nana took off the heavy magic cloak. Just a moment later, Eve walked in. Nana's other identity was actually exposed. This person wasn't as easy to talk to as Callie. He even used various means to force Nana into submission. Not long ago, Nana agreed to meet the client at the Lanasa headquarters, but after waiting a long time, there was no sign of anyone. So, the stifling Nana took off her magic cloak. The next second, Eve entered the reception room. Nana had to suspect that he was waiting for this exact moment. Having her painstakingly hidden identity exposed so easily, Nana felt a bit annoyed. She regretted not being willing to spend money on a transformation potion. But is this person in front of her really the merchant group's representative? Seemingly sensing Nana's doubt, Eve Ness introduced himself, revealing his identity. And hearing the name Eve Ness, Nana couldn't help but frown. He was one of the male leads who pursued Hess in the original story. The book described him as the son of the merchant group's owner, but she didn't expect him to be the current representative. As Nana recalled Eve's personality, she heard Eve playfully and frivolously call her sister. But Nana didn't treat Eve as an incompetent person because of this. She found that although he seemed light-hearted, his inner heart was as steady as an iceberg. So she immediately asked Eve what he wanted to commission her for, hoping to finish the business and leave as soon as possible. Eve praised Nana for being straightforward, then handed over a document. Nana picked it up to look, and found it was a contract. She didn't want to rashly sign a contract with someone she met for the first time. Just as she was about to refuse, Eve moved behind Nana, like a smiling repeater, telling Nana to take a look. The terms inside could be said to be very generous. Considering it was the first time she had seen a contract of this scale, Nana looked on with curiosity. Suddenly, she made a confused sound. The rewards on it were so rich she could hardly believe it. Just by signing with the merchant group, there would be a monthly income of 1,000 gold coins. For every completed item, an additional 100 gold coins. With Nana's skill, she could easily fill the family's deficit. She might even reach the pinnacle of life. Thinking of this, Nana's joy was beyond words, but seeing Eve behind her, she calmed down again. In the end, she still refused Eve's invitation. Eve seemed to have anticipated this result. While he turned to look for something, Nana prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, as she was about to open the door, a large hand firmly blocked her path. Nana found his behavior baffling. However, turning her head, she met those ice-cold eyes. Nana finally saw the crazy side a male lead in the original story should have. She rummaged through her bag for useful tools, only to find there were only a detector and an image orb. Nana thought of using the image orb as a flashbang, and threw it towards Eve's face. To her surprise, he wasn't afraid at all, taking out a hairpin and crushing the image orb. Nana complained about who would wear such a dangerous thing in their hair. Then, Eve tied up his hair in a second, and pinned Nana to the wall. Calling you sister doesn't work. Is it because I'm older than you? He contemptuously toyed with Nana's hair. In Nana's shocked eyes, he called out the name she least wanted to hear, Lena. Eve felt very satisfied with Nana's reaction, while Nana thought about the purpose of his investigation. Logically, it's easy for the Lanasa merchant group to find someone. They have immense financial power, and no worries for the future. So no matter how much a client pays, Nana didn't want to take the job. Could it be a commission that would offend Lanasa? Or did she accidentally trigger an alarm? She couldn't figure it out. Lena still decided to run. She suddenly struck Eve beside her, and then ran towards the door. But she found the door wouldn't open. Eve explained with a smile, that only he could open this door. Being toyed with like this, Lena decided to teach him a lesson. She pulled out Eve's hairpin. Then he kicked him over to the ground. Finally, he held a hairclip against his neck, threatening him to open the door quickly. Despite it being a life-or-death moment, the man still had a smirk on his face. Sign the contract first if you want the door open. Nana felt more and more that this man was insane. She continued to press him with the hairclip step by step. Seeing that he truly remained unmoved, Nana gradually calmed down. If he really just ran away like this, the other party might hire an assassin to retaliate, or broadcast it to the whole school with a loudspeaker. No matter the outcome, it wasn't what she wanted to see, so Nana reached out and apologized to Eve. What is your purpose? Or what do you want to say? I'll listen to what you have to say. It turned out everything was caused by Hess. Because Eve liked Hess, he unintentionally noticed Nana. Hearing this, Nana's face darkened. She instinctively thought he wanted to use her to get to know Hess. But when Nana asked what Eve's plans were, he said he didn't have any plans, because he was now more satisfied with Nana right in front of him. Nana was now 100% sure this man was insane. Then Eve gave Nana two choices: either sign the contract to work for the merchant group, or leave and pretend nothing happened. However, he guaranteed, if she didn't sign the contract, Nana would be in mortal danger at any time. After saying that, he tore the contract to shreds in front of her. It turned out that once signed, a mark would appear on the body. By then, one would have to serve Luna Asha for a lifetime. No matter what, dirty work must be accepted. Eve was very satisfied with Nana, and didn't want her to be restrained. In other words, Nana only had to pretend to sign the contract, and complete Eve's commission. But Nana didn't lower her guard because of a few words. She remembered that in the original work, Eve was best at backstabbing. And just then, the mark on Eve's neck suddenly flared up. Intense pain forced him to kneel on the ground. Eve gasped and called out to Nana for help. Meanwhile, Hess called Nana's house. Helen told Hess, "Nana isn't home. If you're bored, brother can play with you." Hess immediately hung up the phone, not knowing when it began. His contact with Nana was no longer as frequent. He wanted to know what Nana was doing alone. How could things go back to how they were before? So embarrassing, so embarrassing. Nana really made a fool of herself this time. It turned out she not only sang terribly, but her dancing was also beyond words. Today, Nana accompanied Hess for afternoon tea in the city after a long time. Hess complained about why Nana was out every day during the break. He even suspected Nana was secretly meeting Cory and the Crown Prince. But Nana kept looking around, absent-minded. Finally, Hess's dissatisfied shout pulled her back to reality. Looking at the pouting Hess, Nana also felt very sorry, but she really didn't have time to play with Hess. Even today, Nana was following someone on Eve's orders. Not long ago, Nana was forced to sign a secret contract with Eve, because if she didn't agree, Luna Asha would either sabotage her family's business, leaving her to starve, or simply hire an assassin to stab her to death. Besides, she couldn't bring herself to ignore Eve's plea. According to Eve, it was because he leaked the merchant group's secrets that the toxin in the tattoo was triggered. Although Eve carried the antidote, Nana still found it incomprehensible. Knowing the merchant group's boss was Eve's father, just how cruel could he be to give his own son such a tattoo? Compared to a person like that, the oath Nana proposed was nothing. To be safe, Nana and Eve signed an additional oath. If Eve betrayed Nana, the orange pattern on his butt would be like a red-hot spiked club, burning his butt. Just then, the target got up and left. In order not to lose the target, Nana invited Hess to take a walk with her. A few days later, the target finally showed a weakness. To keep watch, Nana had no time to eat all day. Handing a sandwich to Eve, he declined Nana's kindness. He turned to look at the information Nana gathered. He was surprised that Nana finished the task so quickly. Nana's gaze fell on Eve, stating she was just doing her job for the money. She noticed Eve's expressions were getting scarcer. She could hardly see him smile, and this was obviously his true self. But what exactly happened to make him want to take revenge on his own father? Nana couldn't help but ask. How do you plan to take revenge on the merchant group's boss? Eve told her to stay out of his business. Nana suddenly felt annoyed. After all, they had signed a contract. It was only reasonable to know the details of the case. Eve's ears hurt from Nana's constant talking. He explained he would start a company, to trick his father into investing money, then using a fake project as a trigger, combined with the illegal deeds he had done in the past, to send him to prison. He knew his father wouldn't be trapped there forever, so he would take the chance to seize everything his father had. This way, even if he got out of prison, no one would be willing to help him start over. Hearing this, Nana could clearly feel Eve's malice. Just then, the target left the office. Nana packed her things to follow, but found Eve staring at the target's departure, unmoved. The next moment, he picked Nana up in a princess carry. We won't catch up if we take the stairs. Hearing this, Nana was immediately frightened, knowing the building was 20 stories high. Bear with it for a moment. It'll be over soon. Eve comforted her expressionlessly. Carrying Nana, he took a leap of faith. In the panic, Nana could no longer think. She could only clasp her hands and pray. And at that moment, Eve actually let go of her left hand. Nana's lower body suddenly lost its sense of security, and began to sway uncontrollably. Eve ignored Nana. She pulled out a small piece of paper. After tearing it open with water, gentle magic instantly surrounded the two of them. The speed of their fall gradually slowed down, but after landing smoothly, Nana was still shaking from the fright. With no choice, Eve had to carry Nana on her back to continue the pursuit. After reaching the corner, the target had disappeared. Nana advised Eve to come back another day, but Eve refused. 3 middle-aged women ahead were gossiping. Eve told Nana to quickly pretend to be asleep. Then she greeted the 3 women. "Hey there, beautiful ladies. Could you do me a favor?" The 3 women were delighted by Eve's compliments, and asked how they could help. Eve acted pitiful and started to lie. "My sister is dead drunk and unconscious, but father didn't give me the house keys. I don't want my sister to sleep on the street. I just saw my father walking this way. He was wearing a black hat, and a red jacket." After getting the specific direction from the women, Nana and Eve arrived at a bar. This place was similar to the nightclubs from Nana's previous life. The lighting was dim. The music was loud. The smell of alcohol filled the air. Before long, Eve found the target. But the target was with someone else. Eve ordered Nana to cause a scene, to attract attention. Nana really wanted to refuse. In a place like this, a small disturbance wouldn't work at all. But unfortunately, she had already taken Eve's money. Seeing a samurai not far away, Nana got an idea. However, because this would hurt her pride, Nana hoped Eve would give her some extra compensation. After getting consent, Nana braced herself and began her plan. She stepped onto the dance floor. Nana went straight to the center, shouting, "All eyes on me." Then Nana took off her jacket and started dancing. But every one of Nana's moves was unexpected, like a fish out of water, flailing around wildly. Seeing this, the audience below couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although Nana was filled with shame and anger at this moment, for the sake of money, she had to keep going. Before she knew it, Nana's dance had livened up the whole atmosphere. Watching Nana dancing and cheering on stage, Eve finally showed a long-overdue heartfelt smile. After finishing the mission, Nana hid in a corner. She couldn't believe she had done something so embarrassing. Even when she wore a mascot suit for a part-time job in her past life, she was afraid of being recognized. Eve told Nana to get ready to leave, but just as she stood up, Nana fell to the ground. It must have been because her legs were weak from dancing. Eve bent down to let her get on her back, but Nana was determined. She didn't want to do anything embarrassing again. While they were struggling, she accidentally sprained her ankle, so Nana once again ended up on Eve's back, feeling defeated. At that time, the two of them passed by a skewer stall. There were many varieties inside, with all kinds of meat. When she saw the fish, the quiet Eve suddenly had a reaction. In just a brief moment, he thought of Nana's dance moves. Seeing this, Nana choked his neck hard. Eve quickly returned to normal, and asked Nana if she wanted some skewers. Nana was about to refuse, but her stomach let out a growl, so Eve bought 2 chicken skewers for Nana. Nana wondered why he bought 2. She thought Eve's hands were full, so she wanted him to feed her. But when Nana held a chicken skewer in front of him, Eve said that both skewers were for Nana, because he felt Nana needed at least 2 to barely be full. Besides, eating more helps you grow taller. And Nana hated it when people implied she was short. She was determined to make Eve eat one too. In the end, Nana made a huge scene on Eve's back. With no choice, Eve had to put Nana down on a box. Before Nana could apologize, Eve suddenly leaned close to Nana's face. He grabbed Nana's shoulders and took a bite. This action completely exceeded Nana's expectations. After the taste, he coldly wiped his mouth. As for Nana, her heart was racing with embarrassment. As Nana ate the meat skewers, she thought, as expected of a novel's male lead. Even eating a skewer almost caused her to die of a heart attack. But she wondered why Eve purposely only ate vegetables. Thinking about it carefully, Nana had never seen Eve eat a proper meal. Every time, he just consumed powder with water or milk. Nana couldn't help but associate his behavior with drug use. Just then, Eve's words interrupted her thoughts. Actually, he had originally intended to force Nana to help with his revenge plan. Nana had already expected this. After all, she felt that Eve didn't seem like a good person. After a moment of silence, he said that he had changed his mind. Because a child like you isn't suited for such dirty work. Sure enough, Nana's position in Cory's heart remained unshakable. When Nana transformed into her appearance from her previous life, only Cory could recognize her identity immediately. Today, Nana was making vegetable juice in the kitchen. That night, the reason Eve gave for refusing to let her do dirty work made her feel lost. He said he didn't want Nana to get stuck in the mire like him at such a young age. This meant that Eve wasn't as bad as in the original novel. But why did the lousy author purposely write all the main characters as abnormal? While Nana was thinking, Helen suddenly jumped out from behind her. Seeing the green juice on the table, he drank it without hesitation. Unexpectedly, it almost made him meet his maker. Seeking out Nana, she arrived at Eve's office. Eve thought she had come to withdraw from the partnership after his advice. To his surprise, Nana insisted on continuing the work. After all, without her, the trade group boss probably wouldn't let things go easily. Hearing this, Eve looked a bit embarrassed. Actually, that was just a reason he had made up to get Nana to stay. He had even planned ahead, sending Nana's mother a bunch of discount shopping coupons. But even though Eve did these despicable things, when asked if she wanted to cooperate, Nana still hesitated. She knew she should keep her distance from Eve. But after that night, Nana didn't think Eve was a hopeless piece of trash. So she finally agreed to stay, because you couldn't find a client more willing to spend money anywhere in the world. Since you made my family's financial situation even worse, I will do my best to squeeze money out of you. Eve breathed a sigh of relief at those words, and he assigned Nana her tasks for the day. After finally processing all the documents, Eve brought Nana lunch. Inside was an exquisite, high-end sandwich, yet Eve still ate raw flour with water for his meal. Then Nana pulled out her homemade vegetable juice, saying Eve should eat healthier food, like this nutritious, fresh squeezed vegetable juice. But Eve didn't think there was anything wrong with his lunch. It doesn't just have enough carbohydrates. It also has medicine for headaches and stress. Nana was furious. Could this even be called food? Seeing Eve not responding at all, Nana played hard to get and pretended to take the juice back, but Eve didn't try to stop her. Enraged, Nana slammed the juice on the table. If you don't want to drink it, throw it away yourself. Nana stormed off in anger, feeling like her kindness was wasted. Unexpectedly, a moment later, she heard Eve say, "Thank you." Eve told Nana she didn't need to do these things anymore, because people who are kind to him are either up to no good or perverts. After drinking it, Eve complained that it was bitter. Nana thought, luckily Helen had tested it and helped her adjust the recipe. Then she demanded Eve stop eating that powder and ruining his health. Only then could Eve play the role of a chaebol boss properly until her paycheck arrived. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Hearing that his father wanted to see him, Eve's face instantly darkened. But when his father's subordinates entered, Eve put on a playful smile and said he'd be right there. The contrast was so creepy it gave Nana goosebumps. Before leaving, Eve whispered to Nana to lock the door and not go out. With nothing to do, Nana looked for a book on the shelf. A book titled The Origin of Tragedy caught her eye. She thought it was a romance novel. After finding out it wasn't, she boredly skimmed the first few pages. Eve's sudden approach made Nana scream. After a brief apology, Eve pulled Nana into a hug. Though the action was sudden, she didn't resist. She knew that at this moment, Eve's heart was a mix of pain and sorrow. The next moment, he pushed Nana away. The expression on his face returned to normal. He went back to work at his desk as if nothing had happened. Nana suddenly noticed. Eve's hands were covered in scars. Seeing Eve trying to continue working even while trembling with pain, Nana felt the cruelty of the merchant group's boss for the first time. Over the next few days, Eve's attitude toward Nana changed. Since the day he was injured, whenever he saw Nana, he would excitedly approach her, or lean on Nana for comfort. To be honest, if it were the crown prince, he would have lost his temper long ago, but since it was Eve, Nana didn't mind too much, because the usually cold and cruel Eve, becoming like this, was enough to show the exhaustion deep in his heart. Eve's expression was sometimes murderous, and sometimes like a child's. Nana convinced herself that this stemmed from Eve's trust. However, what gave Nana a headache was, whenever Eve felt anxious, he would do weird things to release his emotions. This time, he stroked Nana's hair like it was dog fur, even arguing that he was complimenting how fluffy her hair was. Seeing Eve pushing his luck more and more, Nana finally lost her patience. And here she was, always worrying about him. A flicker of disappointment flashed across Eve's face. He told Nana that after one more undercover mission, it would all be over. Eve asked Nana to turn into a 10-year-old no one would recognize. She took out the magic stone Eve gave her. The magic power inside was strong, yet felt familiar to Nana, just like the earrings Cory gave her. Recalling Cory saying he had infused them with magic, Nana became certain this magic stone was Cory's work. As the magic stone activated its power, Nana's transformation gradually finished. Opening her eyes, she realized she had turned into her childhood self from her past life. Looking in the mirror, Nana was quite emotional, because this was before her parents passed away, the happiest time of her life. Once she was on the street, Nana remembered what she had forgotten. Today was the day she was supposed to go to the food street with Cory and the crown prince. Since she ran into them, Nana decided to notify them, so she ran over and asked if they were waiting for Nana. She lied and said her name was Ian, and that she worked under Nana. She said, "Big sister, couldn't come today because she was busy." The crown prince stared at Nana, his face full of suspicion. Nana broke into a cold sweat at his look. Then the crown prince issued a warning. "If Nana is mistreating a child, be sure to tell me." Cory picked up the crown prince, and told him to stop talking nonsense. After the crown prince left in a huff, Cory patted Nana's head. He told her not to do anything dangerous. "Be careful on the road, Ian. If you ever want to play, feel free to contact me." Nana realized then that Cory had recognized her. She figured it might be because of that magic stone. Then she hurried to the meeting place with Eve. However, as soon as she arrived, someone blocked her path. The person grabbed Nana's collar and asked if she was the one they were waiting for. Nana panicked instantly. Had Eve's plan been exposed? Nana had a sudden idea. She acted pitiful to try and get away. "I'm just out running errands for my dad. If I'm late, my dad will scold me." The person let go promptly. It really wasn't Nana. "I thought it was that long-haired girl who likes making healthy juice." Nana then realized the person was Eve. Furious, she really wanted to punch him. When he learned Nana had unconsciously turned into this form, Eve fell into deep thought. To successfully transform like this, it can only mean that this person is extremely important to you. The reflection in the water held Nana's beautiful wishes from her past life. Finally, she smiled and told Eve, even though they are no longer here, but he was indeed his most important person. The final battle between Eve and the merchant group boss has finally begun. The moment Nana's life was in danger, regardless of the curse brought by the tattoo, he resolutely ended his father's life. Not long ago, Nana and Eve intercepted a merchant group's carriage. According to intelligence, secret documents of the merchant group were hidden on the carriage, but after searching around, they found nothing. The documents contained records of the group's investment in the slave trade union. One must know that the empire is a land of etiquette that strongly resists slave trafficking. Nana didn't understand why the merchant group would take such a risk. Hearing this, Eve suddenly smiled harmlessly. It was the company he founded that induced the boss to invest in the slave market. He just didn't expect the other party to become suspicious so quickly. "Has your plan been discovered?" Eve told Nana not to worry. The other party had only transferred the information. They didn't suspect him. Even the beating last time was just to vent anger. After saying that, Eve's face darkened. The boss must have distrusted others, and taken it himself. Learning that Nana had never seen a dead person, Eve took out a hairpin. He told Nana to go back to the carriage. These staff members will eventually be tortured to death. I have to let them die more comfortably. Eve's words felt incredibly foreign to Nana. She clearly realized that she and Eve were not the same kind of people. Perhaps the world Eve lives in is just this cruel. Nana covered her ears, trying her best not to hear the screams outside. Then the two successfully reached the boss's villa by carriage. Nana felt something was wrong. Even if they were in the group's carriage, they shouldn't have been let in so easily as two children. Eve didn't offer much explanation. He chuckled and said she would know the answer soon. Along the way, Eve led Nana forward as if he knew everything. What puzzled Nana was that he never mentioned what was in these places. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the basement. Eve told Nana that there was a lot of hidden filth down there. There's still a chance to back out. The serious expression on his face showed he truly cared for Nana. However, Nana pretended not to care and urged him to take them deeper. The air became gloomy. Nana suddenly felt like she was heading into a dungeon to kill a boss. Hearing a strange noise, Nana turned her head. The scene before her shocked her. A group of seriously injured children were locked in cages like livestock. Some of them didn't even look 10 years old. Facing Nana's confusion, Eve fell into silence. After reconsidering, he hesitantly spoke. This is the real headquarters of the Luna Merchant Group, and these children are reserve members from all over the country. They need to pass a test to become official. Calling it a test, it was actually just to satisfy the boss's perverted desires. They had to kill each other to survive. Until only 3 children remained. Eve had been sent here since birth. At that time, the boss would force-feed him poison at every turn. That's why he became unable to eat anything. Before Eve could finish, Nana covered his mouth. Nana was angry. He spoke as if it were nothing. In fact, he was worried that Nana would fear him, so he explained in such an indifferent tone. After all, no matter what, he was one of the few who survived to the end. The blood on his hands was already countless. Although Eve was telling the truth, Nana didn't want to blame all the faults on him. She couldn't stand the act of intentionally forcing a son to become a demon. At this moment, Nana finally understood the hatred in Eve's heart, and vowed to help him seek justice personally. Eve lightly curled his lips. Nana's righteous words actually made him feel apologetic. Because something atrocious might happen in the room ahead, he suddenly regretted bringing Nana this deep. Looking at Eve's serious expression, Nana didn't want to become a stumbling block. She asked Eve for a pair of glasses, and cast magic on them. Now, whenever a bloody scene occurred, the glasses would automatically replace it with a cute scene. Before entering, Eve said he would draw attention, while Nana used magic to find the documents. As soon as they entered, the boss took them for new candidates. But he hadn't recruited recently. Were they introduced? Eve immediately played along with the guest to explain. Someone mentioned there's a job here with room and board, and a monthly salary over 10,000. Taking this chance, Nana used magic to locate the documents. By the time she found them, a loud bang suddenly caught her attention. The boss was kicking Eve repeatedly. Despite this, Eve still told Nana to find the documents first. But just as she was about to open the drawer, the boss's gaze locked onto Nana. Nana turned her head nervously. The scene before her almost made her laugh. Unexpectedly, the glasses had replaced the boss with a chubby teddy bear. Nana breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing Nana's unique black hair, the teddy bear actually held a magic wand and threatened to turn her into a specimen. As for that noisy kid, he's useless. He raised the magic wand and smashed it towards Eve. At the critical moment, Nana kicked the teddy bear's face. The massive impact instantly knocked the teddy bear down, but he soon stood up again. Now the boss realized Nana was no ordinary child. Getting serious, he emitted a strong sense of pressure. The magic wand swung down heavily. Nana quickly pulled out her sword to block. Even though Nana practiced hard at the academy, she was ultimately no match for someone who lives by the sword. The moment Nana was sent flying by the boss, Eve became terrified. He begged the boss to spare Nana's life. However, his pleading only fueled the boss's perversion. He threatened to dismember Nana in front of Eve. Invisible rage forced Eve to clench his fists, but Nana shouted at him not to come over. She tremblingly propped herself up with the sword, prepared to take the boss's next round of attacks. She knew hurting the boss might put Eve's life in danger. Nana calmly used magic to find the enemy's weakness. Unexpectedly, the other party was covered in defensive magic items. Nana had only one used magic stone. To extract as much mana as possible, Nana crushed it with her teeth. Instantly, granular magic power surrounded Nana. While Nana was in a life-and-death struggle with the boss, Eve, on the side, fell into painful memories. Because of his father's perverted tests, some betrayed him and swung their blades, while others surrendered and begged for mercy. But his impression of all these people combined didn't compare to one person. That was the first friend he made in hell. He traded his life for Eve's hope of survival. Now, Nana's last bit of magic was about to run out. The Merchant Guild leader's large hand gripped her tightly, leaving her unable to move. Just as Nana was in despair, the sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out repeatedly. Her glasses falling off allowed Nina to see the truth. It was Eve attacking from behind with a hairpin. This was the first time Nina saw anger on Eve's face. Now, she had returned to her original form. The tears in her eyes seemed like joy for avenging her friend. As Eve pulled out the hairpin, the guild leader finally collapsed and stopped breathing. Nana couldn't help but step back as she looked at the body. Eve smiled, put the glasses back on Nana, and told her to leave with her. Nana's face was full of confusion. She knew how long Eve had planned this revenge. How could she end it so abruptly just for her? Eve smiled slightly upon hearing that. If you were to die, what would be the point of successful revenge? Then, her strength failed, and she collapsed onto Nana. Because she attacked the leader, the toxins in her body began to spread uncontrollably. Nana urgently asked for the location of the antidote, but Eve playfully made a request instead. The mission is over, come play with me. If you don't agree, I won't tell you. Nana was absolutely furious, but she had no choice but to agree. Unexpectedly, after Eve said there was no antidote, she fainted immediately. Just as Nana was at a loss, the door was suddenly kicked in. A white-haired, purple-eyed boy appeared at the door, complaining about Eve's stupidity. To protect Nana, Eve abandoned her years-long revenge plan. She killed her own father. The act of harming her father caused the toxins in her to spread rapidly. Upon learning there was no antidote, Nana kept calling out, trying to wake Eve up. Then, a third person's voice rang out in the room. If you were going to kill him, why didn't you do it sooner? How foolish. Looking toward the voice, a white-haired, purple-eyed boy appeared, complaining about what a nuisance Eve was, making him travel all this way for her. Then he slapped Eve awake. They seemed to be close. Nana decided to bear with it for now, but she felt she had seen him somewhere before. Eve struggled to turn over, and apologized for using up the antidote. Her pitiful words only earned a sneer from him. In that case, just die then. Nana was stunned by his words. She wondered if she should just let this madman be. By then, Eve was in too much pain to joke. From her plea, Nana learned the white-haired boy's identity. It was Swahadan, whom she had met as a child. Swahadan let out a long sigh. What's the point of living anyway? Swahadan had been saying that since he was little. What surprised Nana was, as a child, he barely spoke, and always gave everyone the cold shoulder. Now, he had unexpectedly become so talkative. The only thing unchanged was his arrogance, and his angelic, breathtakingly beautiful face. As Swahadan released magic from his palm, the toxins in Eve's body were quickly neutralized. In this world, there are three types of magic: dark, common, and holy. Swahadan and his father, Duke Blanche, are famous for holy magic. His angelic looks and magical aura made him seem like a protagonist, which made Nana a bit jealous. By then, Eve had recovered, and climbed up from the ground. Swahadan asked if Eve remembered what he wanted. They seemed to have reached some sort of agreement. Moreover, Swahadan seemed to know about Eve's secrets. He looked at the guild leader's corpse. He remarked that for such a disgusting person, dying was a good outcome, but sending him to hell like this is a waste. Should I preserve him and give him to some pervert for fun? Since his inheritance of the dukedom went smoothly, he told Eve that he would be enrolling early. But don't talk to me at school, it would be annoying. One last thing, I provoked the guards on my way in, so you'd better run while you can. With that, Swahadan prepared to leave. Before he left, he stopped, and turned his gaze toward Nana. The moment he saw Nana clearly, a flash of shock crossed his eyes. A moment later, his arrogant demeanor returned. He gave Nana a contemptuous look. After Swahadan left, the sound of guards reminded them to take the documents and flee. Meanwhile, Swahadan looked back at the villa with concern. He didn't understand why that girl was in a place like this. A few days later, news of the guild leader's death spread everywhere. His dirty deeds became the talk of the town. Nana felt like the walking dead, staying in bed for several days. The ordeal had left her physically and mentally exhausted, but Eve was full of energy. She not only took down the Luna Asha Guild, but also moved massive funds to start her own company. A maid's voice snapped Nana out of her daze. Learning that school was starting soon, Nana decided she had to go out. Since she had made so much money, she had to enjoy herself to the fullest. Over the next few days, she went shopping with Hyas, ate cake with Cory, and visited the food street with Prince Hyacinth. Aside from her annoying brother, Hestia, Nana made vacation memories with everyone. Now, only her promise to Eve remained. She had promised that once everything was over, they would hang out together. As soon as Nana opened Eve's office, Eve excitedly lunged at her with open arms. Startled, she immediately closed the door. A disappointed Eve promised not to hug Nana. Afterward, the two shared a simple meal. While Eve ate salad and discussed her grand plans, Nina couldn't help but watch her. This was the first time Nina saw her eat normal food since the guild leader's death. She seemed to have finally found freedom. The shackles on her soul were finally gone, and the tattoos on her body had lost their power. This regained sense of freedom piqued his interest in food. However, his appetite hadn't improved, so Nana had to deal with the leftovers. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Nana devoured them in large mouthfuls. While she was feasting, Eve requested a hug again. Unable to hold it in, Nana spat out all her juice. She reminded Eve that she only agreed to the act of playing hugs together, and he should find someone else. Hearing this, Eve's face was full of regret. He expressed that he only wanted to hug Nana, because you look like a soft little puppy. Nana had had enough of his nonsense. Then go raise one. Unexpectedly, Eve actually intended to do just that. He wanted to find a dog, and name it Nana. Nana immediately warned him to drop that ridiculous idea. Besides, why on earth should she accept Eve's hugs? What if it prevented her from finding a partner? Eve shook his head righteously, telling her not to fall in love. Suppressing her anger, Nana asked him why. Why is it that once a noble lady gets married, she can no longer move about freely? This will cause your talents to be bound, and unable to be displayed. Hearing the explanation, Nana's emotions softened slightly, but she didn't think marriage could stump someone as talented as her. As soon as she finished speaking, Eve slammed the table and stood up. In that case, find someone decent. Their strength must at least rival a divine dragon, to get my approval. Eve's unreasonable behavior left Nana speechless, so she said her goodbyes and fled. Nana felt that the way Eve was being difficult now was just like Hyacinth, although a bit annoying. Fortunately, she had returned to normal life. Everything returning to peace also made Nana feel at ease. Suddenly, Cory called Nana, inviting her to watch fireworks that night. Since the incident with Eve, Nana's attitude toward life had changed. Perhaps having realized the horror of death, she was determined to enjoy a pleasant student life with her friends. After all, no one can be sure what the future holds. Even if she planned everything step by step, an unexpected accident would make it all for naught. The four of them flew into the sky on Cory's magic carpet. The fireworks blossomed brilliantly right before their eyes. Nana prayed in her heart, hoping that before she is ready, everything in the future would be as peaceful as it is now. Nana's academy life finally entered its second semester. Much to her surprise, after just a 6-month break, not only the Crown Prince and Cory, but even Hess had grown quite a bit taller. Only Nana remained like a tiny bean, with no change at all. Looking at the two tall and upright figures in front of her, Nana felt like crying but had no tears. After returning to the dorm and unpacking, Nana caught sight of herself in the mirror. She rubbed her flat chest back and forth in disbelief, trying to find signs of a second growth spurt. She usually eats quite a lot, so why isn't she growing taller? It made Hess look like an older sister beside her. She remembered Cory being the same height as her, but now he's already a head taller, and the Crown Prince even has to look down to talk to her. Thinking about having 5 towering friends while being a tiny tot, Nana felt immense pressure. Clearly, everyone was about the same height last semester. Nana even suspected they were deliberately hiding the secret to growing taller. Her roommate, Hazel, returned to the dorm. As soon as she saw Nana, she pounced on her excitedly. After greeting her, Hazel complained that Nana didn't visit her during the break. School starts busy anyway, and you're nowhere to be seen. Nana, you're still researching club activities, practicing swordsmanship until late at night every day. So Hazel demanded that Nana visit her classroom during breaks. After getting a promise, Hazel finally let Nana go. Later, Nana asked Corey how to grow taller. After thinking for a while, he thought it might be related to eating vegetables. Nana was speechless. There's no way she eats fewer vegetables than Corey. If height were proportional to vegetables, she would be tall enough to touch the ceiling. This left Corey unable to find an answer for a moment. After all, he just did the same as usual during the break, except for eating vegetables. He comforted Nana, saying it might just be different growth periods. Actually, Nana had asked others this question too. Hazel suggested Nana drink more milk. The Crown Prince, that dimwit, still spoke nonsense. He even felt that he hadn't grown taller over the break, but rather that Nana had become shorter. As for Hess, she was the same as always. Regardless of Nana being tall, short, fat, or thin, she thought Nana was perfect. Based on their comments, Nana suspected genetic factors. She called Hyacinth, but he wouldn't tell her. He jokingly told Nana to find him in the upperclassmen's building. Since Carol and Hyacinth had also grown taller, Nana didn't think it was a genetic issue, but she was really curious about what answer Hyacinth would give. While Nana was hesitating whether to go to the upperclassmen's building, Corey retracted his magic and landed on the ground. He measured Nana's head with his hand. Looking at it this way, you really are a bit short. As soon as he finished speaking, Nana hit Corey into the ceiling with a rising dragon strike. A moment later, Corey fell heavily to the ground. The sound of the bell for the end of class rang at the same time. Then Nana unceremoniously took Corey's blanket. To avoid being spotted by acquaintances, Nana wrapped herself completely in the blanket. Her only thought was to find Hyacinth as soon as possible, and ask for the way to grow taller. Unexpectedly, her mission met an early setback. She was caught by the passing Hazel. Excitedly, Hazel immediately introduced her cute roommate to her friends. Nana was held and rubbed like a doll by them. Learning that Nana was looking for Hyacinth, Hazel was about to take her there, but an uninvited guest interrupted her. It was Evenis. While greeting Nana, he took over the task of finding Hyacinth. Little did he know, Nana hid her identity just because she didn't want to see him. Before she could agree, Hazel and her friends took their leave. Seeing Eve approaching step by step, Nana threatened him with a cold face not to mention hugging. But Eve was far more persistent than Nana thought. He gently caressed Nana's cheek. Make her forget about Helen. The one standing here now is also your brother. Then leaning closer to him, promising not to tell anyone about this. Strands of falling hair inadvertently stirred Nana's heart. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Helen saw Eve getting touchy with his sister, clenching his fists in anger. Unsurprisingly, Eve didn't take Helen seriously at all. She smiled and said she was more suitable to be Nana's brother, and asked Helen how much money he wanted to sell him the rights of being a brother. Because what Nana needs now is a handsome brother. Besides, my blonde hair makes me look more like Nana's sibling. While the two were arguing, Nana tiptoed away from the scene of the conflict. At this time, Eve proudly boasted about having a couple's tattoo with Nana. Nana panicked instantly. How could this lunatic use a contract tattoo as bargaining chip in an argument? The moment Eve said the tattoo was on the butt, Nana and Helen both froze on the spot. Without giving Nana a chance to explain, Helen's frenzied look made Nana swear she'd never step into the senior section again. At night, Eve used an image orb to enjoy Nana's dancing at the bar that day. No matter how many times she watched, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although it was funny, but this was only a small part of the beautiful memories with Nana. Thinking carefully about it, every day spent with Nana was very happy, whether it was her thoughtfully making vegetable juice, or forcing her to eat the chicken balls she disliked, or the worry on her face when she was poisoned and injured. These scenes were inseparable from Eve's heart. After much thought, a dangerous idea occurred to Eve. He should have used forceful means to keep Nana by his side forever. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Eve opened the door. The stacks of luggage in front of him made him a bit confused. It turned out a roommate was moving in. Hearing that the other person's name was Swan Eve, her face immediately darkened. The next day, the news that Nana wanted to grow taller spread throughout the school. Since then, Nana's desk was piled with milk every day. During class breaks, classmates would kindly pull Nana to help her grow. Even the cafeteria lady gave Nana an extra side dish. Although this was the first time Nana received so many blessings, but she felt more embarrassed than anything. On the way, Nana complained about the Crown Prince's big mouth, for making this matter known to everyone. Hess comforted Nana, saying there was no need to grow taller. I heard that short girls are more likely to evoke a boy's desire to protect them. Nana only took Hess's words as a compliment. Now, except for her, everyone was maturing. Besides, she believed her current appearance didn't fit with romance at all. However, Nana still claimed that one should focus on studying during school. Looking at Hess, who was becoming more and more handsome, Nana felt conflicted. Which male lead should she set Hess up with? Hess noticed the distress on Nana's face, thinking she was still troubled by the height issue. So he took Nana's hand and spun her around, trying to make her happy, but accidentally collided with someone ahead. Nana hurried to help Hess up, hearing the other person curse. Hess apologized. However, when they saw the person's face clearly, both Nana and Hess were a bit surprised. The person had white hair and purple eyes. It was clearly Swan, whom Nana had met at the villa recently. At the same time, Swan also noticed Nana and Hess. He immediately showed a bright smile and greeted Hess. Hess gave a cold in response. Then the two of them, without looking back, left in their own directions. Nana was stunned. Why didn't Swan greet her? Swan, the fourth male lead of the original story, finally arrived at the academy, but he only greeted Hess, ignoring Nana, who was right there. During swordsmanship class, Nana followed the Crown Prince's height growth training, balancing a branch on her head. During this time, she vented all her frustration towards Swan. Clearly, all three of them were childhood friends. Why did he only remember Hess? A few minutes later, Nana calmed down. In novels, it's normal for the male lead to recognize the female lead at a glance, and she was just a supporting character. Besides, Swan has a bad personality in the book. It's actually a good thing not to be involved with him. Suddenly, a sword interrupted her thoughts. The Crown Prince accused Nana of being distracted, and not taking the training seriously. Nana pointed at the branch on her head and argued back. She didn't think this training method helped with growing taller at all. She told the Crown Prince to try training for 6 months first. If it works, she would continue. The Crown Prince got angry immediately. He was already so tall. Why would he need to waste this effort? Besides, he designed this training method to improve skills. Just then, the teacher's shout interrupted their argument. He announced that from today on, a new student would join the swordsmanship major. The moment he heard that, the Crown Prince couldn't stop trembling all over. His reaction made Nana curious. However, the moment she saw Swan, Nana was also a bit surprised. Just as the teacher introduced, Swan was from the Duke Blanche family, famous for holy magic. Everyone couldn't understand why the Blanche family, who studied healing magic for generations, would have someone specifically come to study swordsmanship. But compared to that, more people were surprised by Swan's beauty. At this time, the Crown Prince beside Nana had vanished. After looking around, she found him hiding behind a tree. The Crown Prince was anxiously biting his fingers, muttering about why Swan had to come here. Nana wondered why the Crown Prince was afraid of him. Facing Nana's questioning, the Crown Prince explained that he just didn't get along with Swan, because his swordsmanship was very repulsive. He just slashes randomly as soon as he strikes. There was no technique at all. When they were young, several of the Crown Prince's clothes were sliced by Swan. So now, the Crown Prince definitely wanted nothing to do with Swan. Although Nana felt the same way, she still felt the Crown Prince's reaction was too extreme. Just then, Swan ran over. He greeted the Crown Prince while dragging his sword. "You're not hiding from me, are you? This really breaks my heart. I was so happy when I saw you." Before he could continue, the Crown Prince made an excuse to slip away. Seeing this, Swan looked past him. Nana followed closely behind. His actions made Nana feel repulsed. Even if he didn't remember, he shouldn't have ignored her completely. Later, whenever Nana was with Hyacinth, she could always see Swan Hayden, whether it was during class in the classroom, or eating snacks outside during lunch break. Thus, Nana concluded that Swan was in love with Hyacinth. After all, he was peeping around Hyacinth every day. At the same time, Nana noticed that he was indeed ignoring her. Even though he often came looking for Hyacinth, he never looked her in the eye. If you want to pursue a girl, shouldn't you get on good terms with her best friend? Carrying some resentment, Nana went to her swordsmanship class. As soon as she arrived, she saw the traffic light trio angrily chasing Swan. All three of their uniforms had been poked with holes by Swan. It turned out the red-haired guy planned to confess to a girl after class. And the trio was always inseparable, so Swan took it upon himself to create pure love battle suits for the three of them. Seeing the hearts on their chests, Nana could barely hold back her laughter. But this also confirmed Swan's terrible personality. Meanwhile, Swan found the teacher to ask for help. Looking pitiful, he clung to the teacher's arm, complaining that the trio was bullying him. The teacher fell for it, scolding the three for their lack of maturity in bullying a freshman who had just arrived a few days ago. While the teacher took the three away for a lecture, Nana realized that only she and Swan were left on the field. She glared at him, thinking, "Let's see how you ignore me now." The moment Swan and Nana locked eyes, the sinister smile on his face instantly vanished. It was replaced by embarrassment and hesitation. He grit his teeth and muttered, "Damn it," then immediately turned and fled from the swordsmanship class. Watching Swan's retreating back, Nana suspected he wasn't ignoring her, but simply hated her. For the next few days, Nana didn't see Swan anywhere. She became more certain of her suspicion. At this time, Hyacinth suggested they go to the store together. While buying drinks, Nana had always wanted to matchmake Hyacinth with a certain male lead. Thinking about Swan's obsession with Hyacinth, Nana was curious about what Hyacinth thought. However, the moment she mentioned the name Swan, Hyacinth's expression suddenly stiffened. "Why are you asking that, Nana? Do you like Swan Hayden?" Hyacinth's counter-question was unexpected. She explained that Swan might like him. Upon hearing this, Hyacinth frowned in disgust. After learning that Swan watched him every day, he fell into deep thought. Finally, Hyacinth solemnly told Nana that anyone else was fine, but Swan Hayden was absolutely out of the question. Back in the classroom, Hyacinth returned to his usual self. He would still greet Nana with a smile when he saw her, completely different from the cold Hyacinth just a moment ago. This was the first time Nana felt Hyacinth seemed like a stranger. No matter how much she pressed for a reason, Hyacinth refused to say. Feeling discouraged, she decided to go next door to find Cory and the Crown Prince, and maybe get some snacks from Cory. However, Nana froze as soon as she reached the classroom. For some reason, Swan was there again, bickering with the Crown Prince. Swan was ordering the Crown Prince to give his things back, while using magic to control countless paper cranes. With a wave of his hand, the cranes attacked the Crown Prince. Finally, they stuck straight into the blackboard behind the prince. The terrified Crown Prince was hit square on by Swan. Cory, standing aside, advised him to return the recording. After saying that, he noticed Nana in the perfect viewing spot. Cory greeted Nana. Hearing this, Swan and the Crown Prince both fell to the floor. Nana and Cory were both speechless. They decided to leave the chaotic classroom. Afterward, Nana happily started eating snacks. She felt that Cory was the best. He could tell at a glance that she wanted something sweet. It turned out that when they left the classroom, Cory gestured for Nana to put her hand in his pocket. He had specially reserved a space inside his pocket. The magic led directly to Cory's snack warehouse. And Cory said that as long as Nana wanted to eat, he would have it ready anytime, anywhere. Because Cory gave her so much, Nana even skipped lunch. Passing by a bench, she found someone had arrived even earlier than her. Several expensive magic items were lying nearby. Nana immediately concluded it must be the wealthy Crown Prince. The build seemed to match as well. Nana stepped forward to wake him up, but no matter how she called, there was no response. So she simply pulled back the coat covering him. To her surprise, the person sleeping there was Swan. Seeing his face turn visibly pale, Nana panicked for a moment. Before she could apologize or explain, Swan snatched back the coat, and covered his face again. Nana felt this attitude was reasonable, since Swan hated her anyway, but Nana still sincerely said sorry to Swan. Right after she spoke, Swan suddenly sat up. Covering his face, he stumbled away. He ended up tripping over a rock and falling to the ground. Nana suddenly felt he was a bit pitiful, suffering all this just because he hated her. Thinking Swan probably hadn't eaten yet, she left a sandwich nearby. Before Nana could walk away, Swan furiously kicked the rock on the ground. Nana took this as a sign of Swan's hatred for her, and quickly left the scene. That night, Hyacinth helped Nana with her stretching exercises. She believed that as long as she kept exercising, combined with the medicine Eve gave her, she would definitely grow taller soon. But Hyacinth suggested Nana stop for the day. Because the lights on the second floor were still on, she didn't want to be seen while stretching. So Nana told him to rest aside for a bit. She worked harder on the difficult poses that Hyacinth couldn't do. Suddenly, Hyacinth asked if Swan had said anything. In her panic, Nana lost her balance. With a crack, she sprained her ankle. The intense pain made it impossible for Nana to stand. Just as Hyacinth was about to find help, a figure quickly jumped down from the second floor. Wrapped in a coat, a faint blush could be seen on their face. Nana found it bizarre. She recognized at a glance that this person was Swan. It turns out our Nana is the true heartthrob. She didn't just capture the hearts of the male leads. She even made the female and male leads become rivals for her love. Not long ago, Nana accidentally sprained her ankle while stretching. He was so badly injured that he couldn't even stand. Just as Hess was at his wit's end, a figure leaped down from the second floor. Although the person's head was wrapped in clothes, that outstanding aura allowed Nana to recognize him instantly. At the same time, a naked man ran out from the second floor. He shouted for Swan to return his clothes. Thus, Nana confirmed her suspicion. She just couldn't understand Swan's purpose for coming. By now, Hess had already guessed Swan's intention. He told Nana to wait there, while he went to get the first aid kit. After Hess left, Swan still had no intention of leaving. After hesitating for a long time, Swan finally spoke, "Give me your foot." Nana was stunned upon hearing this. Then Swan pointed to Nana's injury. "It's a sprained ankle. I'll treat you." Nana immediately refused Swan's kindness, but she felt increasingly strange. Could this guy have jumped off the building just to treat her? But she quickly told herself not to overthink. After all, he hated her, to the point of not even wanting to look at her. While Nana was brainstorming, ignoring Nana's refusal, Swan reached out in front of her. Instantly, holy magic burst from his palm. Nana was amazed by Swan's healing magic. It didn't just heal her injured ankle, it also wiped away the exhaustion after a day of training. The magic seemed to flow through her entire body, right down to her heart. Before Nana could fully enjoy it, Swan stopped the magic. Then, he unwrapped the bandage from his arm in front of Nana, and carefully tied it around her injured area. After finishing this, he rummaged through his pockets. He handed several bottles to Nana, brooking no refusal. Taking a closer look, they were all top-grade healing potions. Swan simply said, "Be careful in the future," and turned to leave. Nana was stunned by his actions. She couldn't understand why Swan was acting this way. Just then, Hess returned with the first aid kit. The two of them passed like strangers without a word. Only when they crossed paths, did Hess say coldly, "You're really putting on an act." Not to be outdone, Swan shot back, "I should be saying that to you." At this moment, Nana was completely unaware of the conflict between them. She placed the 5 bottles of potion neatly on the table. Her eyes were fixed on the potions, trying to see through Swan's intentions. She had originally thought Swan hated her, but based on his recent behavior, that wasn't the case. After thinking for a while, she thought it might be a new type of prank. Swan must have left the potions for her on purpose, only to extort her for 10 times the price later. Of course, Nana knew her idea was a bit far-fetched, so she planned to ask for others' opinions tomorrow. The first person she consulted was the Crown Prince. He also felt Swan had been acting strange lately. Although Swan usually enjoyed bullying others, lately, he had been smiling a lot. Nana didn't understand what was strange about smiling. The Crown Prince pointed behind him. He explained that Swan didn't used to smile much. Torturing others while smiling like that is even more terrifying. As he spoke, the Crown Prince leaned in. He warned Nana to be careful. He heard Swan was gathering information about her everywhere. But when Nana asked for Corey's opinion, he told her there was no need to worry. While Corey was braiding Nana's hair, he considered his wording. He thought what Swan was doing was very similar to himself. Nana didn't understand what Corey meant at all. She hoped he would explain more clearly. Hearing this, Corey slightly curled his lips. He didn't answer Nana's question. Instead, he changed the subject. He complimented Nana on how beautiful she was. Nana picked up the mirror. She found that Corey's hair braiding skills were getting better and better. Before leaving, Corey also advised Nana to be careful at all times. After all, Swan was indeed not a kind person. Next, Nana went to ask Eve. Eve put on a sour face. She ordered Nana to stay away from Swan. Nana was speechless. She hadn't even thought about getting close to him. Hearing this, Eve breathed a sigh of relief. She patted Nana's head. She warned that Swan was a dangerous person. If he comes to talk to you, you must tell me. Eve's expression became serious. She explained that Swan's behavior had been too suspicious lately. Having known him for so many years, this was the first time she felt Swan was a stranger. The firm warning made Nana nervous too. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, while Eve was in the middle of bad-mouthing him, she was caught red-handed by Swan. Though Swan was wearing a cute sheep eye mask, his words were unusually menacing. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll send you to a nursing home early. Then, he grabbed Eve by the neck and took her aside for some quiet time. Watching Eve being dragged away, Nana could only pray she would come back alive. Combining the testimonies of the three references, although Swan had helped Nana once, Nana didn't think it was enough to change her opinion of him. Moreover, Nana was certain that Swan didn't like her. She had to avoid him as much as possible in the future. But things don't always go as planned. Although the second semester's practical exam was still a monster hunt, neither Cory nor the Crown Prince could participate this time. Facing Nana's question, the Crown Prince explained his strength was too outstanding. He was invited to an elite swordsmanship exam hosted by the Empire, while Cory was called to repair the school's magical equipment. The Crown Prince patted Nana's head. He said he also wanted to take the exam together. Unfortunately, Nana wasn't on the same level as him. Nana was furious at the Crown Prince's provocation. Little did she know, her usual practice of using high-level monsters to bully him had actually caused his strength to improve daily. Later, both Cory and the Crown Prince hoped Nana would team up with Swan. Nana could see the worry in their eyes. She agreed to try inviting Swan, but in her heart, she felt Swan would never agree to team up. Soon, the practical exam officially began. Everyone formed groups to deal with the monsters. But Nana was all alone. With a sharp swing of Nana's sword, a high-level monster fell to the ground. Obtaining the monster's core meant Nana's score for this exam wouldn't be too bad. She put the mana core in her pocket, feeling that the Crown Prince and Cory had underestimated her. Afterwards, Nana crouched on the ground to ease the pain. She had been having some abdominal pain these past few days because of her period. To make matters worse, she also had a cold. Her body felt freezing. So Nana prepared to rest right where she was, and wait for the exam to end. Suddenly, a scream caught her attention. Following the sound, Nana found 3 people surrounded by monsters. These 3 girls were rookies who just joined the swordsmanship department this year. Although Nana grumbled about why rookies were taking the monster exam, she still resolutely drew her sword and charged at the monsters. Because she was sick, Nana concentrated her mana as much as possible to ensure a one-hit kill. Soon, the monsters were all cleared out by Nana. The 3 girls instantly turned into fangirls and swarmed Nana. Facing their enthusiasm, Nana was a bit at a loss. Since Nana wasn't in good condition, she didn't have time to check her surroundings. Unknowingly, she had backed up to the edge of the cliff. Finally, she stepped into thin air, and accidentally fell. In desperation, Nana tried to use levitation magic. However, her mana was already exhausted. In her moment of despair, Nana regretted not teaming up with Sivan. After some time, Nana's consciousness gradually returned. She wondered why she didn't feel any pain. Only the sound of heavy breathing echoed in her ears. Finally, Nana was woken up. She instinctively thought she was in heaven. After all, the person in front of her was as dazzling as an angel. But seeing the anxious and trembling expression on the angel's face, Nana suddenly snapped out of it. It turned out the angel was Sivan. But why was she looking at her with such distressed and worried eyes? It turns out the cold-looking Sivan had always cared for Nana in secret. That's why she was able to arrive immediately and treat Nana's injuries when she fell. Today is the day of the Academy's unified exams. Many students were envious that the swordsmanship and magic departments didn't have to take written exams. Little did they know that the practical tests are life-threatening at any moment. With Sivan's treatment and support, Nana could barely move on her own. Looking at the steep cliff, Nana didn't know the way back, so she could only pin her hopes on Sivan. Hearing Nana's question, Sivan sighed. She told Nana to follow her, then turned and walked away on her own. Nana didn't understand what her fickle attitude meant. She clearly looked so worried when she saved her just now. If she hated her, why did she keep helping her over and over again? After walking for a few minutes, Nana's body could no longer hold up. She felt pain all over her body. Nana's abnormality raised Sivan's suspicion. Are you not feeling well? Nana still stubbornly insisted she was fine. She didn't want to accept any more help from Sivan. But Sivan clearly realized her stubbornness. She stepped quickly toward Nana. Her handsome face was pressed right against Nana's. Still saying you're fine. You look terrible. Saying that, she placed her hand on Nana's forehead to check her temperature. She found that Nana had a fever. How are you going to get back like this? The next moment, Sivan urged in a worried voice. Silly girl, you should tell me if you're hurting. Nana couldn't tell for a moment if this was flirting or the fever. Perhaps her heart really did race because of Sivan's gentle tone, but she wanted to know Sivan's thoughts even more. So Nana grabbed Sivan's sleeve, and asked the question on her mind. Do you remember me? We must have met a few times when we were little. Hearing this question, Sivan was startled. Guilt seemed to flash in her eyes. After thinking for a while, she finally replied. We used to play together a lot when we were little. Now it was Nana's turn to be surprised. In her memory, Sivan was someone who had always ignored her. Even when she tried to start a conversation, she never gave her a chance. But such a person said they used to play well together. Then Sivan turned and told Nana to stop using honorifics with her. It made her feel awkward. After saying that, she muttered if she sounded too harsh. From this behavior, Nana believed she wasn't lying, and Nana imagined a scene without honorifics. It didn't feel out of place at all, just like how she used to talk to Sivan back then. Since that's the case, Nana decided to press further. She was more curious about this than their childhood relationship. Why do you always avoid me, Sivan? Hearing this, Sivan frantically looked away. In the end, she just turned and walked away. But the more she acted like this, the more Nana felt she was being avoided. She asked if she had done something to make Sivan hate her. Sivan immediately turned back and denied it. Unexpectedly, Nana lost her balance due to dizziness. At the critical moment, Sivan caught her just in time. Just like that, Nana fell into Sivan's arms. At this moment, Sivan could no longer maintain her usual coldness. The blush on her face revealed her shyness and timidity. Suddenly, Nana heard a faint cry for help. She saw Sivan frantically pulling grass with her right hand, while her left hand aimlessly pounded the ground. Nana shakily propped herself up, but saw that Sivan's face was also flushed red, so she reached out to check if Sivan was sick. Seeing this, Sivan kept struggling in resistance. She begged Nana to get off her like she was pleading for mercy, but Nana was having trouble staying conscious, let alone getting up from Sivan. Finally, she simply fainted in Sivan's arms. When Nana woke up, she found herself in the school's infirmary. She vaguely remembered Sivan bringing her there. After the teacher confirmed she was fine, Nana left the room, and as soon as she went out, she saw Sivan sitting on the floor. Before she could say hello, the other person beat her to it and pulled her into a hug. Her embrace went from gentle to tight. Then, in a faint voice, she pleaded with Nana not to get sick. Her eyes were still moist, filled with worry and sadness. She had never seen Sivan with such an expression before, yet her every move felt close and familiar to Nana. But no matter what, Nana couldn't remember. Afterwards, Siwan handed Nana a large pile of vitamin supplements. She urged her to make sure to take them every day. If you run out, come and ask me for more. And whatever you do, don't get sick again. Nana agreed to everything. Seeing that Siwan still looked as if he were about to cry, Nana took the initiative to give him a hug. She comforted him, saying she would be fine. Little did she know, this gesture almost made Siwan lose control of his emotions. He pushed Nana away, and then quickly fled the scene. Nana found this oddly familiar scene a bit amusing. After Siwan left, the others came running over. The Crown Prince and Cory heard that Nana was injured, and they all pulled out their weapons, vowing to make the monsters pay. Even Hess, who had no combat ability, held a shovel with a worried face. Seeing how indignant they all were, Nana suddenly didn't know where to begin. Fortunately, Nana successfully brushed it off as just a cold. She then told everyone not to worry, and to just go back to their own business. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone stared at Nana with skeptical eyes. They all agreed that even for a cold, she should go back to the infirmary to rest. At the Crown Prince's command, Cory and Hess picked Nana up in unison. Just then, Helen and Eve arrived after hearing the commotion. Nana asked them for help, saying she was perfectly healthy, and didn't need to be hospitalized. To her surprise, in the next moment, Eve kicked the corridor wall, and told Helen to help Nana apply for leave as soon as possible. In that instant, Nana's heart died. Over the next few days, Hess brought all sorts of books every day to keep Nana entertained. To prevent Nana from getting sick again, Eve cleaned every corner of the room spotless every single day. Because she slept too much during the day, the Crown Prince and Cory would play games with Nana when she couldn't sleep at night. Finally, before she knew it, the day of her discharge arrived. Nana had originally thought it would be boring, but with her friends' company, time flew by so quickly. She even unexpectedly discovered that Eve was an expert at cleaning. Just then, a phone call came in. As soon as she answered, she heard her mother's anxious voice. Although Nana said she had already recovered, and there was no need to worry, the Baroness still urged Nana to stay safe. From the time you were little until now, you have no idea how many times you've broken my heart. Like the time you touched bugs and then rubbed your eyes, which caused an eye infection. Or practicing swordsmanship every day until you were covered in bruises and still wouldn't rest. Nana was already tired of hearing these stories, but her mother's next sentence suddenly made her skin crawl. It turned out that Nana had once suddenly disappeared for a day, and no matter how they searched, they couldn't find a trace of her. But in the end, Nana had mysteriously returned to her room. However, this incident her mother mentioned had never once appeared in Nana's memory. When asked if he liked her, the pure-hearted puppy Siwon's cheeks turned so red he couldn't speak. During swordsmanship class, Nana was slacking off while sitting in a tree. She had intended to go straight to the training ground to practice after eating, but a question gradually took root in her mind. In the morning, Nana learned from Hess that the fountain pen he had used for years was actually a gift from her. But Nana had absolutely no recollection of giving him the pen. Yet, her name was indeed engraved on the pen. All this time, Nana thought she knew her memories of her past life and childhood, like the back of her hand. She even clearly remembered Helen wetting the bed at age 7, but she couldn't remember giving a gift to Hess. Nana instinctively suspected this was related to her disappearance. Just then, a shout caught Nana's attention. It turned out someone wanted to challenge Siwon to a duel. Facing the challenge, Siwon couldn't muster any interest at all. Every one of the opponent's attacks was easily dodged by Siwon. Nana remembered that the student initiating the challenge was named Jimmy. Before Siwon came to the swordsmanship major, Jimmy was ranked first in the class. Now, as he swung his sword so hysterically and aimlessly, it was clear his pride had been wounded by Siwon. Nana simply stayed hidden in the tree to watch. She was somewhat curious about exactly what kind of powerful swordsmanship would make even the Crown Prince afraid to be his enemy. However, the difference in their strength was too great. Facing Jimmy's attacks, Siwon didn't even have the intention to strike back. Seeing this result, Nana couldn't help but find it boring. Meanwhile, Siwon yawned and advised Jimmy to stop, and not to waste his energy. But his nonchalant attitude set off a nameless fire in his opponent. He swung his sword, shouting that they must settle the score today. Because of this, a terrifying murderous intent suddenly washed over Siwon's kind face. In an instant, his sharp sword lunged fiercely toward Jimmy. By now, Jimmy was terrified by Siwon's aura. He touched his fair belly, looking utterly incredulous. Siwon asked with a smile why Jimmy was dodging. A hole poked in your stomach. The worst that happens is you die. Saying this, he raised his sword again and swung it at Jimmy. Seeing this, Jimmy immediately fell to his knees and begged for mercy. He knew that if he continued to resist, his life would definitely be forfeit. Since he won, Siwon demanded that Jimmy agree to one condition. Do you know who the prettiest girl in school is? Jimmy instinctively thought Siwon was talking about Hess. Even Nana, watching from the sidelines, thought the same. But Siwon denied that answer, and even criticized Jimmy for having poor eyesight. It's the girl who is always with Hess. Jimmy begged Siwon to just be direct, and say her name. Unexpectedly, Siwon said with a shy face that saying the name would be embarrassing. Helplessly, Jimmy could only guess. Could it be that blonde girl with the terrible temper? As soon as he said that, Siwon thrust his sword between Jimmy's legs. If you don't want to die, shut up right now. Faced with the threat, Jimmy quickly changed his tune, calling her a blonde goddess. Then, Siwon ordered Jimmy to hand over all photos and videos of this person to him. In short, they must not be allowed to circulate in the school. After Jimmy agreed, Siwon left the area. Nana didn't think the person Siwon was talking about was her. After all, she wasn't the only blonde in school. But the images flashing in her mind shattered her hope. In the evening, Siwon sat by the pond throwing pebbles. His white hair fluttered gently in the evening breeze. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, there was a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Passing by, Nana couldn't help but be drawn to this ethereal figure. Nana remembered she had something to ask him. Seeing Siwon cover up with clothes to sleep, Nana quickly ran over and called for him to wake up. There was no response after several calls. Nana simply leaned in and whispered to him, "Do you like me?" As soon as the words were spoken, Siwon bolted upright. By now, his face was already flushed deep red. He asked what Nana had just said in a trembling voice. Unable to look Nana in the eye, Siwon pulled the clothes over his head. Stuttering and looking panicked, he asked her once more. Siwon's mouth moved up and down, constantly trying to say something, but not a single sound came out for a long time. Seeing his stiff expression, Nana thought she had truly upset him. She explained she was just joking to wake him up. Hearing this, Siwon calmed down slightly. Nana then expressed her gratitude to him, whether it was the help when she sprained her ankle, or the first aid he gave during the practical exam. She was sorry for misunderstanding that he hated her, which was why she hadn't been able to say thank you. Siwon shyly removed the clothes from his head, and told Nana not to worry about it. Seeing her hair messy from static electricity, Nana reached out to smooth it down. This simple gesture triggered a strong reaction from Siwon. Just as Nana thought she had been too forward, Siwon suddenly spoke, saying he wasn't a suspicious person. "You don't need to be on guard against me." His face was half buried in his arms. "Because I have no resistance against you, and I did my best while you were away. So, can you give me some praise?" The evening wind blew hard, making the leaves rustle loudly. Nana's hair fluttered in the breeze, but her gaze remained fixed on the youth before her. After hearing Siwon's statement, Nana became even more doubtful about her past. She didn't know how to respond, because everything Siwon said related to her lost memories. She had to interrupt Siwon, though it might sound a bit cruel. "I don't remember how close we used to be, and I don't understand what you're saying at all." Siwon was stunned for a moment, then turned his head with a bitter smile. From his reaction, Nana felt certain that Siwon knew the reason. The moment Nana asked him why, Siwon flinched, seeming to hesitate over whether to tell the truth. Since Nana learned about her memory loss, she had gathered information on the Blanche family. Their holy magic works not only on the physical body, but also on the nerves. So Nana once suspected her memory was erased by holy magic. Suddenly, Siwon clutched his hair in frustration. Finally, he got up to leave, using being late for class as an excuse. Before leaving, he said he wouldn't tell Nana anything, because there was no benefit in remembering. You just need to live in the moment. Siwon's expression was filled with sorrow, making Nana feel too guilty to keep pressing him. However, soon after, Siwon pleaded with Nana with a playful smile, asking to get along well from now on. "Just like today, talk to me every day." Nana asked why he didn't initiate the conversation. Siwon turned away shyly upon hearing this. "Because I'm too shy to say it, and I can't look you in the eye." His behavior made Nana feel bewildered. Weren't they close as children? How could he still be so shy after knowing her so long? With that, Siwon waved goodbye to Nana. But after this conversation, Nana only became more curious. What exactly happened? That Siwon was keeping hidden. On the other side, Siwon breathed a sigh of relief back in his room. He was glad he hadn't told the truth. The heart-wrenching screams of that time still echoed in his ears. After a wave of painful memories, Siwon determined to keep this matter hidden forever. Nana and Siwon's childhood memories were finally revealed. They weren't just simple friends. In the pitch-black despair where no light could be seen, Nana became Siwon's only salvation. Not long ago, under Nana's questioning, Siwon had fled back to the dormitory in fear. In his panic, he didn't even notice someone else in the room. Sitting on the bed, Eve greeted Siwon with a grin. Seeing Siwon so dejected for the first time, Eve couldn't help but tease him. He pointed to the item Siwon wanted on the table. Eve told him he couldn't help gather info anymore because he was staying on campus. Siwon didn't pay much attention at first, but he was stunned when he saw the item. He clearly asked for something related to Nana, but Eve had given him a photo of a golden puppy. Eve even said the dog was named Nana. Seeing Siwon's furious expression, Eve quickly moved to the window to escape. Before leaving, he warned Siwon to stop caring about Nana. After all, the people of the Blanche family have no emotions. Though you look like angels on the outside, your hearts are incredibly filthy. No one knows what evil schemes you're plotting. So please, stay away from our Nana. Hearing this, Sivan's body couldn't help but tremble. And who do you think you are? What right do you have to judge me? To Sivan's question, Eve looked helpless on the surface, but was actually ecstatic inside, intending to show off. He proudly declared, I am Nana's most handsome and sexy older brother. Facing Eve's posturing, Sivan didn't react at all. He grabbed a book and knocked Eve out of the window. After driving Eve away, Sivan collapsed on the bed. Though he pretended not to care about Eve's words, every single word had hit home. Just as Eve said, there has never been a sane person in the Blanche family. This was due to the family's demonic training for heirs. To possess powerful healing abilities, the heir must endure hellish pain every day. Only through constant torture can they break the limits of innate healing. Such cruel training makes heirs harbor hatred for everyone. Therefore, there is a tradition in the Blanche family. When the heir is granted their title, they must personally kill the previous duke. In Sivan's view, it would be stranger to remain sane after years of such torture. He once constantly fantasized about killing the duke. Perhaps by luck or by design, he no longer has any interest in that. After all, it was because of his father that he had the chance to meet Nana. 7 years ago, Duke Blanche, who had never spoken to him, suddenly took him to the West family. The attendant told him the Duke would pick him up after the meeting. Sivan endured the pain. She didn't understand why her father had brought her there, but regardless, it was better than being locked up. Later, Sivan went to the training ground to practice swordsmanship. She turned her hatred into strength, imagining every strike was cutting down those who tortured her. Suddenly, the voices of others interrupted her. A blonde brat was explaining teleportation magic to another child. Sivan recognized them as children from the West family. She turned back to focus on her training. Focusing on her training. Meanwhile, Nana and Hess noticed Sivan. Nana whispered that she must be from Duke Blanche's family. Nana introduced her in a low voice, remembering her father's words to get along with the Duke's son. Out of politeness, Nana decided to go and say hello. The two approached Sivan while saying hello, but Sivan kept striking the wooden post as if she hadn't heard anything. Helpless, Nana introduced herself first. Then she introduced Hess. Unexpectedly, Sivan struck even harder, as if she was determined to ignore them. Seeing this, Hess urged Nana to leave her alone, suggesting they play somewhere else. So Nana pulled Hess away to explain magic circles on the ground. Although he didn't understand at all, Hess still praised Nana for being smart. Sivan watched them curiously. Seeing them having fun on their own, she felt irritated. Others lived such easy lives. Why did she have to suffer that torture for nothing? Because her mana was dissipating. Sivan's healing magic could no longer be maintained. Blood began to seep steadily from her body. Nana happened to witness this scene. Worried, she immediately ran over to check the situation. After finding Sivan injured, Nana urged her to stop practicing. And at that moment, Sivan spoke her first words to Nana. Words that would make her regret for a lifetime. Get away from me. The hysterical roar frightened Nana into silence. Every time they visited the West family after that, the Duke made Sivan prepare in advance. Sivan was extremely reluctant, because even if she went, the Duke would just leave her in the training ground to practice. The Duke sighed helplessly, ordering her that she must go even if she didn't want to. Because I feel like it. If you don't want to listen to the head of the house, then hurry up and inherit the title. Sivan was left speechless. And so, she was left alone in the training ground again. Sivan strongly suspected the Duke was giving her an obedience test. But more than the Duke, what she didn't understand was Nana. Every time she came, the girl would intentionally seek her out, either to ask her to play, or to give her cookies, or to overconfidently challenge her to a duel. Actually, Nana was also annoyed. She was only following her father's orders to be kind to guests. But Sivan was fed up with this kid who kept seeking her out no matter how much she lost her temper. Until one day, Sivan's attitude toward Nana changed. On this day, Sivan's condition was worse than ever. Because the training intensity increased daily, she couldn't perfectly control the mana in her body. Just as she was thinking of resting well today, Nana approached her again. Sivan immediately became like a bristling cat, showing hostility toward Nana. Hess was immediately frightened and hid behind Nana. He didn't want Nana to talk to this mean person anymore. So Nana decided to show Hess her teleportation magic today. While Nana was drawing the magic circle, Sivan sat on a bench to rest. Watching the two playing nearby, Sivan's mood became increasingly irritable. Cold sweat unknowingly broke out on her face. Because she couldn't concentrate her mana to heal the wounds, blood gradually seeped through the bandages. Right then, Nana teleported right in front of Sivan. She was about to apologize for her mistake, but saw Sivan's blood-stained bandages. Nana immediately started rummaging through her bag. I know you don't like me meddling, but your wound is worse than usual. Nana placed some gauze beside Sivan, reminding her to apply medicine and change the bandages. You don't want to endure this until you go home, do you? Just as Nana was about to leave, Sivan warned her from behind. If you dare tell anyone about this, I'll kill you. Nana instinctively turned her head, seeing Sivan's eyes as sharp as a blade. After returning home that evening, Sivan continued her training as usual. After an unknown amount of time, the attendant finally ended the torture of Sivan. As the door slowly closed, Sivan's gaze grew colder. Because she wasn't in good condition today, the pain she felt was more intense than usual. Sivan was in a critical state. She used her healing magic with all her might. Suddenly, her eyes became hollow. She thought about ending it all. After death, she wouldn't have to endure the pain anymore. Maybe it would even be comfortable and peaceful. Just then, a figure flashed before her. Thinking it was an intruder, Sivan immediately became alert. She picked up a broken plate and prepared to slash at the person's throat. Nana turned around and awkwardly said hello to Sivan. After explaining, it turned out, her teleportation magic had gone wrong again. Now that her mana was exhausted, she couldn't use it a second time. Sivan didn't even have the strength to kick Nana out, so she just let her stay and do as she pleased. Seeing that Sivan was in worse shape than usual, Nana urged her to lie down on the bed. I have no strength, and I don't need your help. Nana didn't want to help either, but she felt like Sivan was about to faint. So she grabbed Sivan's clothes, and dragged her onto the bed. She also helped her change into clean bandages. Seeing those horrific wounds, Nana couldn't help but vomit, so she took a rag to clean the floor, explaining that she didn't have a good dinner. Seeing Nana looking like she might vomit again at any moment, Sivan threw her a magic stone, telling her to use it immediately to go home. If you ever dare come to my room again, I'll tear you apart. She believed such a perfect threat would surely deter Nana. However, a few days later, Nana showed up again, still bringing a whole bunch of magic items. Nana and Sivan's childhood memories are finally revealed. In an endless cage of pain, Nana became Sivan's only salvation. The first time Nana teleported to Sivan's house, Sivan warned that she'd tear him apart if he came again. Who knew the next day Nana would show up with a bunch of magic items? Looking at his smug expression, Sivan was utterly speechless. Do you really think I can't do anything to you just with these? Nana ignored Sivan's warning. Are you hungry? I brought snacks. Seeing that Nana didn't take her seriously, Sivan grit her teeth in anger. She shouted and lunged at Nana, but Nana easily dodged her with a sidestep. Instead, Sivan tripped and fell flat on her face. Having just finished training, Sivan didn't even have the strength to get up from the ground. At that moment, Nana unexpectedly reached out to help her. She pulled Sivan up from the ground with a bright smile. After changing the bandages, let's play together. Since that night, Nana would often run to Sivan's room. At first, Sivan found it annoying, but Nana brought her desserts every time, and then fed them to her by hand. She would also help her change into new bandages, and settle her into bed. Under Nana's tireless care, Sivan's healing ability improved at a visible rate. Now, small wounds could recover completely in an instant. Just then, Nana teleported into Sivan's room. The two exchanged a brief greeting, and then Sivan proactively reached out her hand. Anyway, I can't win against you. If you're going to change the bandages, do it quickly. Nana was very satisfied with her compromise. While changing the bandages, Nana noticed Sivan's wounds weren't as severe as before. It seemed his care had helped Sivan's healing power improve. Then, Sivan's sudden question caught him off guard. Do you just like acting kind? Is that why you're taking care of me? Nana, of course, denied it, but Sivan kept pressing for an answer. Nana simply ignored the question, and quickly finished changing Sivan's bandages. Then she took out the snacks she brought from home, and finally took out a chessboard for fun. Okay, now let's play to our heart's content. To change the subject in such a clumsy way, Sivan could hardly bear to watch. So Nana made up an excuse that his chess skills were unmatched. And he was just looking for someone to defeat him. Sivan let out a loud shout, interrupting his nonsense. Nana was startled. He honestly explained that he simply felt sorry for Sivan being locked in a room alone. Usually, it's better to have someone around when you're sick. Plus, he couldn't stand seeing a child hurt and sad. Sivan found it strange. Is that why you care for your pink-haired girlfriend like a sister? Besides, aren't you just a kid too? Stop acting so mature. Hearing Nana's explanation, Sivan suddenly felt it was dull. So you visit me every day, solely out of pity. Although Nana tried to avoid that word as much as possible, the truth was exactly as Sivan said. To keep things from getting awkward, Nana immediately challenged Sivan to a duel on the chessboard. As the chess game concluded, Sivan let out a sneer. You lose every single day, yet you're still so boastful. In a fit of rage, Nana flipped the board, insisting he didn't lose. Seeing that it was getting late, Nana prepared to leave using teleportation magic. Sivan watched quietly, with no intention of asking him to stay. Suddenly, he told Nana, "Come at this same time next time. Don't ever come early." Nana nodded and said, "See you tomorrow then, friend." Sivan wasn't fond of the word friend. Nana said that playing together every day, and knowing each other's secrets makes them friends. Sivan sipped his tea and countered, "I never knew you had any secrets." Nana thought he had a point. "In that case, I'll tell you. Actually, I'm a girl." Hearing this, Sivan couldn't help but spit out all his tea. His mind was in a whirl. In his understanding, besides his perverted father, everyone with long hair was a girl, and everyone with short hair was a boy. After sorting out his thoughts, he calmed down. As long as I know Nana is a girl, and I am a boy, that's enough. Unknowingly, Sivan opened his heart to Nana. Thanks to Nana's company, he was able to endure the cruel abuse. At that time, he even felt he could bear any pain. But reality and fantasy were worlds apart. One day, Nana teleported into Sivan's room as usual, only to see him crawling on the ground in pain. Nana rushed forward to ask about Sivan's condition. It was the first time he had seen Sivan so badly injured. Then he heard Sivan, with a face full of tears, murmuring in a trembling voice, "Why must I suffer this pain? I'm going to kill them all." After saying that, Sivan collapsed and fainted in front of Nana. When Sivan woke up and opened his eyes, he saw Nana sitting by his bed. He got up to check his injuries. He thought there would be many scars, but they were surprisingly clean. Even though Nana helped treat the wounds, there shouldn't be no trace at all. Suddenly, he noticed the wound on Nana's shoulder. Faced with Sivan's inquiry, Nana was somewhat distracted. From his reaction, Sivan guessed he had caused it. He reached out to heal Nana, but Nana was startled by his action. He slapped Sivan's hand away, saying he didn't need healing magic. As soon as those words were spoken, Sivan was momentarily stunned. Did Nana know the true meaning of healing magic? Then, a memory flooded into his mind. Before fainting, he had hysterically poured his heart out to Nana. He resented being like a trash can, absorbing others' pain. Since no one cared if he lived or died, why should he be anyone's scapegoat? He swore to make those people feel what it's like to be abused. It was then that he unintentionally hurt Nana. And now Nana refuses his healing magic, which means the secret of the Blanche family has been exposed. Swan urged Nana to show the wound before erasing her memory. Seeing Nana still wouldn't agree, Swan felt as if her secret shame had been seen through. She desperately shouted at Nana that their family exists for this purpose. So this was why Swan was covered in wounds every day. As Nana's wound was transferred to Swan's body, it quickly disappeared. The Blanche family's healing magic is actually a wound transfer magic. It transfers someone else's wound onto oneself, then uses healing powers to treat the injury. Thus, the heir of the family must suffer daily abuse, to improve their own healing abilities. To save a patient on the brink of death, the heir must train on the edge of life and death countless times. And Swan possesses the strongest magic in the Blanche family's history, so he began training earlier than anyone else. Seeing Nana seemingly shocked, Swan said he had something to ask. During the time he was unconscious, did you help me increase my magic power? Logically, after a magic rampage, his body should have been covered in wounds, but now his body was clean. From Nana's evasive eyes, Swan immediately guessed the truth. A while ago, Nana used Swan's magic stone to study holy magic. Nana was speechless. Swan couldn't even tell gender apart. yet he was so sensitive in this regard. So he openly admitted to developing a magic circle to enhance healing effects. He told Swan to just ask if he ever needed it. He was happy in his heart that he could help Swan. But looking at Nana, Swan fell into a daze. On one hand, he was happy to have a friend he could confide in, but on the other hand, he felt afraid. He worried that involvement with the Blanche family would bring harm to Nana. Swan hesitated whether to delete Nana's memory and send her home, but he couldn't bear to let go. He could only pretend to be impatient, advising Nana not to let her sympathy overflow or meddle in others' business. Seeing this, Nana was about to take her leave. Swan didn't want her to go just yet. He poked his head out from the blanket, asking Nana to wait until he fell asleep. Facing Nana's questioning look, Swan showed his childish side for the first time. He used to think that being born into this family, his only choice was to endure. But Nana's appearance gave him a chance to act spoiled. Nana could hardly believe it. Was this the same Swan she knew? In the end, Nana was defeated by Swan's cute offensive, and chose to stay. She lay on the bed, asking how he wanted to be coaxed to sleep. Swan offered a magic stone, an exorbitant price for a lullaby. However, Nana's singing made Swan wonder if her vocal cords were damaged. After a short while, Nana herself fell fast asleep. Swan stared blankly at Nana's sleeping face. He reached out and gently pinched Nana's cuff. In the end, he couldn't bear to delete Nana's memory. He didn't want Nana to forget the time they spent together. The truth about Nana's memory loss is finally surfacing. Ever since Nana learned the secret of the Blanche family's healing magic, her memory should have been erased immediately. But Swan kept hoping for a chance. He couldn't bear to make Nana forget the time they spent together, thinking he could selfishly enjoy Nana's kindness forever. However, it wasn't long before he regretted it. One day, Duke Blanche told Swan to prepare for the West family visit. Unlike her usual protests, Swan readily agreed. The Duke stared at Swan in silence for a moment. "You agreed so quickly. Were you just waiting for me to take you?" Soon, Swan arrived at the West residence. At that time, Nana was practicing swordplay. Hess sat nearby, urging Nana to visit his house. Hearing Nana say that Stan was coming, he looked completely confused. Nana explained that Stan is Swan Hayden. Then Swan arrived at the training ground. As soon as he saw Swan, Hess was full of hostility. "Why does Nana give you a nickname?" He hugged Nana tightly to claim his territory. "I'm the one who's closest to Nana." Swan waved a hand impatiently. "Carrying an umbrella every day even when it's not raining. I'm going to spar with Nana. Please leave." Hearing this, Hess immediately told Nana he disagreed. "Absolutely not, Swan Hayden." Because he rarely went out, Swan had no sense of gender. He subconsciously took Hess for a boy based on those words. Hearing this, Hess was petrified, standing there in a daze. He choked up and asked Nana to choose between them. Nana couldn't find a perfect answer, so she slipped away on the pretext of using the bathroom. To get a response, Hess followed closely behind, looking at their departing backs. Swan couldn't help but smile. Although he didn't like the pink-haired one, they had been having a good time lately. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from Swan's neck. He felt the wound with his hand. The blood on his hand gave Swan an ominous feeling. That night, Swan still underwent brutal training. He was forced to take on wounds from various soldiers and patients. Knowing they wouldn't heal easily, Swan collapsed onto the bed with difficulty. Cold sweat covered his face from the intense pain. He wondered when Nana would come. Suddenly, he remembered Nana saying she wouldn't come today. Nana wanted to avoid Hess's tantrum, so she agreed to go to his house. Swan couldn't understand what was fun about that stupid pink hair. But Nana said Hess was actually very smart. She once saw Hess reading books about imperial politics. But since his parents didn't like it, Hess had never told anyone. Nana then thought of making a fountain pen for Hess, hoping he could do what he truly loved. Knowing Nana wouldn't come, Swan fell into despair. He never thought he would be so dependent on her. Swan gripped the quilt tightly, trying to face the pain alone like before. He forced himself to endure. Just wait until tomorrow, and Nana will be here. However, just then, the wounds all over Swan's body began to tear, accompanied by shrill cries. Unimaginable pain consumed Sivan completely. Before she could heal, new wounds kept appearing on her skin. Old and new injuries piled up incessantly. Sivan's mind was on the brink of collapse. At the thought of this pain continuing in the future, unprecedented despair and fear instantly gripped her mind. Worried about Sivan's condition, Nana teleported to Sivan's room immediately after leaving his, but the scene before her was unbelievable. Sivan was covered in blood, lying motionless in a pool of blood. Nana tried to help clean Sivan's wounds. However, unlike before, there were no signs of the wounds healing at all. At this moment, she lost the courage to live on, letting the blood flow incessantly from her wounds. Her voice was hoarse, as she struggled to ask Nana to grant her request. "Kill me, don't let me feel the pain anymore. Since you once said we were friends, dying by your hand, I won't feel it was unfair." After saying that, she forced herself to sit up in bed. "Right here, cut my throat, set me free." Infuriated, Nana told Sivan to stop talking nonsense. But Sivan responded with a piercing roar. She accused Nana of not understanding how painful it truly was. She had had enough of this hellish life. Her breathing became labored and rapid from the pain. Listening to Sivan's constant pleading, Nana fell into hesitation, not knowing what to do. Finally, she stated she couldn't do it. "Asking me to do such a thing. Do you want me to be haunted by nightmares? I won't take responsibility for your death." Then Nana grabbed Sivan, forcing Sivan's forehead against her own. "Although I can't end your life, I can share the pain with you." Nana then chanted the activation spell for the magic circle. A blinding light enveloped them both. Sivan understood the meaning behind Nana's words, but it was too late to stop her. Until the magic was completely finished, Nana finally let go of her hand. Her own body began to fracture. By now, Sivan's pain had vanished, but she couldn't feel happy at all, because the damage she was supposed to endure had all been transferred to Nana. Sivan ordered her to transfer the damage back. Nana refused. She wanted to wait until Sivan's mana stabilized before transferring. Besides, she had specially prepared a tool to regulate mana. This way, she could significantly lessen the symptoms. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the magic stone shattered in Nana's palm. Instantly, visible wounds kept appearing on Nana's body. Clearly, Nana had vastly underestimated the pain Sivan had been enduring. When she fainted in front of Sivan, Sivan seemed to lose her mind. She began to scream uncontrollably, looking at Nana, lying in a pool of blood. Shock, despair, and fear swirled in her heart. Now Sivan could only put all her hope into her healing magic. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop Nana's wounds from worsening. As Nana's body gradually grew cold, Sivan felt powerless for the first time in her life. Tears kept streaming from her eyes. If only she had the same healing ability as the Duke. At that thought, Sivan's eyes lit up. Holding the scarred Nana, she begged her father to save her. With the Duke's treatment, Nana was successfully out of danger. He was surprised Nana could develop a circle to enhance holy magic. Even more surprised that she visited Sivan every night. At the Duke's suggestion, Sivan decided to erase Nana's memories. Although the Duke said she could keep some memories, deleting only those related to the healing ability, Sivan chose to delete everything about herself, because she didn't want Nana to remember her covered in scars, nor did she want to involve her anymore. Sivan placed her hand on Nana's forehead. As mana was injected, Sivan entered Nana's mental world. These candles were the vessels carrying memories. Though curious about Nana's past happy memories, Sivan did not peek at them. After finding the memories related to herself, Sivan picked them up, reviewing the time spent with Nana. Then, with a frown, she blew them out one by one. After doing all this, she sank the candles into the water. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly thought, since she had destroyed one of Nana's memories, she might as well help Nana heal a bad one. In the mental world, wine red represented painful memories. Sivan looked around, but couldn't find a single wine red candle. Then she looked up and discovered, in a place far beyond her reach, countless wine red memories were densely tangled together. Sivan couldn't believe Nana had so many painful memories. In those memories, she saw a black-haired girl she had never seen before. When Sivan was desperate enough to give up on herself, Nana took the initiative to transfer her pain using magic. However, this act almost cost her her life. At the critical moment, Sivan begged the Duke to save Nana, and went into the mental world to erase Nana's memories of her. After doing all this, Sivan stayed by Nana's bedside all night, but Nana showed no signs of waking up. Out of concern, Sivan went to the Duke to ask about Nana's condition. The Duke was getting a headache from Sivan's pestering. He had just been called to check on her an hour ago. He bluntly stated that Sivan was likely holding Nana back. Furious, Sivan called the Duke a fraud, and turned to return to her room. Then the Duke stopped Sivan. Her strength had now reached the patrol level. The Duke wanted to know if Sivan intended to participate. This was a trial every heir of the Blanche family must undergo, and a necessary condition for inheriting the title, healing countless wounded soldiers on the battlefield. Average heirs need 10 years or more to hone themselves there. But the Duke believed with Sivan's talent, it could be completed in just 3 years. After saying that, he pointed to the mountain of documents behind him, hoping Sivan would return soon to take over the title. For this, he promised Sivan, no matter which academy Nana goes to in the future, he would buy it. Sivan was speechless at the Duke's reason for giving up his title. Suddenly, he thought of a question that had puzzled him for a long time. Why, as a Duke of a magical lineage, did he require him to learn swordsmanship? Why, back then, did he intentionally take him to the Vester house? The Duke nonchalantly explained that he just wanted to take Sivan out for some fresh air. Before he inherited the title, the previous Duke, until he went out for inspection, had always kept him locked in a room for training. So he did this simply because he didn't want Sivan to suffer too much when she acted. It would be best if she could cleanly cut his throat. Although Sivan was full of disdain for the Duke's answer, in his heart, he felt closer to the Duke. He clearly remembered wanting to kill him at every moment before, but after talking to him now, that idea vanished instead. Not just the Duke. Sivan didn't hate others that much either, and this was thanks to having a friend willing to share the pain. Looking at Nana, who was unconscious on the bed, Sivan strongly suspected the Duke was lying. Unexpectedly, Nana woke up the next moment. Facing Nana's gaze, Sivan was a bit at a loss. Hearing Nana ask about his identity, Sivan couldn't help but shudder. He told himself he had to be firm. To make Nana forget him completely, he planned to erase even this brief memory. Just as Nana was puzzled, Sivan placed his hand on Nana's forehead and released magic. Along with his blessing, Nana fell into a deep sleep again. Now, everything would be fine once Nana was sent home. As a farewell, Sivan left a gentle kiss on Nana's forehead. After this incident, Sivan and the Duke opened their hearts to each other. The only thing giving the Duke a headache was that Sivan was constantly talking about Nana. He even beat up the Crown Prince because of it. This made the Duke think about erasing Sivan's memory. Not long after, Sivan took the initiative to go to the battlefield. He didn't want to meet Nana again, and have to pretend as if nothing had happened. He didn't want Nana to get hurt again because of his incompetence. So Sivan gave his all at every moment, just to be worthy of standing before Nana in the future. Though the process was incredibly painful, he gritted his teeth and endured it time and again, only hoping to see Nana again. Back to the present. In the classroom, Sivan worried about how to greet Nana. Just the thought of Nana made his heart race with excitement. He thought Nana would still be like a boy, just like in the past, but he didn't expect her to become so beautiful. In his eyes, Nana was as beautiful as an elf. She was so dazzling that he didn't dare to look her in the eye. That's why he was too shy to greet her when they first met. When she was moving luggage on the road back then, he had already noticed Nana. Because he was nervous and unprepared, he planned to pretend he hadn't seen her. Unexpectedly, he accidentally bumped into that damn pink cat. Seeing the person he had been longing for right in front of him, Sivan couldn't find the words to speak. Now, thinking back to that scene, he felt ashamed. The other students in the class gave him strange looks. In an instant, a scene flashed through Sivan's mind. His first meeting with Nana should have been at the villa. Although she looked like a child, he was certain this was the person he saw when the memory was being erased. Back then, he tried to help heal Nana, but the pain was too deep, he couldn't even get close. Sivan wondered about the relationship between Nana and that woman. Why did Nana intentionally change into that appearance? Nana was clearly cute enough already. He clumsily drew a portrait of Nana on paper. Unexpectedly, pink hair showed up at that moment. Being interrupted while drawing, Sivan was very annoyed. However, Hess surprisingly didn't argue with Sivan. After all, in his eyes, everything about Nana was the top priority. He told Sivan to go to the red class and behave after finishing. Hearing that person confess to Nana, and mock her for being just the daughter of a baron, Sivan snapped his pencil in anger on the spot. He released a murderous aura, vowing to let that brat know the meaning of karma. The surrounding students trembled with fear. Only Hess led the way for Sivan with an expressionless face. And Sivan was also very happy in his heart. Now, it was finally his turn to protect Nana. To meet Nana at the academy as soon as possible, Sivan gave his all, to complete the family trials at the fastest speed, but when he saw Nana, Sivan didn't have the confidence to greet her face to face, because in his eyes, Nana was just too beautiful, as dazzling as an elf fallen to the mortal world. After returning home, Sivan played chess with the Duke. This was the game Nana had taught him personally. He also hoped that one day he could play chess with Nana like before. After winning several games in a row, the Duke's expression was quite grim. Even though he had a pile of work left to handle, he still vowed that even if he had to stay up all night, he would definitely win one game. However, Sivan had no mercy for the Duke. As Sivan made his move, the match was quickly decided. He stood up and skillfully went to get high-grade potions. Just because Nana looked too frail, and often fell ill, Sivan repeatedly brought medicine from home for her. The Duke clicked his tongue at this behavior. If you want the potions, just take them. Why bother playing chess with me? Suddenly, he guessed that Sivan must have something on his mind, because in the past, whenever something happened to Nana, Sivan would play chess with him to vent. It seemed that seeing him lose made Sivan feel better. Seeing the Duke reveal the truth, Sivan didn't argue. He told the Duke it was because while he was away, a few annoying pests had appeared around Nana. Hearing his son worry over such a small matter, the Duke couldn't help but look disgusted. To this, Sivan said the Duke shouldn't worry too much. You're an old man, you wouldn't understand anyway. In Sivan's heart, the most repulsive thing was the pink-haired one stuck between him and Nana. He remembered before he went on inspection. He had met Nana at a noble banquet. Since Nana's memory had been erased then, that damn pink-haired guy took the chance to brainwash Nana, saying that his personality was terrible, and that he was especially rude to elders. Worried about being hated when meeting Nana again, Sivan specifically studied ethics and etiquette. At that moment, Sivan saw Nana walking toward him. As expected, Nana was just as beautiful today. Every strand of her hair seemed to tug at Sivan's heartstrings, making his heart beat uncontrollably. Although she was cute, but Sivan felt Nana was too thin and weak. She thought about giving her a few bottles of high-grade potions later. Suddenly, a familiar and disgusting voice rang out. Appearing next to Nana was the repulsive pink-haired guy. Seeing him made Sivan feel angry, so she decided to give Nana the potions next time. Just as she quickly hurried past the two of them, Nana's greeting made her stop in her tracks. Sivan nodded stiffly in response. Watching Sivan's departing figure, Hess wondered when Nana had become so close to Sivan, and why she would take the initiative to greet her. After learning it was Sivan's request, Hess frowned and expressed his disapproval. He told Nana not to indulge any of Sivan's requests anymore. Then Hess even muttered about throwing that damn madman Sivan into a mud pit. Nana couldn't believe Hess would say such a thing. At this point, Hess also realized his slip of the tongue. Thinking about how Hess always acted strangely after seeing Sivan, Nana could only attribute it to puberty. Although he seemed a bit aggressive, Nana felt that Hess seemed more confident like this. During the afternoon swordsmanship class, Nana was practicing with the Crown Prince. Just like usual, the two were evenly matched in their duel, attracting onlookers to stop and watch. Finally, the teacher's call for the end of class made the students who had been slacking off liven up. Nana poured some water on a towel, then she threw it at the Crown Prince's face, saying, "Good work. Here is a wet towel to wipe off the sweat." Unexpectedly, the Crown Prince was also prepared. Not to be outdone, he struck back. This was their unique way of greeting after spending so much time together, but they still couldn't help laughing every time. While the Crown Prince and Nana were playing around, a clumsy guy handed Nana a letter. Seeing that it was a love letter, the Crown Prince immediately showed a playful expression, teasing Nana about how she was becoming a big deal now, like she was going to be a female star. Unexpectedly, the other guy suddenly got anxious. He rudely grabbed Nana's hand, and stuffed the love letter into it. His previous shy tone turned into a command, demanding Nana to hand the letter over to Hess. Nana didn't really mind in her heart. She just mused that Hess had been getting more and more love letters lately. However, the Crown Prince was displeased on the spot. He walked up to the guy in anger, questioning why he didn't do such a thing himself. Although the guy's expression stiffened from the Crown Prince's rebuke, he still picked on the soft target, shouting at Nana, "I'm only doing this because I'm shy. You've helped other guys deliver so many times. Why won't you do it for me?" The Crown Prince turned to ask Nana if this was true. Upon hearing Nana's positive reply, The Crown Prince was frustrated by her lack of backbone. He was very disappointed with Nana's attitude. The young guy had handed Nana a love letter, but the Crown Prince was so angry he wanted to give him a piece of his mind. It seemed the guy wanted Nana's help to deliver the love letter to Hess. Yet his attitude was extremely poor, just because Nana had helped others deliver before. This young guy felt entitled to use moral blackmail, demanding that Nana must help him deliver it too. However, what really angered the Crown Prince was Nana's attitude. Clearly, it was the other person asking for a favor, but she was willing to be bullied by others, swallowing her anger in silence. He didn't understand why Nana would accept such self-demeaning treatment. Moreover, Nana should have many suitors herself. Hearing this, Nana's face completely fell. If you can't say anything nice, then shut up. Learning that Nana really had no one pursuing her, the Crown Prince apologized awkwardly, because he felt that Nana was actually quite charming. So he subconsciously thought she had many suitors. Nana fell silent after hearing this. Then she forcefully showed off her biceps. Having strong muscles is my charm. The Crown Prince quickly stopped Nana from making a fool of herself. He turned his focus back on the young guy. I'm just unhappy seeing Nana ordered around by a nobody like you. With that, he snatched the love letter and stuffed it into the guy's collar, allowing no refusal. If you want to send it, do it yourself. If you're too scared, then forget it. Nana guessed the prince probably didn't want to see others confessing to Hess. Unexpectedly, this guy immediately started lecturing on how to behave, rebuking the young guy for not having the right attitude when asking for favors. Although Nana looks short and gives a bad impression, she is a foodie. He should have brought more snacks and cookies to bribe her instead. Suddenly, a cold threat from Nana came from behind. Do you want to die at the hands of a short, foodie girl? While the Crown Prince was busy trying to find an excuse, Sivan, acting as a cleaner, ran over to pick up plastic bottles, telling them not to litter. It turned out Sivan was caught by the teacher for bullying classmates, so she was punished by having to stay after school to clean. At this moment, Sivan came to the young guy's side, commanding him to open his mouth. Seeing that he wasn't moving, Sivan lost her patience. Before I tear your stinking mouth apart, hurry up and open it. Then Sivan picked up the love letter from the guy, and rudely stuffed it into his mouth. Trash belongs in the trash can. Since the love letter was too dry to swallow, Sivan even thoughtfully chased after him to give him water. Watching their departing figures, the Crown Prince showed approval for Sivan's behavior for the first time. Nana was increasingly confused about why the Crown Prince stood up for her. Was it because of his ego? Or perhaps he just couldn't accept anyone else being at the top of the food chain. So Nana told the Crown Prince, once you become a knight, being looked down upon is unavoidable. If you care about every little thing, life will be too exhausting. But the Crown Prince still felt that such things shouldn't be taken for granted. Nana didn't bother arguing with him. She turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the Crown Prince called her back. He wanted to take back the request for Nana to set him up with Hess. He had been thinking about it for a long time these past few days. He felt that Hess wasn't a good match for him. Instead of continuing to obsess over Hess, it's better to focus on swordsmanship practice. Now, his swordsmanship was about to reach the master level. Looking at the Crown Prince cheering with his sword, it didn't seem fake. Nana was a bit incredulous. She had accidentally cut short the Crown Prince's romance, but she didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, she was so happy she wanted to open a bottle of champagne, because she lost the male lead who kept asking her to be a matchmaker. After returning to the dorm, Nana took a refreshing shower. In the room, Hazel was focused on tinkering with something. Nana curiously walked up to take a look. It turned out Hazel was making handmade hair accessories. Each one had a flower pattern. They were very beautiful. She casually pinned the hair accessory into her hair, inviting Nana to be a model for his magazine. Nana politely declined. He thought it would be more appropriate for Hestia. Of course, Hazel was more than willing. Still, he suggested that Nana give it a try too. After all, they needed models for various styles. The punk look scared Nana so much she shuddered. She immediately ran out to ask Hestia if she was interested. Meanwhile, Hestia was in her room reading love letters. Without realizing it, there were already 300 piled on the bed. But Hestia's gaze toward the letters was full of disdain and disgust. Just then, the doorbell rang. Hearing it was Nana, Hestia immediately changed her expression. As soon as Nana opened the door, Hestia rushed over and gave her a big hug. They had clearly just met during the day. Nana didn't understand why Hestia was so happy. Hestia just explained with a smile, that she was just about to go find Nana. She didn't expect Nana to visit in person. Nana was speechless. Is it necessary for the heroine's aura to work on her? Nana wanted to ask Hestia if she was busy, but her gaze fell on the thick stack of love letters. Embarrassed, Hestia asked Nana to wait. She was going to throw this trash away immediately. However, Nana was quite oblivious. Asking Hestia if any of them caught her eye, Hestia didn't answer. She picked up a letter and handed it to Nana, hoping Nana would read it to her. Nana was suddenly flattered. Was this something she could read? Hestia looked exhausted, but she still had a smile on her face. If it's Nana, it's okay. From Hestia's expression, Nana noticed something was wrong. The school bell showing her love letters to her best friend. Nana felt honored at first, but seeing the forced smile on Hestia's tired face, Nana, as a best friend, immediately sensed something was off. She thought the letters were full of cheesy sweet talk, but she didn't expect that one look would make her blood boil. Nana's hands trembled. She wanted to tear those scumbags apart. Some accused Hestia of seducing them first. Some tried to use their wealth to manipulate her. Some even insulted Hestia, saying she was worthless besides her looks. Nana knew she had personally handed many of these letters to Hestia. Suppressing her anger, she told Hestia not to overthink it, but Hestia's attitude seemed somewhat self-destructive. Those people saw her as a flower for display, wanting to pluck her and keep her for themselves. Nana was furious. Though Hestia is indeed as beautiful as a flower, and even her brother Carrie is sometimes praised that way, who exactly had the nerve? She was going to rip that person's head off. Suddenly, Hestia hugged Nana tightly, whispering softly in her ear. She once thought things would change after leaving home, but now it seemed nothing had. Those scumbags still made her feel just as disgusted. Hearing this, Nana felt guilty. Her thoughts had been too shallow. She self-righteously thought popularity was good for Hestia, thinking those suitors were as pure as in a fairy tale, leading those scumbags to hurt Hestia's feelings. Nana noticed Hestia had finished sorting the letters, so she asked Hestia to give them to her, claiming they were dirty and she'd help throw them away. She actually wanted to find clues to catch those bastards. Since they dared to insult Hestia, she had no reason to show mercy. Hestia thanked her. Then, Nana took Hestia's hand, saying she'd take her to change her mood. She knew someone who could help Hestia vent. After telling Hazel the whole story back at the dorm, he immediately gave those scumbags the middle finger, and, kindly, cursed their entire families. Hearing him vent like that, Hestia's mood finally improved. Then Hazel suggested giving Hestia a makeover. A new look often means a new mood. Plus, she could try out his new hair accessories. As the vice president of the beauty department, he really had skills. After Hazel's styling, Hestia looked more beautiful and radiant than ever. But before long, the two of them turned their attention to Nana. He styled an incredibly cute bun for her. Nana looked in the mirror and felt that as long as Hestia was happy, she was satisfied. After taking some photos, they played in the room until midnight. The next morning, Hestia rushed off to class. Hazel woke Nana up. Being in a rush, Hazel pulled the blanket off. The scene before him gave him a shock. Nana was still groggy and confused, walking to class angrily with her broccoli-like hair. Classmates on the way couldn't help but laugh. It turned out Nana's hair was so fluffy that Hazel had used a styling magic tool last night. Nana felt like she wanted to die of embarrassment. Then she bumped into someone. It happened to be Eve. Seeing Nana, she praised the hair as super cute. Then, like a puppy, she gave Nana a hug. Nana couldn't believe she met this upperclassman lunatic now. Eve was blunt about it, admitting she missed Nana, thanks to her good luck. Otherwise, she would have missed such a cutie. She begged Nana to keep this hairstyle forever. Nana was speechless, telling her to get away quickly. Fortunately, Swan arrived just in time. She had warned Eve not to harass Nana again. This person still hadn't learned her lesson, so Swan decisively pulled out a weapon, threatening to teach Eve a lesson. Eve broke into a cold sweat at the threat. The two of them began to chase each other in front of everyone. Nana had been embarrassed enough today. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she took the chance to run to the classroom. But as soon as she turned, she was caught by the Crown Prince and Cory. The prince's wild laughter echoed everywhere. Even Swan was trembling while holding back her laughter. Seeing Nana's hair so fluffy it looked like a storage bag, The prince put a chocolate in it for her to eat during class, but it actually fell into her hair, and disappeared completely. The prince laughed even harder at the sight. Nana was fuming with shame. She borrowed Corey's blanket to cover herself. That afternoon, Nana took the time to wash her hair. It finally returned to normal. Thinking back to the prince's mockery this morning, Nana plans to meet Shook to get her revenge. However, just as she was preparing to leave the changing room, she overheard other girls slandering Hess as a vixen who lures boys all day, simply because the girl is beautiful, gentle, and kind, and has been confessed to by half the boys in school. She was maligned by other girls as a vixen who seduces boys all day. Coincidentally, this was heard by the girl's best friend, Nana. What era is this? Still advocating for the 3 obediences and 4 virtues for women. People like her only have pretty faces. In reality, she has no brains at all. The increasingly excessive criticism made Nana frown. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted their discussion. It turned out Nana had kicked the locker hard. She coldly asked them what they were just saying. Taking a closer look, 2 of them were classmates Nana had helped during the last exam. Nana's appearance made the 2 of them uneasy. They whispered an explanation that they hadn't said anything bad about Nana. Nana was certainly aware of that. She wanted to know who said Hess was just a decoration. What does it matter to you whether she's a decoration or not? Hearing this, the 2 stepped back. They looked towards the leader with purple eyes. At this moment, Nana raised her voice, and sternly asked once more, who exactly was it? The 2 were almost scared to tears by Nana. The purple-haired girl, the instigator, finally stood up. She impatiently asked Nana, what does this have to do with you? We didn't say anything bad about you. Besides, even if Hess heard it, she wouldn't care. After all, she believed she was right. Anyone can see that. Hess has no brains at all. Before she could finish, Nana grabbed her collar. Then you must be the smart one. She was clearly just a 1.5-meter tall, small potato. But Nana's aura at that moment truly terrified the purple-haired girl. She sneered and asked, are you smarter than Hess? The purple-haired girl's pride seemed wounded. She became enraged out of shame. She struggled to break free from Nana's grip. She accused Nana of being mentally unstable too. I used to think you were a nice person. I didn't expect you to be even crazier than Hess. No wonder you're always hanging out with her. You two are quite a pair. Nana found the purple-haired girl's words a bit baffling. To her, it sounded more like a compliment. Since she looked so hideous, how could she even be compared to Hess? So she thanked the purple-haired girl in a highly humiliating way. At the same time, the crown prince had finished changing his clothes. He wondered. Class was about to start. Why hadn't Nana come out yet? He had planned to tease that broccoli some more. Just then, a noise broke out in the changing room. Soon, curious students gathered around to watch, because the noise clearly sounded like a fight. Seeing this, the crown prince immediately ordered some people to find a teacher. Finally, the matter came to an end. When the crown prince saw Nana's appearance, he suppressed his laughter, and brought a blanket to cover her. It turned out that during the fight, the purple-haired girl launched a sneak attack, causing a clump of Nana's hair to be pulled out by the roots. Now, her bare scalp was even visible. After avenging Hess, Nana felt great, but her scalp felt quite chilly as a result. After much thought, Nana decided to quickly research a hair growth spell. In the afternoon, Nana was confined to her dormitory as punishment. She sat on the bed in a daze, bored. Thinking that Hess would return to the dorm after lunch, Nana prepared to go see her. When she reached the room, she found the door unlocked. Her bag and school uniform were there too. She must have come back once already. Hess is usually very tidy, but now she had rushed out without even folding her uniform. She must have encountered something urgent. Nana simply helped tidy up for Hess. Suddenly, she caught sight of the fountain pen she had given Hess on the desk. Now, Nana remembered why she had given that gift in the first place. When they were children, Nana was invited to play at Hess's house. Her room was decorated like a princess's room. While Hess was called away for a talk by her mother, Nana accidentally discovered several books hidden under the table. They were all books on imperial history and politics that children wouldn't understand. At first, Nana doubted if Hess was the one reading them. It wasn't until later, through the thoughts Hess wrote in her notebook, that it was confirmed. Just like this secret notebook in front of her. Since then, Nana learned the true face of Hess. She had always lived a passive life, trying her best to present herself as the child her parents wanted. In reality, her young heart harbored grand dreams. To cheer Hess up and encourage her, Nana chose to give her this fountain pen. Unable to resist, Nana started reading Hess's notes again. Because Hess's writing style was so captivating, Nana always found herself subconsciously drawn in. Thinking about Hess struggling alone for her goals, Nana felt a sense of sorrow. She couldn't imagine how oppressed Hess felt. Despite having such a brilliant mind, her talent was forced to be confined to this notebook. Just then, loud footsteps were heard from outside the door. Nana quickly looked around for a place to hide. Outside, Hess was cursing the girls who had bullied Nana that morning. She threatened to shave their heads and throw them into a convent. If she couldn't do it alone, she'd just go to the annoying SWA to get someone else to do the dirty work. As Hess returned triumphantly, clutching a few strands of hair, she suddenly noticed Nana in the corner. Seeing Nana awkwardly waving at her, Hess was instantly pale with fright. Hearing that Nana had a clump of hair pulled out, Hess flew into a rage on the spot, threatening to shave those people's hair and throw them in a convent. Unexpectedly, her hysterical and foul-mouthed outburst was witnessed by Nana. Hess was instantly pale with fright. Then, Hess distressedly applied medicine to Nana's head. While applying it, she kept asking Nana if it hurt. Nana had been scarred, and Hess could not forgive the girl for it. Even if Nana said she was fine, it didn't matter. Nana had long been used to this. Ever since they were little, no matter what happened, Hess always stood by her side. She never thought Nana could do any wrong. Suddenly, Hess shyly asked Nana to forget what she had just said. In Hess's view, it was humiliating for Nana to find her swearing and acting crazy. Nana felt that cursing was no big deal, but Hess still defended herself in a low voice. She only said those things because she heard Nana was insulted and hurt. It was a subconscious reaction. That wasn't me. Looking at Hess's shifting gaze, Nana fell into deep thought. You say that wasn't you back then, so what do you think you should be like? The sharp question made Hess's heart tremble. He stammered, unable to give a clear answer. His gaze began to waver. Seeing this, Nana no longer intended to press him further. She simply lay down on the bed, saying she wanted to sleep well before the teacher took attendance. Then she patted the empty spot beside her, gesturing for Hess to lie down too. After hesitating for 0.1 seconds, Hess agreed and kept wiggling toward Nana. Hess's unblinking stare made it impossible for Nana to fall asleep, but Nana just thought Hess was cute like this. She had felt this way since they were very young. No matter where she went, Hess would follow behind, clutching the hem of her clothes. Because of this, many people mistook Hess for her sister. Thinking back now, Hess had already started disguising himself back then. Nana didn't want Hess to hide his true self because of others' opinions anymore. Besides, she couldn't always stand up for him. Nana reached out and stroked Hess's hair, then pinched his little face. Hess, you know I've always seen you as family, right? In your eyes, what kind of person am I? Without hesitation, Hess said he admired Nana. Because Nana is amazing. She helps him no matter what happens. However, Hess's praise made Nana feel ashamed. In truth, she wasn't as perfect as Hess imagined. She also made cold-hearted choices at times. Hess's dependence was now putting a lot of pressure on Nana. If she let this continue, Hess's growth would come to a standstill. When Nana said she hoped Hess wouldn't depend on her too much in the future, Hess's expression immediately turned to panic, wondering why she was suddenly saying this. But this time, Nana was exceptionally firm. She told Hess she couldn't achieve his dreams for him, because fundamentally, their goals were different. Although Nana worked hard, she didn't actually have much ambition. Her greatest wish was to join the Royal Knights and retire in peace. But Hess was different. Though he looked like he just wanted to be a devoted husband and father, Nana knew clearly that he always craved power enough to look down on the world. Hess did not deny it upon hearing this, but he wondered how Nana knew. Nana vaguely blamed it on intuition. After all, she couldn't say she had peeked at Hess's notes, and saw his meticulous plans for improvement out of concern for the Empire's future. Seeing that Hess's eyes were still filled with confusion, Nana had to harden her heart and show Hess her selfishness. I can't keep helping you. Before you start feeling like I've betrayed you, go find your own dream. Upon hearing this, Hess felt as if his world had collapsed. He gripped the quilt, trying hard to suppress his emotions, but he just couldn't control them. Tears kept streaming down from his eyes. If he didn't have Nana, he would feel afraid. Can't he just stay childish like this for the rest of his life? Even if you ask me, I have nothing to say. This is all your own choice. In fact, Nana said these cruel words, so that Hess could find his own way of living in the future. Hess hadn't realized yet, that the wish he sought was far beyond what his current efforts could achieve. Nana picked up the fountain pen on the table and handed it to Hess. I gave you this pen back then to cheer you on. Now, I'm giving this pen to you once again. The moment the pen was handed to Hess, Hess regained his long-forgotten fighting spirit and ambition. Seeing that it was getting late, Nana prepared to take her leave. Before leaving, she told Hess, I'm someone who really needs help, too. Sometimes I also want someone to lean on. I hope that person can be you. As soon as she finished speaking, Hess's eyes sparkled with excitement. He asked Nana for confirmation in disbelief. Facing Hess's question, Nana gave an affirmative nod with a smile. After closing the door, Nana let out a long sigh of relief. Although it was a last resort, she had indeed spoken heartless words to Hess. She only hoped Hess could understand her intentions. At this moment, Hess held the fountain pen, recalling Nana's encouragement when she gave him the pen as a child. He held it up like a precious treasure, and tears unconsciously flowed from his eyes again. But this time, the tears were clearer and brighter than ever before. To help Hess find his own way of life, Nana confessed her true feelings to him. Although she saw Hess as family, their goals and dreams were different after all. Nana couldn't be Hess's crutch forever. Besides, she herself was an imperfect person. She also wanted someone to lean on sometimes, and she hoped that person could be Hess. Hearing this, Hess finally pulled himself together. The clear tears in the corners of his eyes signaled his determination. The next day, news of Nana taking on 3 people alone in the locker room spread like wildfire. She thus became a famous figure in the academy. However, Nana didn't guess the reason why everyone was talking about her. She thought it was because the way Hazel tied her hair was too strange. Busy comforting Hess yesterday, Nana had hurriedly used magic to fix her hair. Just then, the Crown Prince called out to Nana and said hello, mocking Nana's hair for looking like a fighting cock. Nana first politely greeted Cory, then turned to question the Crown Prince on what he meant by fighting cock. Disappointed by her lack of grace, he advised Nana to be more careful. Even though you're tone deaf, and get mocked for having a broccoli afro, you shouldn't go around like a fighting cock being a school bully just because you were wronged. With this kind of character, you probably aren't qualified to join the Royal Knights. Nana stared at the Crown Prince as if he were an idiot, telling him to hurry up, and get lost. The Crown Prince took his leave promptly after hearing that. Nana was a bit annoyed by the Crown Prince's teasing. Why did he treat her like a bad person? Just then, a lollipop was handed to Nana. Cory held the candy and comforted Nana, telling her not to mind others. He believed Nana wouldn't do anything like bullying the weak. Nana took the candy and thanked Cory, thinking that Cory really was the one who treated her best. The two agreed to meet again during club time. That being said, Nana felt it was understandable for her to be called a school bully. Although those 3 were also swordsmanship majors, their usual training volume couldn't compare to Nana's. When the purple-haired one rushed over, Nana couldn't hold back, and took care of the other 2 along with him. But being in puberty, she couldn't control her emotions, which seemed natural. It was probably because the black flame dragon inside her was stirring. Suddenly, Nana realized she was under the public eye. Out of shame and anger, he shifted all the blame to the Crown Prince. Back in the classroom, Nana peeked cautiously through the doorway. She wondered if Hestia would be too demoralized to come to class. To her surprise, the scene before her was unexpected. The 3 girls from yesterday actually apologized to Hestia in unison. She wondered how Hestia had managed to do it. Given Purple Hair's personality, she wouldn't back down easily. Fortunately, the matter seemed to have been resolved. The 2 sides no longer seemed at each other's throats. Nana walked into the classroom and greeted Hestia. Seeing it was Nana, Hestia immediately responded with a smile. His state of mind finally put Nana's mind at ease. That's when Nana noticed all 3 of them had a bald spot on their heads. She clearly remembered only pulling Purple Hair's hair yesterday. Hearing this, the 3 of them glanced at Hestia with fearful eyes. Before Nana could ask, Hestia nudged them with his elbow, reminding them to say something to his Nana. So, the 3 of them apologized to Nana for what they said yesterday. Because Hestia was beautiful, and Nana excelled in her studies, they were driven by jealousy, to say things they shouldn't have. However, Hestia really isn't that bright. Before Purple Hair could finish her sentence, Hestia cut off her nonsense with a sharp smack. telling her to stop talking nonsense. Then Purple Hair continued to bluff, claiming she chose swordsmanship because she respected Nana. Another girl foolishly exposed her, "Didn't you say it was because of the Crown Prince?" At this point, Nana had no idea what was going on. She had argued with Purple Hair yesterday because of the insults toward Hestia. So why was this person constantly apologizing to her instead? Just as Nana was about to tell Purple Hair there was no need for so many explanations, Hestia couldn't stand it any longer. He grabbed Purple Hair by the collar, pinched her chin and warned, "No matter how much you respect Nana, she is mine, and I am hers." Nana was startled by Hestia's change. Her mind was in a whirl. Although Hestia was no longer hiding his true self, this transformation had still come far too quickly. Nana even suspected Hestia might have a split personality. Just then, Hestia noticed Nana's gaze. He gave Nana a smile, just like he always did. Hestia was clearly the biggest victim in this incident, but because the insults involved Nana, he single-handedly forced the three girls to apologize to her. Seeing this, Nana stopped overthinking it. Anyway, Hestia's smile was still as beautiful as ever. She immediately announced she would use hair growth magic on the three of them to commemorate their reconciliation. Just as Nana was about to cast the spell, the surrounding classmates, annoyed by their noise, began to complain. Nana instinctively thought of her recent nickname again. As the spell was completed, a head of broccoli sprouted on each of their heads. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. After Nana fixed them up, she went to the club. Regarding Hestia's transformation, Cory wondered if Nana felt flustered by it. Nana said that this level of change was within her expectations. However, sometimes, she still found herself surprised. Hestia actually dared to challenge her now, despite being a poor student who always failed and slept in class. He claimed he would surpass her in history and language on the next exam. As for his attempt to eye her rank, Nana felt she had to show Hestia what's what. That being said, Nana's face was full of smiles. She was genuinely happy about Hestia's change. Just because Nana confessed her feelings to Hestia, he underwent an unprecedented transformation. Not only did he tame the three swordsmanship students into apologizing to Nana, but he also vowed to beat Nana in the next history and language exam. Nana was glad Hestia had become cheerful and energetic. Faced with Hestia's challenge, Nana's competitive spirit was ignited, so she suggested they make a bet based on their exam scores. The loser would have to grant the winner one wish. Hearing this prize, Hestia appeared exceptionally happy. Seeing Hestia's face beaming with happiness, Nana was a bit puzzled. It was clearly just a very cliché bet, but Hestia didn't think so. Because Nana was excellent in every way, it was an honor to have a bet with her. At the same time, he looked forward to the moment he could make a wish. Since Hestia was so confident in himself, Nana decided to give it her all. Meanwhile, Cory, as a bystander, after learning about the bet, predicted a tragedy would occur. In the following days, Hestia was more eager than ever to achieve a breakthrough. His desk was covered with notes taken in class. He kept muttering to himself, trying to memorize all the knowledge. Other students also noticed Hestia's change. Not only had he become feisty, but he was also incredibly hardworking. Even history, which was known as a sleeping pill, he could now focus on studying. Just then, Nana walked into the classroom, and overheard their conversation. Facing everyone's confusion, Nana understood completely. After all, as his seatmate, even she felt Hestia seemed like a stranger occasionally. The Hestia of now, compared to the one in the original novel, was much more diligent and hardworking. On one hand, Nana was satisfied with Hestia's change. On the other hand, she worried he was becoming a threat. So Nana suggested Hestia shouldn't study too hard, and should go out more to relax. Hestia declined with a smile. He said he couldn't beat Nana otherwise. Nana didn't expect that in order to win, Hestia wouldn't even care about his appearance, which he usually valued most. Realizing Hestia's determination, Nana also worked harder, and studied diligently. Afterwards, they both read books while walking, read while eating, and even read while washing up at night. Eventually, Nana was so exhausted that she got a nosebleed. At that moment, in the library, Cory saw Hestia and Nana's complexions, and advised them to take a day off. Both had heavy dark circles under their eyes, and their hair was a complete mess. But even so, Nana still said she was fine. To make them realize the severity of the problem, Cory took out a ruler and held it to his face, saying he would measure the size of their dark circles. After measuring, Hestia's dark circles were a full 4 centimeters, while Nana's were 3.45 centimeters. You should know that even Corey's own dark circles were only 3 centimeters. This data was enough to show how terrible their condition was, because according to Corey's observations, anyone with dark circles longer than his, eventually, everyone would faint. Nana and Hess were speechless for a moment. Neither of them took Corey's superstition seriously. Seeing himself being ignored, Corey simply joined this death-defying study group. He sat by their side, waiting for them to faint. Regarding Corey joining, Nana had no objections. She only reminded him to stay quiet. During this time, Hess didn't ask Corey any study questions. Instead, he stared at him warily. Suddenly, he arrogantly began to assert his dominance. To be honest, his initial impression of Corey wasn't great, but after actually spending time together, he felt Corey was a decent person. While Corey was wondering what those words meant, Hess glared at him the next moment, declaring that he was the one closest to Nana. Corey didn't refute him immediately. After a moment of reflection, he showed off the earring on his ear. See this? Nina made this herself. Then, he quickly leaned toward Nina, and revealed the earring he gave her. And this is a friendship token I made for Nina. Seeing this, Hess felt as if the world was ending. Then, he sobbed and asked Nana where his was. Nana had to coax him, saying they'd get jewelry together after the exams. A few days later, midterm exams arrived as scheduled. Many poor students crammed at the last minute, looking for others to check their answers. Corey immediately went to Nana to ask about the results. Although Nana eventually won, she didn't feel happy. Perhaps because Hess had never seriously sat for an exam before. He got so nervous that he collapsed on his desk mid-exam. Corey didn't expect his dark circle curse would come true then. Afterward, Nana went to the infirmary to visit Hess. Seeing his report card, Hess was full of disappointment. He had clearly worked hard enough, yet he messed up at the crucial moment. Facing Hess's self-reproach, Nana felt sorry for him. She comforted him, saying it was her fault for not considering Hess's physical condition, and thanks to Hess, she was able to improve in her weakest subject, history. Suddenly, Hess remembered their bet. He asked Nana what her wish was. Nana didn't answer him immediately. Instead, she gave him an ambiguous smile. Hess and Nana had bet on their exam results, agreeing that the loser would grant the winner a wish. For this, Hess had studied desperately, catching up on class notes. However, he collapsed mid-exam due to extreme nerves. Ultimately, without suspense, Nana won the competition. When Hess asked Nana what her wish was, a mischievous grin appeared on Nana's face. Under Hess's puzzled gaze, Nana pulled out a form for Hess to fill out. It was an application for the school's journalism department next semester. She hoped Hess would join the department to promote her club. After all, it had been a long time, and her club only had 2 members. Then, Nana pulled a pile of books out of her bag. Hess found the books were all about imperial parties and political history. Upon hearing Nana's request to read them and write reviews, Hess immediately felt resistant, not just because the books were obscure and difficult, but also because he had never written a review before. To make Hess realize his own potential, Nana had to confess that she had peeked at his secret diary. Hearing this, Hess's face turned beet red with embarrassment. His diary contained many private things. Nana explained she first saw it when they were kids. Back then, she couldn't understand what was written at all. Until a few days ago, when she happened upon Hess's open diary, she finally realized Hess's talent. But at this moment, Hess didn't want to hear any explanations. He buried his head in the blanket, begging Nana to forget his diary quickly. Unexpectedly, Nana's next words startled Hess. The descriptions in the diary were so exquisite that she couldn't forget them. She believed that if it were Hess, he would surely write the most perfect reviews. Seeing that Hess still couldn't believe it, Nana gently repeated it once more, acknowledging that Hess's writing was indeed excellent. Hearing this, Hess forgot how to react for a moment. He thought no one knew about his dream. All his hard work day and night had been nothing more than self-entertainment. But now, all his efforts were being recognized, and by none other than his favorite person, Nana. After calming down, Hess agreed to Nana's request. Then Nana remembered she had made 2 wishes to Hess. So, for the sake of fairness, Nana let Hess make a wish too. Hess nervously rubbed the book in his hands, and spoke to Nana with great hesitation. He hoped Nana would promise him that even if she hated him in the future, or grew tired of him, she must never leave him. After saying this, Hess began to sob uncontrollably. Just the thought of Nana leaving him made it impossible to suppress his grief and fear. Seeing this, Nana hugged Hess tightly. She stroked his head to comfort him. They would go get matching jewelry together in a while. Nana sighed helplessly. Clearly, Hess still hadn't let go of her earlier words about not being dependent. Then, there was a knock on the ward door. Hearing that it was Corey, Nana told him to come in. She happened to be a bit hungry, and wanted some snacks. Unexpectedly, upon entering, Corey was shocked by the scene before him. Even Hess sat up hurriedly from the bed. Nana's nose was bleeding profusely. Then she suddenly felt dizzy. She collapsed onto the floor. Seeing this, Corey joked that those with longer dark circles than his always end up badly. Nana, on the ground, hadn't expected it either. Even with just a 0.45 centimeters difference, the curse still hadn't spared her. Then, Corey used magic to toss Nana onto the bed. Then he ran out to help Nana ask for leave. After Corey left, Nana and Hess lay quietly on their beds without speaking. They both tacitly stole glances at each other's reactions. Realizing they had the same intention, both Nana and Hess couldn't help but laugh out loud. A few days later, a recovered Hess returned home, because before fulfilling his promise to Nana, he had to face his own mother. Hess's father was a very traditional and conservative man. He forced Hess to strictly adhere to traditional codes of conduct. In his father's eyes, besides grooming oneself, studying anything was a waste of effort. It won't be of any use after marriage anyway. My mother used to be very confident before she got married. However, this only caused resentment in my father. Under my father's daily mistreatment, my mother's values became warped. She believed that for a woman to be loved, she must lower herself. Only a beautiful appearance could be a husband's pride. And to gain his parents' hypocritical love, Hess also unknowingly hid her true self. By chance, Hess met Nana. Her orange hair and lively personality immediately attracted Hess. She didn't just study swordsmanship, but also magic. Every move Nana made filled Hess with envy. But what inspired her most were Nana's words. Whether boy or girl, everyone dies in the end. Why care about such complicated things? Because Hess was timid, and didn't dare to defy her parents. She followed behind Nana to fill her own void. But she knew Nana was right. They couldn't be together forever. So she had to live for herself while she could. And that was why Hess defied her mother for the first time. On her way back to school, pigeons flew across the sky from time to time, and her mood was as light and free as they were. Just then, Nana came to find Hess after her swordsmanship class. She thought Hess had just gone home to handle some business. Upon hearing her say that her mother would kick her out after graduation, Nana instinctively took it as a joke. Hess smiled and said nothing, because to her, this was the best possible outcome, to keep her promise to Nana. Hess went home and confessed her plan to join the journalism club to her mother. Even though her mother threatened to kick her out, Hess felt incredibly free and at ease. The first thing Hess did upon returning to school was fill out the club application. The news quickly reached the members of the gardening club. They were very confused by Hess's decision. Hess had clearly said she loved gardening the most, and even claimed it was a vital skill for becoming a lady. Why was she leaving so suddenly now? Facing their questions, Hess simply explained she wasn't suited for gardening. Then she asked with a smile, "Would you hate me for this?" They didn't dare to agree, and shook their heads frantically in denial. They then quickly took their leave of Hess, promising to see her during club hours. Actually, Hess understood their misconception. After all, even her mother was furious about her joining the journalism club. At the time, Hess used the progress of the times as a reason to urge her mother to stop living in fear of her father. Her goal in joining the club was to one day help more people, like her mother, hoping to create an environment where everyone is accepted for their abilities. After hearing this, the mother stared at Hess with a strange look. She knew that even if times changed, her husband would not. But her daughter's words deeply touched her heart. Finally, she shed tears while trembling. She didn't think Hess could change anything alone. However, Hess's mind was made up. She hadn't expected her mother's understanding, let alone fantasized about getting support. It was only because her father was impossible to communicate with, that she chose to inform her mother instead. Seeing Hess about to leave, her mother sternly warned her that her father would never forgive her actions, and even threatened to kick her out upon graduation. Hearing this, Hess stopped in her tracks. On the verge of tears, she apologized to her mother, saying she couldn't be the daughter her mother wanted. By then, her mother was already in tears. She seemed to see her former self in Hess. But years of misery had become a shackle imprisoning her thoughts. She was convinced Hess would regret today's decision. Hess cheered herself up. She didn't care about the reactions of her family or outsiders. She only cared about Nana's reaction. Besides, Nana had said last time that she wanted to rely on her. She began to imagine what kind of happiness that would be. But then, Hess suddenly felt troubled. Because Nana also told her not to hide her true self. She worried that Nana wouldn't be able to accept her if she were exposed. Whether it was her taking on 3 girls from the swordsmanship department, or her secretly ordering Swan to get rid of all the boys who had crushes on Nana. If Nana found out about these things, wouldn't her image in Nana's heart plummet? Suddenly, Nana returned to her seat and greeted Hess. Seeing Hess startle, Nana thought it was just because she was nervous. So she smiled and told Hess not to feel too much pressure, or she wouldn't be able to write well. Hess agreed guiltily. Just then, a classmate told Hess that a boy was waiting for her outside. Looking in that direction, Nana saw that the sneaky boy was that reckless blue-haired guy. Since Hess had already clearly rejected him last time, Nana volunteered to help Hess chase him away. With that, Nana lunged at the boy. Looking at the commotion, Hess couldn't help but wonder if the two had some sort of personal grudge. Then Hess realized that Nana would have to date someday. But her personality was a bit eccentric, so it might be hard for her to find a partner. So Hess thought she might need to help Nana find someone. After all, Nana had missed out on dating more than once or twice because of her. Hess began to review the boys around Nana. First was candidate number 1, Shayer. Although he was the powerful crown prince, his behavior was a bit childish, so he was out. Candidate number 2 was Corey. Despite his fierce appearance, he was actually a nice person once you got to know him. But still, no. Candidate number 3, Hyacinth. He was incredibly wealthy, meticulous, and quite resourceful, but he was always clinging to Nana, so he was even less acceptable. The last candidate was Swan Hayden. At the thought of him, Hess didn't even want to look for a reason. She just rejected him outright. First of all, Swan clearly liked Nana, and that alone was unacceptable. He'd constantly steal glances at Nana while walking. Luckily, Nana was too dense to notice. Plus, Nana's childhood memory loss definitely had something to do with Swan. Otherwise, how could Nana forget everything she went through with him? He even made Nana forget the gift of the fountain pen. Taking all this into account, she would never forgive him. At this point, Hess instantly turned dark. She muttered that scum like Swan, who hurt Nana, didn't even deserve to be a backup. Just then, Nana's shouting woke Hess up. Nana took credit for driving away the reckless youth, and Hess stated that he had finished the application form. So the two of them went hand in hand to the news department to submit the documents. Everyone else in the class was stunned to see Hess switch between his dual personalities. On the way to the news department together, Hess apologized to Nana in his heart. He couldn't agree to Nana dating anyone else. If in this world, there was only one person who could fall in love with Nana, then that person could only be him. Even if the other person were a handsome and powerful dragon, it wouldn't matter. Time flies. Autumn leaves fall. A year passed quickly. Both Nana and Hess studied hard for their respective dreams. During the holidays, her younger brother Callie had grown taller without anyone noticing. And now, the 3rd semester was coming to a close. On the road, classmates lamented how hard it is for ordinary people to improve their grades. Unlike some favored children of heaven, who can easily get first place. Suddenly, the two were startled by the person appearing before them, because the person they were just discussing was none other than Shlena, who ranked first in the entire grade. After Nana helped Hess make a change, another year passed. Although they both seemed to be working hard as usual on the surface, Nana never expected that Hess would unknowingly display such amazing power in the academy. During Hess's time in the news department, he won the admiration of many students with his excellent writing skills. Many professors also began to sponsor Hess's articles. As his following grew day by day, Hess's articles had a huge influence on the school. If he emphasized the hygiene issues in the restrooms, the school would specifically hire people to clean them. If he mentioned the poor behavior of students, then problem students like Swan would be punished with cleaning duties. Now, Hess had clearly become the most powerful spokesperson among the students. He did his best to improve the school's environment and atmosphere, and he never abused his power. except for occasionally targeting Swan, and putting Nana in the front page column of the school magazine. At this moment, Nana's hands trembled with indignation as she saw herself in the newspaper. She didn't even know where these photos came from. Although Nana was proud of Hess's growth rate, it didn't mean she would tolerate such behavior. Because in Nana's view, this was just total nonsense. Stuff like Savings King Schlena or Double Agent of the Swordsmanship Department and Magic Circle Club. In any case, whenever the school magazine came out, Nana was always featured in the top special feature. Amidst her shame and anger, Nana guessed that someone must be giving Hess information. He couldn't possibly have written so much content by himself. Suddenly, the voices of others discussing it startled Nana. Hearing the voices of the Crown Prince and Cory, Nana quietly hid behind a potted plant. Cory skillfully grabbed 6 copies of the newspaper in one go. The Crown Prince wondered why he ordered so many. Cory explained that one was for display, one for reading, one for his collection, and the rest were spares for those 3. Then, Cory noticed that the Crown Prince had also bought many copies, and his reasons were even stranger. One for reading, one for teasing Nana, and the last one to be hidden so Nana wouldn't take it. Then, the Crown Prince proudly told Cory that he wrote the next special feature on Nana. Once Hess finishes editing and polishing it, it will be published in the paper. Nana was absolutely speechless at him. For a Crown Prince to spend his free time doing such things every day, what annoyed her even more was that the Crown Prince had written a lot of exaggerated flattery about her. Finally, Nana couldn't take it anymore and stood up to catch the 2 culprits who had embarrassed her. She threatened them to hand over the newspapers so she could burn them. Seeing this, the Crown Prince and Cory quickly fled. One was fast on his feet, the other used teleportation, making it impossible for Nana to catch them. Just then, the third suspect, Eve, stepped forward with light footsteps. He stated that he had already signed an exclusive sales contract for Nana's special edition. Before Nana could scold Eve, the contract in his hand suddenly disappeared. Swan, looking exasperated with the contract in his mouth, questioned Eve on who agreed to the exclusive sale. Then, the 2 began to fight over the contract. Nana couldn't understand the way these people's minds worked at all. Exhausted both physically and mentally, she decided to go to the convenience store to buy some snacks. After the afternoon swordsmanship class ended, Nana originally wanted to go straight back to the dormitory to change, but because her legs were sore, she sat down on a chair to rest first. At this moment, Nana felt a bit troubled. It turned out that the Royal Knights had released a recruitment notice today, but Nana couldn't take the exam because she wasn't old enough. Suddenly, she heard someone speaking to her. Looking up, it was her younger brother, Callie. He was now a first-year freshman at Oakland Academy. Seeing her cute little brother, Nana felt the fatigue of the day melt away. Callie expressed his dissatisfaction with his sister always treating him like a child. Then, he noticed that not far away, Swan seemed to be practicing magic with a classmate. Although anyone could see Swan was just bullying someone, Nana was more curious about how Callie and Swan knew each other. Callie explained that Swan had helped him many times, including the time his roommate asked him to fold the quilts. Swan helped him out. Speaking of this, both of them fell silent. Anyone could guess how Swan helped. Callie then added that his classmates all envied him, because it wasn't just Swan, even Cory, the Crown Prince, and Eve helped him often. Nana wondered why these people were doing such things. After thinking for a while, she attributed the reason to Callie's cuteness. Afterward, Nana asked about Callie's grades. Hearing this, Callie felt a bit discouraged. He was naturally insensitive to magic, and his health wasn't great either, so he couldn't overtrain. Nana quickly comforted him, saying he was quite clever. In today's society, theoretical knowledge is more important. But Callie was still gloomy. Nana knew it was only natural for someone his age to admire magic and swordsmanship. So she asked Callie, if you could choose between swordsmanship and magic, which one would you pick? Looking at the scene of Swan lecturing someone in the distance, Callie chose magic without hesitation. Nana was curious about his reason for choosing magic. Callie explained that he longed to fly in the sky using magic. Senior Cory once used a floating spell on him, so he hoped to have the chance to fly anywhere he wanted in the future. Nana secretly kept Callie's wish in mind. That night, Nana began working overtime. As long as she could make Callie's wish come true, her hard work was nothing. Finally, thanks to Nana's efforts, a broom-shaped flying magic tool was born. To fulfill Callie's wish to fly, Nana decided to help him make a magic tool. From returning to the dorm in the afternoon until midnight, after Nana's strenuous overtime, a flying broom was finally created. To verify if the broom could fly, Nana went to an open space specifically to test its functions. Actually, Nana learned through her conversation with Carrie in the afternoon that his choice of magic was just an excuse. What he truly desired was flight. Coincidentally, Nana had also longed for witches flying on broomsticks in the past, so she made this prop based on what she had seen on TV in her previous life. When she installed the magic provided by Carrie, the broom started up successfully. Nana boarded the slowly rising broomstick. Before she could even be excited for 2 seconds, she lost her balance. Clearly, this prop requires a lot of practice to master. After losing her balance countless times, Nana decided to give Carrie more money to add some balancing magic. By then, her head was already spinning a bit. Fortunately, through her efforts, Nana successfully mastered the balance. The view from the sky was even more spectacular than Nana had imagined. In her joy, Nana thought about bringing Hess along to try it next time. Then Nana prepared to practice moving forward and backward. Unexpectedly, a sudden gust of wind hit her. The broom beneath her immediately went out of control. Nana was also blown around until she felt dizzy. To escape the storm, Nana increased the broom's power. In an instant, the broom shot out at a very high speed. It looked like she was about to crash into the boys' dormitory. Nana had no choice but to swerve into one of the rooms. Finally, the broom stopped after hitting the wall. Fortunately, Nana used magic at the critical moment to avoid injury. At that moment, the confused voices of Eve and Swan came from behind her. The two of them rushed forward in a panic to check on Nana's injuries. Nana explained that it was nothing serious. She had just accidentally bitten her tongue and bled a little. Seeing this, Eve immediately ordered Swan to treat Nana. Swan was very annoyed after hearing this, saying it wasn't necessary for him to say that. Besides, he was just in the way there, and told him to just get lost. And so, Eve and Swan went back and forth, starting an argument. Their bickering caught the attention of the dorm supervisor. The approaching footsteps made them instantly realize something was wrong, because according to school rules, girls entering the boys' dormitory would be expelled. Fortunately, Eve reacted quickly. Under his instructions, Swan brought a quilt and covered Nana with it. When the supervisor burst through the door, the scene before him left him stunned. These two incompatible problem students were actually hugging each other now. Swan and Eve explained. They had just accidentally gotten into an argument. Hugging like this now was to improve their relationship, and help them reconcile. Meanwhile, Nana was squeezed between them, unable to breathe. Seeing that the supervisor was still skeptical, Eve and Swan had no choice but to cast aside their dignity, acting their hearts out for the supervisor. "Uncle, you've misunderstood. How could we ever bear to actually fight with each other?" At that moment, an answer formed in the supervisor's mind. He was so shocked that he couldn't even hold his notebook steady. Then the supervisor noticed the broom on the wall. Swan explained it was Senior Eve's collection, that he usually enjoys cleaning up. By now, he was at the end of his rope. His fingers kept tightening their grip, almost breaking Eve's arm. Before leaving, the supervisor warned them with a look of disgust that they could argue all they wanted. "But your brains should be okay, right?" Upon hearing this question, Swan's murderous intent instantly spread, scaring the supervisor into making a hasty retreat. After the supervisor left, Nana crawled out from under the quilt for some air. Even though Nana explained she entered the room because of the test flight, but Eve still took it as Nana missing him too much. That's why she broke into his room in the middle of the night. The next moment, Swan kicked Eve away, warning Eve not to touch his Nana with dirty hands. "Be careful, or I'll cut your hands off." Since he couldn't touch her himself, Eve suggested that Nana should head back quickly. If she was caught, she wouldn't just be punished. There would also be many negative consequences. But with the broom in its current state, it clearly couldn't be ridden anymore. So Eve asked Swan to use teleportation magic to send Nana back. In response, Swan apologetically showed the bracelet on her hand, indicating she couldn't do it. A month later, our Nana has finally returned. Who would have thought she'd trespass into the boys' dormitory at night? Not long ago, Nana's flying broom went out of control during a test. Forced by circumstances, she had no choice but to enter Swan and Eve's room. After learning about the situation, Eve asked Swan to use magic to send Nana back. Swan raised her hand and showed her bracelet, indicating she couldn't do it. It turns out that because Swan always damaged school property, she was called out and criticized by Hess in the committee. He believed the reason Swan was so reckless was that the punishment wasn't severe enough. This kid must be given a more severe punishment. Since he likes using magic to bully others so much, then they might as well restrict his misuse of magic. Swan complained to Nana. It's all that pink-haired one's fault, that he can't use much magic. Just as they were at their wits' end, Eve suddenly thought of Carrie. His room happened to be downstairs, but using the stairs at this hour might get them caught by the supervisor. Swan pointed behind her. Then let's just go through the window. Nana also thought it was a good idea. Climbing walls wasn't difficult for her. Suddenly, a quilt covered her. Swan used magic to wrap Nana in layers. You just crashed into the wall. Besides biting your tongue, there might be other internal injuries. So just rest well like this. Nana was resistant at first, but then Swan used a levitation spell, making Nana feel comfortable and intoxicated instantly. Then Eve suggested that he should carry Nana over. Swan slapped away his wandering hand, and threw the flying broom to Eve. Just take this and follow me. Afterward, Swan stood on the windowsill. Eve was about to say he should check if the window was closed first. Unexpectedly, the next moment Swan jumped down with Nana. She was holding a rope, with the other end tied to the bed. Immediately after, Swan kicked open a window, and swung into the Crown Prince's room. Swan raised her hand to celebrate her landing. The movement was perfect. The Crown Prince behind her was terrified, scolding Swan for acting crazy, breaking into his room through the window in the middle of the night. Before he could finish, Eve also climbed in through the window. He greeted the Crown Prince with a smile, then warned him not to scream. Otherwise, attracting the supervisor wouldn't be good for any of them. At this time, the sleeping Carrie was awakened by them. He pointed at the cocoon behind Shirena, and asked what it was. Just as he finished speaking, Nana poked her head out to greet Cory and the Crown Prince. After explaining the whole story, Nana lay on the bed in silence. The Crown Prince stood nearby mocking her. Could this cocoon please look over here? Nana felt like she wanted to die of embarrassment. The magic was actually quite comfortable, so she hadn't asked Swan Hayden to undo it. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. She asked Cory if she looked ridiculous. Cory comforted Nana, telling her not to overthink it. You look very cute like this. Nana has always been a beautiful and cute girl in my eyes. Nana felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, thinking that Cory occasionally says such strange things. Meanwhile, the other three were thinking about how to handle Nana's situation. The Crown Prince suggested Nana just sleep in the dorm for the night, and then send her out the next day disguised as a man, or they could all just speed out and help her escape now. After some discussion, the three agreed to let Cory take Nana back, to prevent any accidents during the flight. The four of them used their own methods to add insurance for Nana. Finally, Nana's rocket launched successfully amidst their applause. A few days later, Karis received the flying broom sent by Nana. To ensure the broom's mobility and safety, Nana had spent a lot of time improving it later on. She didn't want Karis to encounter a situation like hers. Seeing Karis having so much fun, Nana felt relieved and prepared to go to class. Seeing the falling yellow leaves, Nana realized that autumn had arrived. Unnoticeably, her third academic year was coming to an end. While Nana was reflecting on how time flies, 39, a flirting couple appeared behind her, breaking the atmosphere. The atmosphere was broken when a flirtatious couple appeared behind them. This public display of affection made Nana feel out of place. Nana crushed a leaf in anger. Their combined ages were practically at the auntie level, yet she hadn't received a single confession. Was she really that uncharming? Just then, the Crown Prince approached Nana. Nana, let's have a swordsmanship match today too. For a moment, Nana felt like her life was over. Nana's third academic year was nearing its end. While she was reflecting on time flying by, the heartless Crown Prince came looking for her, claiming he had just bought a new sword, and wanted to spar with Nana. Nana couldn't muster any interest. Besides, why do this on the main road? However, the Crown Prince insisted, pointing his sword at the couple flirting behind them. Why not choose a place that isn't polluted by the stench of love? Nana understood immediately. She pulled out her wooden sword and accepted the invitation. Their common goal was the group of young couples behind them. The Crown Prince swung his sword forcefully. Nana blocked the attack. They were verbally correcting each other's swings. But in reality, every move was aimed at splitting up the clinging couples. After some time, The two stopped to rest, panting. Justice was served after all. The pedestrian street that was full of the smell of love was now empty. Suddenly, they both fell into an awkward silence. After returning to the dorm, Nana felt ashamed of what they had just done. That behavior was as childish as the crown prince in the first grade. Seeing this, Hazel quickly asked Nana what happened. "Your face is so red. Something good must have happened." Nana explained it was probably because she just finished her bath. Then Hazel guessed another answer. She thought Nana must have received an invitation for a ball partner. Hearing this, Nana was completely confused. It turned out the school was hosting a ball for the senior and junior graduates. Nana explained awkwardly that she hadn't received any invitations at all. Hazel didn't believe it. She said Nana was cute, and should be quite popular. She might even be elected as the Ogren Queen. Nana appreciated Hazel's confidence in her, but the Ogren Queen was chosen by student votes. She knew she had no chance. Because on the way to the classroom, many people were inviting girls they liked. But Nana hadn't received a single invite, so she didn't even dare to dream about being queen. Although she could attend the ball without a partner, Nana didn't want to feel like an outsider. Since first graders couldn't attend, besides Karis, there only seemed to be Hiron. But asking that guy would surely lead to trouble. Forget it. Upon entering the classroom, Nana noticed Hestia was surrounded by boys wanting to be her partner. Some were even from other classes. Suddenly, Hestia caught sight of Nana. Nana waved to say hello. Hestia responded with a bright smile. The heroine's smile instantly struck Nana's heart. Then Hestia held up her necklace to thank Nana. Thanks to the gift Nana gave her, she wasn't being bothered by the people around her. Nana told Hestia not to mention it, thinking only a beautiful and cute girl like Hestia deserved the title of Ogren Queen. Seeing her seat was taken, Nana planned to go to the restroom before class. Unexpectedly, she bumped right into a tanned PE student. "Why are you blocking the way? That stinky octopus almost made me drop Hestia's gift." Nana convinced herself to suppress the urge to hit him. It wasn't the first or second time she'd been treated like this anyway. She didn't expect anyone to ask an octopus like her to the ball. To be honest, dancing with someone at a graduation ball was meaningless anyway. Just as she finished brainwashing herself, she saw 3 people holding flowers in the hallway as she left the classroom. Nana's face was full of confusion. The crown prince was holding a bouquet of roses. Corey had a bouquet decorated with candies. Most absurdly, the roses in Swanhaden's hands were almost as big as a person. Corey told Nana that they had run into a serious problem. For a moment, Nana thought they were looking for Hestia, but were struggling because Hestia had too many suitors. Even though she couldn't help much, Nana still asked Corey if they needed assistance. Just then, a shout of "Nana" came from afar. It was Hyan, walking towards her with a very expensive-looking bouquet. Nana immediately got goosebumps. The next moment, Hyan was in front of her. "I have something to tell you." Before he could speak, a bouquet of roses hit him on the head. "Hyan-ji, seniors should be very busy right now. Maybe you should go study first." This time, Hyan was quite firm, stating that no matter how busy he was going to attend the ball with Nana. Unexpectedly, Corey also made a move against Hyan, tossing a lollipop to plug Hyan's mouth. Then the crown prince took action as well, quickly tying Hyan up securely. Finally, the 3 of them fled the scene with the clothes. Only the flowers and candies scattered on the ground showed their feelings. "I didn't expect our Nana to have a day when she would stun everyone." Today was the day of the academy ball. All the girls were busy picking out dresses and doing their makeup. But Nana was the only one so free she didn't know what to do, because until now, no one had invited her to be their partner. But considering it was a rare end-of-term ball, and there might be plenty of delicious delicacies, Nana decided to just show up anyway. She took out the makeup her mother prepared in her fluorescent green dress. Soon, Nana finished getting ready by herself. The weather was very cold today. She even put on a thick coat and a scarf. For her first time doing makeup, Nana felt pretty good about herself. Just then, Hazel returned to the room after her shower. Seeing Nana's makeup, she was shocked and horrified. She tactfully asked if Nana was going to the ball to be a comedian. After hearing Nana's denial, Hazel grabbed Nana by the collar. "If you dare step out like this, I'll kill you." Nana was still a bit confused. The next moment, Hazel stripped her bare. She rummaged through the closet and found an orange dress. Then, with Hazel's superb makeup skills, Nana's brand new look was finally born. looking at herself in the mirror. Nana's eyes were filled with disbelief. Not only did the dress fit her figure perfectly, but even the hair ornaments were just right. Hazel excitedly pulled Nana into her arms. She praised Nana, saying she looked like a fairy with just a little dressing up. Before leaving, Nana wanted to grab her scarf, but she received a stern warning from Hazel. You absolutely cannot ruin this look. You can't rub your eyes either, otherwise the makeup will be ruined. After escaping Hazel's nagging, Nana rushed towards the ball. Her steps were a bit hurried. After all, it would be bad if the food was all gone. Suddenly, from the direction of the pond, there was a sound of splashing water. It sounded like something had fallen into the water. But time was running out. Nana didn't take it to heart. Finally reaching the venue, Nana looked around curiously at the surroundings. She thought the school ball was quite different from social balls outside. Just then, she accidentally bumped into someone. This person happened to be the dark-skinned athlete who called Nana an octopus last time. Seeing him turn around impatiently, Nana thought she was going to be humiliated again. But after seeing Nana, the other party not only swallowed his curses, but also sincerely apologized for being careless. Hearing this, Nana went to find Hess in a good mood. Little did she know, this guy didn't recognize who she was at all. When she found Hess, she saw him chatting happily with Helen. Thinking about how Hess rejected so many invitations, yet only chose Helen as his partner, Nana couldn't help but suspect something was going on between them. And for her, this was also a good thing, because if these two worked out, Hess would see her every day as her sister-in-law. Following the principle of not being a third wheel, Nana quietly left. At this moment, her gaze fell on the lone crown prince in the venue. Right now, he didn't look childish at all. His red eyes sparkled like gems. For a moment, Nana was blinded by the male lead's aura. Then Nana asked the crown prince why he was alone. The crown prince first heard Nana's voice, and then matched the girl in front of him with Nana. The crown prince was also so stunned by Nana's appearance that he was speechless. Faced with Nana's question, the crown prince shyly turned his head away and stammered an explanation. But Nana couldn't understand a single word. She continued to ask why the crown prince was alone. Where was his partner? Seeing that the crown prince still didn't speak, Nana guessed he was probably obsessed with swordsmanship, and had lost interest in romance. So she asked about the whereabouts of Swan and Cory, but the crown prince kept mumbling unclearly. Annoyed, Nana slapped him. Who exactly are you talking to like this? The crown prince said Cory went out to look for you, because Swan said you arrived at the venue early. After saying this, the crown prince covered his face and ran away in a panic, leaving Nana there confused about the situation. Indeed, she could feel all of Cory's kindness towards her. It was Nana who was emotionally dense, and didn't know his feelings. Not long ago, Nana attended the Academy's graduation ball in her best dress. She stunned her rival, the crown prince, into silence. He ran away in embarrassment. Nana was a bit baffled by this. Then she locked her eyes onto the food at the ball. She picked up a macaron and started munching on it. She planned to eat while waiting for the crown prince to return. But after waiting for a long time, the crown prince was nowhere to be seen. Feeling full and a bit bored, Nana decided to go find Cory. Following the crown prince's clue, Nana went outside the venue. Nana was shivering from the cold. She wondered why Cory didn't find a partner, but went looking for her instead. Thinking about it carefully, it was really strange. If Cory didn't have a partner because his fierce looks scared girls away, then with the crown prince's looks, he could easily find one. The same went for Swan. Could it be that they all didn't have partners because they liked Hess? Filled with doubt, Nana came to the Ogland flower garden. These flowers bloom all year round, making the path always look dark red. At the end of the garden, Nana saw Cory's back from a distance. At this time, Cory was looking at the sky and muttering, "Nana, where on earth are you?" Then he conjured a blanket and a fireball to keep warm. He didn't notice at all that the person he was looking for was right behind him. Listening to the sound of Cory sniffing his nose, Nana thought it was quite cute. Unknowingly, her thoughts drifted back to the past. The first time she saw Cory, he was also looking for her. Back then, he was quite short, looking even cuter. But now, he had not only grown taller, but his voice had also deepened. Nana felt sentimental. Time flies. Seeing that Cory was still calling her name, Nana quickly hurried up to respond. Hearing Nana's voice, Cory suddenly turned around. When Cory saw how Nana looked, he took a few steps back in surprise. Then he turned his head, not daring to look directly at Nana anymore. Facing Nana's inquiry, Corey didn't speak for a long time. After he calmed down a bit, he was still stammering, unable to form a complete sentence. Nana found it strange. Why were Corey and the Crown Prince acting the same way? She shouted at Corey to snap out of it. Corey stammered, saying he just couldn't speak right now. This answer left Nana speechless. So she blamed it on her own appearance. Looking like this, she should have just worn her school uniform to the ball. Why bother with makeup like everyone else, doing something she wasn't good at? Hearing this, Corey hurriedly urged Nana not to overthink. Although the words were embarrassing, he forced himself to say them. Because Nana, you are just too beautiful. Just looking at you makes me feel shy. The air around them suddenly went still. Nana thought to herself, Corey wouldn't give such exaggerated praise, so he must mean she looks embarrassing. The next moment, Corey draped a blanket over Nana. He clarified the meaning of his words once more. I said that, because you look very beautiful, so just take it literally. Just understand it as it is. Feeling Corey's warmth on the blanket, Nana realized Corey always seemed particularly kind to her. He has a younger sister the same age as her. Perhaps Corey is so good at taking care of people, because he treats her like a younger sister. Thinking of this, Nana smiled with relief. Seeing Nana smile, Corey smiled too. Because the weather was cold, he planned to take Nana back to the ball. On the way, he confessed he originally wanted Nana as his partner. Not just him, even the Crown Prince and Swan had the same idea. Nana was in complete disbelief. No wonder those three were all waiting at the classroom door. After learning the truth, she felt flattered. Corey smiled and comforted her, saying it was all because of her. You are just that good. Receiving such praise for the first time was happy, but Nana also noticed the male leads were drifting further from Hestia, so she advised Corey to choose a partner carefully next time. Rather than just a friend, it's more interesting to choose someone you actually like. Corey nodded with a smile. Suddenly, Nana remembered Swan. Although they knew each other, they weren't close enough to be dance partners. So Nana asked Corey about Swan's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, Corey just smiled and said Swan was dead. If she went now, she might still see his corpse. Nana's stunning beauty finally conquered everyone. Not only did it make Swan so excited he jumped into the river, but even Eve tried to find ways to be alone with her. A while ago, Nana asked about Swan's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, Corey said Swan was dead. If she went now, she could still see his corpse. When Nana and Corey reached the riverbank, they found Swan lying motionless on the surface of the water. Nana panicked at the sight, but just as she was about to rush to the rescue, Swan suddenly flipped over on the water. Nana realized then that Swan was still alive. Corey joked that it was natural for Swan to act like this after seeing Nana. Nana got a little angry at that. Corey had just said she looked beautiful. But Swan would rather jump in a freezing river than take another look at her. Little did she know Swan's face was flushed with embarrassment. Corey patted Nana's head and comforted her. You are very beautiful right now. Then Corey raised his other hand, which Nana misunderstood. Swan, aren't you coming out yet? As soon as he spoke, a burst of intense magical fire poured out. Worried Nana would be affected, he cast a protection spell. In an instant, mist rose from the river after the explosion. Nana was worried if Swan was hurt. Only the bubbles on the water proved he was alive. The next moment, Swan emerged from the water. He walked toward Nana step by step. Nana didn't know how he stayed in the freezing water so long. Maybe it had to do with the Blanche family's holy magic. She was about to ask if he was hurt, when a frozen rose was handed to her. Swan kept his head down and remained silent. He just kept holding out the flower to Nana, until Nana asked if it was for her. Swan only then answered with a faint voice. Seeing Swan's hands red and trembling, Nana guessed he was freezing, so she confusedly accepted Swan's rose. On the side, Corey patted Swan's shoulder earnestly. You look quite pathetic, but I'll understand and forgive you. Just as Nana was about to speak, Swan ran back into the river without a word. Nana was very worried about Swan's behavior. She hoped Corey would pull Swan out of the river, but Corey felt it wasn't necessary. Swan should be very happy and blessed right now. After saying that, he took out a blanket and a wildflower from teleportation magic and threw them over. After doing this, Corey urged Nana to go back to the ball. Otherwise, she might catch a cold. As for Swan, he'd just have to fend for himself. After Nana left, Swan shyly poked his head out. He really didn't expect Nana to be this beautiful. Returning to the venue, Nana found the crown prince, who had mysteriously disappeared. They got a bunch of macaron desserts to enjoy, but Cory and Nana soon couldn't eat anymore. So they stacked the remaining desserts into a macaron tower. Only the crown prince was doing his best to finish the rest. He even lectured them not to waste food. Just then, Hestia's exclamation came. It was Hestia and her brother. Hestia couldn't believe Nana would dress up so beautifully today. She had been a bit worried about Nana's makeup skills. Then Hestia asked Helen to help take a photo of her and Nana. At that time, an attendant whispered something to the crown prince. Apparently, someone was looking for him and Cory, so they had to leave for a moment. Nana and Hestia stayed at the venue. During the photo session, Helen acted as the photographer. But suddenly he stopped and interrupted them. He curiously asked what Nana's relationship with Eve really was. Nana said they were just like acquaintances and friends. Hearing this, Helen clenched his fists in anger. He happened to see Eve picking out clothes for Nana earlier. Helen solemnly warned Nana that Eve is absolutely no good. He's a dark and dangerous villain. He's worthless except for his face. Who knows how many women have been deceived by him. When choosing a man, you shouldn't focus on his looks. Just as Helen was getting worked up, Eve tapped him on the shoulder from behind, slowly leaning close to Helen's ear, asking what exactly made her think I've deceived so much. The girl casually tossed Helen aside like a stray dog on the street. Eve put on a smile and complimented Nana on looking especially beautiful today. Hearing this, Hess quickly ran over to shield Nana, making sure Eve always kept a certain distance from Nana. But Eve just whispered something to Hess. He then simply dragged Helen away from the scene. Nana turned to ask Eve what she had actually done. Eve looked at Nana with a smile and said, "I just wanted to be alone with you. So I made up a little lie." Nana's graduation ball finally drew to a close. Although she wasn't chosen as this year's Ogren Queen of the Academy, but in the hearts of a certain few, she was the most dazzling person at the ball. Not long ago, in order to be alone with Nana, Eve used lies to send Hess, Cory, and the others away. For a moment, Nana couldn't figure out Eve's objective. She stared at Eve with a questioning look, thinking the other had some secret mission to perform, just like before. The next moment, Nana's expression changed. Eve had somehow found from somewhere a large package and handed it to Nana. She smiled and asked Nana to open it and take a look. And Nana intended to do just that. She wanted to know what was inside that made it so heavy. As soon as she opened it, what met her eyes were various designer gifts. There were all sorts of necklaces, earrings, and jewelry. Not only that, but also many bags and shoes decorated with gorgeous gems. At this moment, Nana felt immense pressure. But Eve was completely oblivious. She smilingly said these were graduation gifts for Nana. Upon hearing this, Nana quickly put the package back as it was, and told Eve to take it back. Eve hugged Nana's shoulders and pleaded that these were gifts she had carefully selected. "If you don't want them, I'll just have to throw them away." Nana didn't fall for it at all. She pushed Eve away. She figured Eve would use this as an excuse to make strange requests, like asking for a hug. Eve took Nana's hand. She promised she wouldn't do anything. "These are just gifts." Nana was still half doubting. So Eve simply pressed Nana's hand against her own face. "I would never lie, because if I betrayed you, you would definitely be furious with me." Nana immediately got goosebumps. Just as she was thinking about whether to use magic to blast Eve away, a sudden shout of "Eve" came from the distance. Hess returned to them, fuming with rage. Clenching his fists, he demanded if Eve wanted to die by his hands. However, he was then half dragged and half persuaded away by a few others. After Hess left, the Crown Prince and Cory also happened to return from outside. Upon realizing they had been tricked, they knew immediately it was Eve's doing. Cory asked Nana with concern, "Did Eve do anything strange?" To ease the awkwardness, Eve pulled out a deck of cards and suggested playing some games. After a brief silence, Cory brought out a blanket to serve as the playing field. Everyone else at the ball was dancing, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Only the four of them were focused and immersed in their own world. Right then, Swan walked over, soaking wet, and said he wanted to play too. He grabbed Cory's hand with one hand to dry himself off. With his other hand, he reached out to snatch the cards from the Crown Prince. Suddenly, the host's voice echoed through the ballroom. Nana and the others stopped their game and looked over. It was to announce the Ogren Queen of the final ball. Hestia was undoubtedly elected as the queen. After being granted the queen's crown, Hestia walked to the center of the stage with her partner Helen under everyone's gaze. As she danced the waltz to the music, Nana gave a knowing smile. She was sincerely proud of Hes's brilliance. Nana was happy that Hes could perform so brilliantly on such an occasion, but in her heart, she was actually quite envious. After all, she knew she could never be like that. Nearby, Swan noticed Nana's thoughts. He immediately folded the playing cards, and wove them into a crown to place on Nana's head. Nana looked toward him in confusion. Swan shyly lowered his head, avoiding Nana's gaze. "This crown suits you very well." Nana smiled and thanked him. It was this simple and unpretentious smile that made the others present freeze in their tracks. Not willing to be outdone by each other, they prepared other handmade jewelry for Nana. After the party ended, Nana told Hes what had just happened. Hearing Nana chatter away with praise for her performance on stage, Hes asked Nana if she felt envious. Nana smiled and admitted it's actually normal to have such thoughts. After all, someone as dazzling as you, Hes, is truly rare. Hes didn't say anything after hearing this. He took the crown off his head, and placed it on Nana's. Without giving Nana a chance to speak, Hes took Nana's hand and said that in his eyes, Nana was the most dazzling person he had ever met in his life. After hearing these words, Nana was dazed for a moment. Regardless of whether Hes said it just to comfort her, Nana was moved to have a friend like Hes. Not many days after Nana's graduation ball ended, the holidays arrived as scheduled. While other students packed their bags and boarded carriages for home, Nana put on her athletic gear to go subjugate monsters. It turned out that because the school had organized too many events recently, the schedules for the magic and swordsmanship classes had changed. Nana and the others had to stay at the academy to complete this semester's monster subjugation mission before going home. Hes gritted his teeth in frustration. Why couldn't they go home on time for the holidays? Instead, they had to do such trivial things. Just as Hes was about to go to the committee to protest, Nana persuaded the three of them to leave with kind words, promising she would go home as soon as possible and contact them. Next, Nana went to the Ogren Mountains to search for monsters. The subjugation missions of the other groups were in full swing, but for Nana, it was exceptionally easy. She finished it in no time. The mission required that after killing a monster, the core it dropped would be the material for the mission. As Nana collected the cores, she felt the monsters were getting fiercer by the day. Just then, she noticed a giant snake behind the Crown Prince launching an attack at her. Nana immediately used enhancement magic to hurl the sword in her hand. The sharp sword successfully slashed the giant snake's head, and the resulting noise finally caught the Crown Prince's attention. Nana rushed forward and questioned what the Crown Prince was up to. Why was he just standing there dazed? "Don't you want to go home as soon as possible?" The Crown Prince apologized to Nana, saying he was preoccupied with his thoughts. Just then, Cory teleported over. Nana complained to him about the Crown Prince being lazy and not helping. Seeing the Crown Prince remain silent, not at all active as he usually was, the observant Cory immediately guessed he had something on his mind. But when he asked, the Crown Prince played dumb and refused to say. Then, Nana invited the Crown Prince to practice together during the holidays. The Crown Prince agreed. After all, he couldn't let his training go to waste just because of the holidays. Meanwhile, Cory volunteered to act as the referee. Then, the three of them discussed where to go to have fun together. Suddenly, the Crown Prince said he had a good idea. He wanted to take this opportunity to show off his cool skills. Cory and Nana were a bit uninterested after hearing it. One didn't want to do anything physically demanding. The other thought that kind of place was too cold. Later, Nana arrived at the place where the cores were submitted. She saw crates upon crates of cores being poured into a container. Then the container glowed and performed magic. Nana then realized it was a magical tool for teleportation. She hadn't paid much attention to it before. The staff member saw she was a student there to turn in a quest. He reminded her not to pour them directly into the container. The cores had to be put in crates first to verify the quantity. Nana asked what the submitted cores were for. Logically, cores have no practical use even after processing. The staff member didn't know this either. He was just the person responsible for transport. Then Nana asked where these cores were being sent. But the staff member knew nothing at all. He also urged Nana to go back quickly if she was done. This suspicious answer aroused Nana's suspicion. She used magic to observe the flow of mana. Eventually, she determined the teleportation location was the peak of the Oglen Mountains. After thinking for a while, Nana was too lazy to meddle in these affairs. Even if she knew more, she couldn't change the academy's intentions. Thus, Nana returned home and began her vacation, shopping with her mom and dad after a long time, helping carry Helen try to make desserts, finding Hess to share interesting stories whenever she was free. That night, Nana told Corey everything that happened during the vacation. By the way, she asked if he had decided when and where to go out. Unexpectedly, she learned from Corey that the Crown Prince had business and couldn't go. She didn't expect that in just a short vacation, Crown Prince Cher would undergo such an earth-shattering change. Since the last vacation, it had become a routine for Nana, Corey, and Cher to hang out together. They had even made various arrangements in advance. But that day, Nana learned from Corey that Cher had things to do and couldn't join them. Finally, Nana and Corey met at the library. They agreed to finish their holiday homework together. But before long, Nana fell asleep on the table. Seeing this, Corey sighed softly. Then he conjured a blanket and gently draped it over Nana. Just then, Nana woke up. Corey quickly apologized for accidentally waking her. Nana explained embarrassedly, "It's all because the library's atmosphere is too perfect for sleeping." Seeing that the homework was mostly finished, Nana decided to go out and relax. Since Cher happened to be away, the two of them went to a magic supplies shop they didn't often visit. Then they ate a lot of delicious food. Although Cher was missing, they still had a great time. At night, Nana took a bath after eating and drinking her fill. There was still a bag of snacks on the table that Corey had given her. She had to admit, Corey is really good at taking care of people. Too bad so few people understand him. So far, among Nana's friends, only Corey could go this far. At this moment, Nana thought of Cher. Although it seemed the same whether he was there or not, Nana still decided to ask how he was doing. She took out her communication crystal and called Cher. Strangely, it kept showing a busy line. It finally connected after a long wait, but she heard the other person's weak, apologetic voice. "Sorry Nana, I've had some things to deal with lately and couldn't make it." Nana could only express her understanding. Since he had his reasons, there was nothing she could do. But what could you be up to? So busy. The other end of the line fell silent. Nana realized she might have gone a bit too far. She quickly changed the subject and asked, when would he be able to go out and play next time? Of course, she was rejected. Just as Cher was about to hang up, Nana stopped him. "No matter what happened, please, pull yourself together." Cher was slightly stunned after hearing this, leaving only a "good night, let's talk later." Then he hung up. Hearing the state of his voice, Nana felt a deep sense of unease. But this didn't affect her fun at all. When Helen came to bother her, she just found something to send her away. Nana lay on the bed exhausted. She didn't expect to run into Eve when she went out with Corey today. These two were both competing to buy unnecessary things for her. Just as Nana wanted to relax, Cher's situation came to mind again. Although it's impossible to be happy all the time, Cher's situation this time made Nana worry. According to the original plot, they were supposed to meet the male lead during high school. Unlike the kind and naive Cher in middle school, in the original work, his personality was very cold, somewhat similar to Eve's situation. For a person to change, it usually requires a major turning point. But she didn't want Cher to become like he was in the original work. Suddenly, a stone hit the window, catching Nana's attention. Thinking it was Helen's prank, Nana opened the window impatiently. As soon as she looked up, she met Cher's eyes. He looked calmer than ever before. Under the cover of night, those blood-red eyes seemed even clearer. "Long time no see. Nana, I have a favor to ask you. You said you could decipher the records of magic devices, right?" Seeing Nana acknowledge it, Cher took a stack of documents from his coat. "Can these be finished by the day after tomorrow?" Nana flipped through them briefly. She said they could be done by tomorrow. Cher nodded. "That's for the best. Regarding the reward, I'll give you as much as you want." Nana thought it was very strange. Cher looked like he was under immense pressure. "Don't be so serious. Just bring some royal desserts when you come tomorrow." Having said that, Cher immediately teleported away. From the conversation just now, Nana could feel that Cher was trying his best to talk to her normally. He forced a smile. His eyes were hollow, nothing like his former self. He didn't even have time to say goodbye properly. Nana tried her best to suppress her inner unease, convincing herself, maybe he just encountered some headache-inducing issues. Early the next morning, Nana began working on Cher's request. The content was basically checking the specific activity times of certain people in the palace. For example, when they went to the garden, when they ate, and so on. But these alone couldn't reveal Cher's trouble. That night, Nana looked at the reports, completely puzzled, thinking that maybe she was overthinking it. Cher was probably just busy with trivial matters. Just then, the window was tapped by Pebbles again. As soon as the window was opened, Cher darted in from outside. "Sorry for being rude. Where is the result of the report?" For some reason, Nana felt his complexion looked even worse. "Here, these are the royal desserts we agreed on." Cher urgently took the documents and began flipping through them. Nana started tasting the desserts. Nana was satisfied with every single piece. She was about to give Cher a piece as well, but turned around to hear him crying. His hands holding the documents were trembling uncontrollably. Tears soaked the paper drop by drop. Then he covered his eyes with his hands, trying to stop the tears from flowing. Nana was momentarily stunned. She didn't know what had happened, nor did she know how to comfort him. When Cher left, she saw him. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Nana really wanted to ask him what was going on, but she didn't have the heart to ask. The only thing she could do was wait. After some time passed, the academy term began. Hazel was very different from last semester. Her long curly hair had been cut short. Meanwhile, Nana grew 0.2 centimeters taller compared to last semester. After saying goodbye to Hazel, Nana tried to comfort herself by saying this was a huge change, but that simply wasn't realistic. Now Hess and Corey looked completely like adults. Yet for Nana, only her hair grew longer and curlier. Does that even make sense? Nana lied to herself, saying height wasn't that important. Compared to one's inner self, no one really cares about height. Thinking this way, Hess and Corey hadn't changed either. They were as cute as ever. After some self-consolation, Nana believed that no one had actually changed after the holidays. But Cher's image appeared in her mind again. Just as she was feeling sentimental, a large hand suddenly patted her head. "Nana, have you grown a bit taller?" Seeing who it was, Nana was instantly stunned. It was indeed Cher. At this moment, no sadness could be seen in him. It seemed like everything had returned to normal. Nana's high school life officially began. She thought Cher would be too busy to attend class on time, but she didn't expect him to appear before her as if nothing had happened. During this time, "It looks like you've grown a bit taller." Nana was both surprised and confused. After she came to her senses, she said she hadn't changed much except for getting fatter. Hearing this, Cher immediately joked with a grin, "If you get as round as a ball, I'll be responsible for rolling you." Cher seemed to have returned to normal. The two bickered just like they used to. Nana thought the matter was over, but she soon realized something was wrong. Although Cher still joked with her with a smile, it was clear that he had become more taciturn. Looking at it this way, the way he acted when he was with her seemed more like a deliberate disguise. While Nana was worried, Corey found her. He brought cookies for Nana. While eating, he listened to Nana talk about Cher's strange behavior. As his roommate, Corey felt the same way. Recently, as soon as Cher finished class, he wouldn't even go to the dormitory, but hurried back to the palace. So now the dorm had become Corey's single room. Nana looked worried upon hearing this. But Corey didn't know the details either. He only heard that the atmosphere in the palace had changed recently. When Cher is with us, he deliberately acts cheerful and happy, but when he is alone, his exhaustion shows. It's as if he's been completely drained. Eager to know what happened, Nana went to the training ground without even eating. What caught her eye were Cher's fierce and violent slashes. Since she met him, Nana had never seen him so aggressive. His face was filled with anger and extreme pain. Nana knew it wasn't the time to ask questions. Someone beside her suddenly spoke. It was Sivan. It finally exploded. "You've endured it long enough." From his words, he seemed to know something about Cher's situation. Sivan nodded. "I suppose so. Do you want to know too?" Nana hesitated. Prying into a friend's business wasn't honorable. She planned to ask Cher personally to find out. Sivan ignored her, and continued. "Cher probably went to the restroom." Seeing him leave in such a hurry, maybe he's been a bit constipated lately. Nana really wanted to beat Sivan up on the spot. She was being so sincere, yet he was making jokes at a time like this. Before she could snap, Sivan handed her a sandwich. "You should look after yourself first. Don't skip your meals." Hearing Nana say she had no appetite, Sivan looked over. His gaze made Nana feel a bit uncomfortable. Before, Sivan didn't even dare to look Nana in the eye. After staring at Nana for a while, Sivan chanted a holy magic spell. Nana didn't understand what was happening, and stepped back in fear. The next moment, her appetite was stimulated. Her stomach began to growl. Seeing this, Sivan brought out a table full of sandwiches. After class, Nana and Hess agreed to have dinner in the cafeteria. But because there was still work at the editorial department, Hess had to leave early. Not sure if it was because of the holy magic, Nana felt hungry no matter how much she ate. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the cafeteria. It turned out Shayer had arrived. To everyone's shock, his black hair had been dyed light brown. Shayer sat across from Nana. Regarding Nana's confusion, Shayer explained he just wanted a change of mood. But Nana knew it wasn't that simple. Finally, she could take it no longer, and asked the question on her mind. I heard you've been returning to the palace right after class. What on earth happened? Hearing this, Shale put down his fork. His expression became serious as well. Carrie told you, didn't he? Since that's the case, I also have something to ask you. Seeing that Shale had dyed his black hair light brown, Nana finally couldn't help but ask the question on her mind. Why haven't you been returning to the dormitory lately? Are you going to the palace? Shale didn't answer upon hearing this. Instead, he asked back with a serious expression. Carrie told you, didn't he? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nana nodded hesitantly, but then, Shale stammered, unable to say a single word. He inexplicably apologized to Nana. The conversation came to an abrupt halt. Nana was very unhappy. She pressed Shale to explain what was going on. If not for his status as the crown prince, Nana would have wanted to smack him. Tell me, or I'll feel even worse. Shale rubbed his forehead bitterly. If I say it, I won't be able to stop thinking about it. At the academy, I want to forget about it as much as possible. For a moment, Nana didn't know what to say. Then, Shale picked up his tray and left his seat. Let's go for a walk once you finish eating. But Nana clearly hadn't seen him eat more than a few bites. After putting away his tray, he immediately returned to his seat. Well, are you finished yet? Learning that Nana wasn't full yet, Shale simply lay his head on the table to sleep. He buried his face in his arms. He didn't wake up until Nana finished her meal. From that day on, Nana noticed Shale becoming increasingly cold. The smile gradually faded from his face. It was replaced by an almost uncontrollable murderous intent. The innocent Shale of the past had vanished before she knew it. To find out exactly what was happening, Nana secretly asked others to investigate Shale's background. But the result was nothing. According to imperial mythology, the first emperor gained the power of black magic by eating a dragon's heart. But unlike the Blanche family's white magic, black magic is not innate. It requires a ring that provides black magic to be used. In other words, even Shale, who focuses on swordsmanship, could use black magic if he obtained that item. But that item is a royal heirloom passed down through generations. To possess this power forever, the royal family still practices consanguineous marriage. Could it be that Shale is questioning his birth because of this? Nana didn't know the specific reason either. In her past life, she always wanted to help her traumatized brother, thinking she would surely find a way to resolve the difficulties. But her brother kept avoiding her, hiding things from her. The answer she got was always, it's useless even if you help. Complex emotions suddenly surged in her heart. Nana thought she and Shale were already close enough, but being pushed away by him at a critical moment still felt regrettable. In the next day's swordsmanship class, Nana practiced with Shale as usual. Strangely, his attacks were unusually fierce this time. Every strike made it nearly impossible for Nana to defend. His hollow, blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent. It was as if he were projecting someone else's shadow onto Nana. Nana shouted loudly, trying to wake Shale to his senses, but it was no use at all. Annoyed, Nana had to use magic to strengthen herself. After she successfully pushed Shale back, Nana thought he had finally calmed down, but the next moment, Shale lunged again, overwhelming the magic-enhanced Nana until she couldn't counterattack. Seeing the wooden sword drawing closer, Nana prepared herself to be injured. However, the expected pain did not come. Blood dripped onto the ground. Nana opened her eyes in confusion. What she saw was Swan's bright silver hair. He used his own arm to block Shale's attack for Nana. The moment Shale's sword was about to hurt Nana, Swan Hayden appeared just in time. He blocked the attack for Nana. Then he kicked Shale back several meters. Nana was worried seeing the wound on him. The next moment, Swan repaired the wound with healing magic. Seeing that Shale still had no intention of stopping, Swan whispered to Nana to step back, and took the wooden sword from her hand. Even though the opponent was Swan, Shale showed no sign of wavering. He surrendered his sword to his instincts. His offense was fierce, but he completely ignored defense. And Swan was also sparring seriously for the first time. His movements were so clean, that it was hard to believe. Although he didn't have swordsmanship as exquisite as Shale's, he made full use of the sword's flexibility. Swan struck unexpectedly, hitting Shale right on the chin. Then he followed up, grabbing his newly dyed hair. Shale slammed heavily onto the ground. Just as he regained his senses and tried to get up, Swan leaped high, preparing for a final blow. Shale raised his sword to block. However, as Swan's heavy strike landed, the wooden sword in Shale's hand instantly shattered. He looked up in shock. What he saw was Swan's excited face. Immediately after, Shale was kicked to the ground. Swan first set Nana's sword aside, and then started kicking Shale repeatedly. He picked up a bucket and splashed water over Shale's head, warning him not to be so pathetic. Wake up already. If this happens again, believe it or not, I'll destroy the Empire. The successive attacks finally made Shale come to his senses. He immediately looked at Nana behind Swan. Guilt and self-reproach instantly washed over him. After Swan treated Shale, he awkwardly explained that his actions were requested by Shale himself. Seeing the violence just now, Nana naturally didn't believe him. Afterward, Swan asked Nana if she was hurt. Although Nana said she was just a bit tired, just to be safe, Swan gave Nana a full-body healing. After finishing, he didn't let Nana leave. Instead, he suddenly took out a shimmering ring. Swan explained it was a ring imbued with healing magic, while putting it on Nana. But when she saw the ring on her ring finger, Nana was instantly terrified. He unceremoniously took off the ring and put it on his thumb. Seeing this, Sivan suddenly felt all life drain out of her. It was time for class to end. Sivan asked Nana to go eat with her. Nana reflexively wanted to invite Shire along, but at that moment, her eyes were hollow. She couldn't react to anything around her. SWA told Nana not to worry about him. Helpless, Nana had to leave Shire alone to be quiet. After eating, Nana returned to the training ground with a sandwich. She was worried Shire would actually stay there and not leave. Sure enough, as she approached, she saw Shire weeping with his head buried in his body. Nana slowly approached with the sandwich, and gently placed it on the ground. If you are tired from crying, remember to eat something. Then she took out Corey's blanket and covered Shire with it. Under the vast twilight of the setting sun, Nana stayed with Shire, until his breathing gradually steadied. After all, besides that, she didn't know how else to help him. Seeing that Nana was nearly hurt by him by mistake, Shire was filled with guilt after coming to his senses. The next day, he brought a bunch of popsicles to apologize to Nana. Shire wouldn't stop saying, sorry, which made Nana feel a bit annoyed for a moment. To be honest, she wasn't affected at all. Still, she accepted all the popsicles. Afterwards, the two walked and ate popsicles together. Although Shire was still quiet and reticent, his condition was clearly much better than yesterday. Regarding Shire not being honest with her, Nana was a bit upset, but Nana knew she couldn't easily pry, because such behavior could easily be seen as mere curiosity. When her parents passed away in her previous life, what she couldn't stand most was the constant questioning from people around her. So even though Shire's situation was serious, she didn't want to bring up his bad memories. Thinking how Shire always used swords to relieve stress, Nana thought about ways to spar with Shire for long periods. Just then, Sivan popped out from the side, following behind the two with a smile. Nana turned around to ask in confusion. Learning she wanted a popsicle, Nana gave one to Sivan, but Sivan was in no hurry to eat it. Instead, she held it in her hands like a precious treasure. Later, out of concern for Shire, Nana kept observing his every move, consciously or not. Surprisingly, Shire would now actually take the initiative to apologize. Nana told Corey all about these developments. She was worried Shire would discover what she was doing. Being stared at would definitely put him in a bad mood. So you're here to check on Shire's condition? Nana suddenly snapped back to reality. Truth be told, Corey's snacks were indeed delicious. She almost forgot her main purpose. After a quick look, she found Shire wasn't in the classroom. Corey reminded Nana he might have gone to the next class. That was Sivan's class. Nana hurried through the corridor to the classroom door. She happened to see Shire bothering Sivan, who was sleeping on her desk. Sivan looked annoyed after being woken up. I know Duke Blanche couldn't be cured in the end, but I still hope you can help me this once. Sivan yawned impatiently. Just as she was about to refuse him, her eyes suddenly caught Nana peeking at the door. Sivan stood up in excitement all of a sudden. To Shire. This looked like Sivan agreeing. He thanked Sivan gratefully. Meanwhile, Sivan was only thinking about leaving a good impression on Nana. When Sivan asked for the specific time, Shire felt like she wasn't very willing. Suddenly, Nana jumped out. In that case, when can we help? Seeing Shire speechless, Nana slyly said that if they were friends, then of course they should help. Then do you know my situation? Nana was silent for a moment. Then she lied and said she knew. She worried that if she said she didn't know, Shire wouldn't let her participate. Shire sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to agree. Besides, this mission might actually need a mage like Nana. With that, Shire prepared to submit an outing request. If nothing goes wrong, they will set off tomorrow. The next day, Nana boarded the carriage to the Imperial Palace. The academy wasn't very far from the palace. Soon, the Black Palace appeared outside the window. While Nana was bored, she noticed Sivan scribbling something. Suddenly, she handed the paper to Nana. It was a portrait of Nana, but it was extremely abstract. Nana even suspected she was trying to pick a fight. Just then, the carriage's jolting gradually stopped. Come on, time to get off. Hearing Shire's words, Nana and Sivan's expressions instantly turned serious. The reason for Shire dyeing his hair was finally revealed. Not long ago, Nana and SWA made an agreement to go help Shire together. After school, Shire called for a carriage. As the sun was nearing the horizon, the three finally saw the magnificent Imperial Palace. In other countries, black is usually a symbol of evil and darkness. But in the Empire, people love the color black. This is related to the myth of the Black Dragon from the Empire's founding. Furthermore, those born of the royal family usually have black hair and eyes. Nana's grandmother was once a princess of the Empire. Thus, her brother Hylan was lucky enough to inherit the black eyes. This allowed him to gain favorable treatment wherever he went. Thinking of this, Nana felt a bit disgruntled. Never mind that she wasn't as beautiful as Carrie. How could she not inherit even a bit of the black genes? Nana could only blame this on her bad luck. Following Shire's lead, several people walked into a side path. As Shire triggered a mechanism, a secret door slowly opened. Nana couldn't help but feel curious. Exactly what matter was worth Shire hiding like this? Seeing Shire fumbling in the dark to light a candle, Nana simply cast a light spell. Suddenly, her vision brightened. Ahead was a room. There was nothing inside, only a giant spatial magic circle. The scale of a magic circle is closely related to the effect of the magic. Nana couldn't imagine the power of this magic circle for a moment. Then, Shire ordered the two of them to stand on the magic circle. He took out a bottle of special magic liquid from his coat, and poured it onto the magic circle. Magic liquid is simply mana in liquid form. It allows Shire, who had no magic, to use it, accompanied by a blinding golden light. The ground felt as if it were collapsing. Nana was so moved by the sight that she was speechless. When she came to her senses, she had fallen to the ground. She looked around. It was a cozy room. But Nana thought this was a fictional world. After all, it should be night in the real world right now. Then Nana noticed someone else in the room. A middle-aged woman with light brown hair. She looked haggard yet exceptionally beautiful. Swan helped Nana up from the floor. Shire, meanwhile, went to greet the woman. But as soon as he approached, the woman's expression instantly turned to terror. Screams echoed in Nana's ears. Black hair, cursed creature, drop dead. For some reason, the woman showed intense hostility towards Shire. Finally, feeling helpless, he curled up in a corner, trembling in fear. Shire seemed used to this. He turned and asked Nana to dye his hair light brown. Sure enough, the woman's condition improved significantly. Shire settled the woman onto the bed. Seeing Shire care for her so sincerely, Nana finally understood why Shire dyed his hair. But speaking of which, who exactly is the person on the bed? After that, it was Swan's turn to step in. He advised Shire not to get his hopes up too high. Having said that, he began treating the woman on the bed. From what just happened, Nana already had a guess about the woman's identity, but for now, she could only act as if nothing was wrong. Suddenly, the woman began screaming hysterically again, but upon hearing what she said, Nana was stunned. She subconsciously looked at Shayer beside her. Judging by your expression, is the truth even more shocking than you expected? Just as you heard, the Empress is not my mother. That woman on the bed is my real mother. Hearing about Shayer's past, Nana was instantly stunned. It turns out he wasn't born of the Empress. Because the Empress herself was infertile, she could only have children through other women. Back then, Empress Sienna was jealous of Caladiel's beauty, and her happiness with her lover, so she intentionally chose Caladiel as a tool. Later, Caladiel was forced to bear the Emperor's child, and that child was Shayer. Nana didn't expect that Shayer would tell her such a confidential secret, but at the same time, she wondered how Shayer knew. Just as Nyla said, Shayer knew nothing at first. To hide his origins, the Emperor and Empress imprisoned Caladiel. It wasn't until the Empress suddenly gave birth to the second prince that she saw the light of day again. Afterward, the Empress naturally neglected Shayer. Shayer was depressed for a long time because of this. Since leaving her imprisonment, Caladiel often went to Shayer's room to play with him. She poured the love the Empress never gave him onto him. Upon learning Shayer was ignored because of the second prince's birth, Caladiel's face instantly darkened. But back then, Shayer was intent on getting the Empress's attention. He tried to make the Empress proud by studying hard. Caladiel didn't object after hearing this. Instead, she encouraged his talent in swordsmanship. Even though Shayer didn't know Caladiel was his mother, he already saw her as one in his heart. Every night, Caladiel would tell Shayer stories. She clearly had plenty of time to escape, but she didn't because she cared for him. Since learning the truth about his birth, Shayer determined to become emperor to clear his mother's name. This was why Shayer was so focused on his sword training. However, this path wasn't as difficult as Nana thought. On the contrary, it was because it was too simple. As Shayer's strength grew daily, he became the biggest obstacle to the second prince's succession. To get rid of Shayer, the Empress secretly bribed Shayer's swordsmanship instructor. That was the man Shayer asked Nana to investigate during the break. Recalling the scenes of them in class together, Nana never expected this to be the reason why the swordsmanship instructor was changed this semester. It was because he secretly cast the Empress's dark magic on Shayer during practice. As a mage, Caladiel naturally sensed it, and secretly transferred the dark magic to herself. Shayer resented himself for not finding out sooner. Instead, the Empress was the first to notice Caladiel's movements, and ordered the instructor to eliminate her. Later, with Nana's help, Shayer successfully took care of the instructor, and brought his mother to this secret space. Since Shayer himself had no magic power, Nana was a bit confused about how he managed it. It turns out Shayer had previously connected with Marquis de Vaux in order to inherit the throne. He is Corey's father, as well as his mother's colleague and friend, so Shayer trusted him completely. Just when Nana thought everything would be fine once Swan finished the treatment, Shayer was already prepared for his mother's passing, because he knew the curse on his mother had spread deep within, and the Blanche family's white magic couldn't dispel dark magic. The effect of dark magic is to weaken the body, and then attack the victim's spirit. Even now, his mother still couldn't escape her most painful memories. Thus, she only retained the hatred for her broken marriage and the royal family, forgetting all the memories she had built with Shayer. Now, Shayer's only hope was that in her final moments, his mother might remember him, if only for a second. At this moment, Nana finally understood why Shayer's personality was so twisted. Right then, Nana noticed that Swan had hit a roadblock. Caladiel was using her magic to resist Swan's white magic. Nana simply changed the flow of magic with a flick of her hand. Instantly, the white magic took effect. Shayer immediately rushed forward to his mother, to express his concern. Nana took the chance to change her hair back to black. Caladiel's voice was so weak that Shayer couldn't hear clearly. The woman on the bed had to use all her strength to shout for Shayer to bring food. For a moment, Nana and the others were speechless. With Nana's help, Swan successfully treated Caladiel's mental issues. After that, Nana would visit Caladiel every day after school. She showed her what Shayer was like at school. When hearing the recording of Shayer's first-year confession to Hess, Caladiel couldn't stop laughing. Actually, all those cheesy lines came from Caladiel, because every night, the stories she read to Shayer were romance novels. Just as Caladiel was listening intently, Shayer happened to return from outside. Caladiel glanced at Shayer. and immediately read the recorded content back to him. Shaer's face turned beet red from embarrassment. He snatched the recording device away. Question Nana about what is going on with this thing. Nana guiltily explains that she didn't do it on purpose. It just so happened that Coradial spotted the recording at a glance. Don't make so many excuses. I remember telling you to delete it a long time ago, didn't I? Or is it that you don't want to join the Knights anymore? Just then, SWA returned as well. He kicked Shale, who was blocking the doorway, out of the way. Then he walked straight towards Coradial. He asked him about his physical condition during this period, and reapplied magic to him, to prevent Coradial from suffering due to physical weakness. Shale didn't expect SWA to be so helpful. To this, SWA expressed that he simply couldn't ignore a patient. Nana and Shale didn't believe this explanation at all. Swan walked up to Nana and explained in a low voice. He actually felt that Shale was very pitiful after Coradial lost his memory. After all, it's a sad thing when the most important person to you can't remember you. Nana didn't expect Swan to say something so human. His tone of voice sounded quite sincere. It was as if he empathized with what Shale was going through. Outside the room was a vast, endless sea of flowers. This scenery was designed based on Coradial's hometown. Nana planned to weave a flower crown to give to him. Although everyone knew Coradial didn't have much time left, Nana still felt a bit sad. She hoped to do something to make Coradial happy. Maybe he could create a magic circle to summon food. After all, the first thing Coradial did after waking up was look for food. One can't help but marvel at how strong Shale and his mother both are. At this moment, Shale walked over. He asked Nana what she was doing. Nana explained that because she heard him say Coradial likes flowers, she wanted to make a flower crown to give to him. Shale felt somewhat moved in his heart. He sat down beside Nana, and thanked her, saying even when I wasn't around during this time, you still came to visit him, because he doesn't have much time left. How painful the parting of death can be. Nana also knew from deep experience. If you only think about what you want to do after it's over, then it will truly be too late. Nana, what's wrong? Shale's sudden voice gave Nana a start. Your eyes look red. Nana quickly denied it. It must be some pollen that got into my eyes. Then the two fell into silence. Shale stared at Nana without saying a word. He reached out and patted Nana's head, saying if there are any difficulties, you can tell me anytime. I will do my best to help you. At this moment, Swan suddenly appeared behind the two of them. While grumbling unhappily, he tore at the flower petals in his hand. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he rushed forward to hit Shale. At the same time, inside the room, Coradial sat with a smile, silently watching the three of them outside the window. Nana returned to the room, only to find Coradial collapsed on the floor. She hurried forward anxiously to ask what happened, but the other party calmly stated that his legs were just a bit numb. Then he reached out both hands, asking Nana to carry him on her back. Nana finally managed to carry Coradial outside. Just as they sat down, Coradial took the initiative to open the flower tea. This sea of flowers was practically a replica of his hometown. Although there was no ocean or real sky, it was enough to show Shale's thoughtfulness. So Nana, what do you think of our Shale? He's handsome and capable. He's also the crown prince. He's simply the top choice for a groom. Nana shook her head frantically in refusal. Coradial seemed to have expected this. Amidst the lightly drifting dance of flowers, he said something to Nana. Hearing the content, Nana was stunned for a moment. When Nana heard those words from Coradial, she truly realized Coradial's love for Shale. At this time, Shale shouted from a distance, Mother, don't go telling Nana about the embarrassing stories from my childhood again. While the two were talking, Nana watched Coradial quietly from the side. Later, Coradial's lower body became paralyzed and he could no longer walk. Shale simply left the school. He stayed with his mother all day long. Nana also helped delete information about Shale held by the imperial family, to let him accompany his mother through her final moments with more peace of mind. Nana and Swan would come to see Coradial as soon as school was over. Imperceptibly, time slipped away bit by bit. Just as Shale said, Coradial loved flowers as much as he loved to eat. Most of the time, he sat quietly in that sea of flowers. Nana had just returned from school. She looked around but didn't see Shale's shadow. Coradial explained that he had sent Shale on an errand. As he spoke, he gave a flower garland necklace to Nana. Not only that, he had also made them for the others. The purple one was for Swan. The yellow one was for Cory. Even though he hadn't met Cory, He heard that he was Shale's roommate, and a very good child. Thank you so much for being Shale's friend, Nana. His words were full of gratitude towards her. But Nana noticed that his complexion was not good. She was about to take Coradial back to his room, but the moment she touched his hand, she froze. Just then, Shale returned. He brought Coradial some old clothes from before. SWA also returned with him. Coradial then gave the two their flower garland necklaces. Why give one to SWA? What's your problem with someone like him, being so narrow-minded as the crown prince? Suddenly, Coradial spoke up to stop them. Shale, I want to go out from here. I want to go see the outside, to see my hometown. Shale instinctively refused. With your current physical condition, there's no way you can go out. Coradial repeated it once more. This time, Shale guessed something. His face was immediately filled with panic. It was Nana who helped him make the decision. Let's set off now. Shale, she had just discovered that Coradial's hands were freezing cold, so Nana believed they had to hurry now. Afterwards, several of them used a teleportation circle and quickly arrived at Coradial's hometown. This was a beautiful village famous for its flowers. All around, one could see brilliant flowers and the boundless sea. Nana and the others brought Coradial to a hillside. There was a pleasant sea breeze and warm golden sunlight. That day, Coradial asked SWA to apply the strongest pain relief magic on him. When the sun was unknowingly about to set, Coradial tightly embraced Nana and SWA. The group sat on the hillside, quietly watching the sunset. Finally, he leaned against Shale's shoulder. Gradually, he peacefully closed his eyes. In fact, Coradial had already calmly accepted his own death. While still at the secret base, he left his last words for Nana, hoping she would take more care of Cher in the future, and often take him out to play together. I want Cher to be so busy after I'm gone, that he won't even notice my absence. While making eye contact with Caladir, Nana felt like he didn't care at all. He looked perfectly calm, as if he had no lingering regrets. In fact, since conceiving Cher, he had always intended to die. Although he couldn't fulfill the love with his partner, he later found another kind of love through Cher. That love has sustained him until now, so he was glad to die in Cher's place. To him, this was atonement to the Cher he once loathed. On the day of Caladir's funeral, it rained heavily. Nana and the others placed flowers before the tombstone. Despite the heavy rain, none of them brought an umbrella. Tears and rain blended together. Corey placed the only umbrella over the tombstone. Cher knelt before the grave and asked, at least in the final moment, my mother was happy, right? Nana nodded. Sometimes living is more painful than dying. To be able to die at your happiest moment is a great blessing. These were the words Caladir once told Nana personally. By the time Nana returned to school exhausted, that feeling of unease lingered. She recalled Caladir's previous warning. On Mount Ogren, right next to the school, he had felt a sense of oppression there, just like dark magic. This made Nana curious. Just what is hidden on that mountain? Since Caladir's passing, Nana and the others returned to academy life. During this time, Nana had been quietly observing Cher's situation, from the moment Cher left the dormitory, until he finished his swordsmanship class in the afternoon, and took a nap. Nana was like a stalker, peeking into Cher's life everywhere. Suddenly, Hest interrupted her. Nana, what are you doing here? Nana explained she was observing plant growth. Looking at the time, club activities are about to start. I'll head off first. Back at the club, Nana breathed a sigh of relief. She felt Caladir could rest easy now. Cher is doing well now, and living a full life. Then she noticed Corey sleeping on the sofa. Nana tiptoed past him, afraid of waking him up. To her surprise, Corey suddenly spoke up and stopped her. Let's just rest today, and skip the club activities. So you weren't asleep? I just lied down, and was about to sleep. Saying that, Corey lifted the blanket. How about it, want to lie down together? I'm not a child anymore. Hearing Nana's refusal, Corey mumbled unconsciously, what a shame, but I think it's enough for Nana to just be cute. Stop saying weird things, just go to sleep. Nana quietly watched Corey's relaxed sleeping face. Without realizing it, Corey had grown up a lot. As he grew, his face no longer looked as fierce as it did when he was young. Nana then decided to take a nap too. Hearing this, Corey immediately used levitation magic to float in the air, vacating the sofa for her. Then he handed her another blanket. Nana wondered just how many blankets Corey had. Every time, they were fruit and vegetable patterns, and they were never the same. Corey replied half asleep, because I'm a picky eater. My parents saw me eating snacks all day, so they thought of sending blankets with healthy food patterns instead. Before I knew it, I'd accumulated so many. It sounds like a very warm and lovely family, but Nana found it strange. In the original novel, Corey's parents were clearly focused on research. They neglected Corey, and didn't even care about his birthday. Perhaps Corey becoming more cheerful influenced them. Soon, Corey fell asleep. The room was very quiet. Only Corey's faint breathing could be heard. Hearing this sound, Nana's heart calmed down a lot too. In the afternoon, Nana went to see Eve. Nana was speechless upon seeing her, because Eve always showed her what her dog, Nana, had done. Every time, Nana had to insincerely praise its cuteness. What's with that look? Are you jealous? Eve suddenly hugged Nana, but don't worry. The one I value most is still you. This Nana. Nana's shampoo smells good, too. Nana immediately got angry, hugging me suddenly without permission. Strange, you seemed happy when Nana licked me last time. Nana was about to go crazy with rage, ordering Eve to change the dog's name immediately. Afterward, Eve found a commission for Nana. For Nana, this was a safe and high-paying job. For Eve, this was one of the few opportunities to see Nana. Although Nana didn't really want to see her, she still thanked Eve. Then should I transfer the commission to someone else? Jobs with this kind of pay are hard to find. Then Eve gave Nana something. It was a magic tool. It releases an electric shock when the button is pressed. Some weird guy with a pink book will come looking for you later. Remember to press it without hesitation then. Before Nana could figure out the situation, Eve had already waved goodbye. Later, on her way back, Nana accidentally ran into Swan and Cher. The two seemed to be rehearsing some scene. Place your hand on the wall, and then say, "You can't escape." Do you understand what this sentence means? Cher sighed helplessly. You don't even know this? In the end, it's a disadvantage from not reading romance novels when you were young. Although I don't know why you're suddenly interested in this. You probably wouldn't understand even if I explained it. Then Nana noticed Swan was holding a pink book. Immediately after, there was a loud bang. Swan smashed the wall behind Cher with one hand. Darling, you can no longer escape from me. How about it? Feeling any heart fluttering? Xia Yi didn't know what to say. Now, it's my turn to show you. Nana was dumbfounded after hearing that. Since when did her friend become like this? She didn't expect Sivan's hard-earned confession skills to be perceived as a new form of bullying by Nana. Not long ago, Nana was on her way back to the club. She bought 2 large boxes of parts to expand the model of Mount Oglan's, but the weight was more than she expected. Just then, Corey walked over. Learning that Nana was carrying club activity props, he offered to help using levitation magic. On the way, they talked about Mount Oglan's. Corey noticed that the monsters on Mount Oglan's had been acting strangely lately. The closer they were to a certain area, the more aggressive they became. Some of their behaviors were even completely unexpected. Nana had noticed this problem too. She suggested it might be because of the poor lighting deep in the woods, making the monsters more sensitive. So they agreed to investigate together during the next monster hunt. At that moment, Nana recalled what Coradial had warned her. Be careful of Mount Oglan's. But since Cher and Corey were there, Nana thought nothing would go wrong. Just then, someone blocked her path. It was Sivan, holding a pink book. He looked at Nana with hesitation. Nana found it quite strange. Corey guessed Sivan had something to say, so he told Nana he would wait for her at the club. After Corey left, Nana felt very uneasy. She thought after bullying Cher, Sivan was going to bully her next. Is there something you want to say? Sivan's expression was distorted. He looked like he was threatening someone. In a dull voice, like a child reading a textbook, he recited a love poem. Your eyes flow like the pouring Milky Way, making the stars in the sky lose their luster. Nana was instantly stunned. Seeing that Nana didn't react, Sivan pulled out his little notebook to find other lines. Every time I blink, I'm afraid I'll miss your expression. Upon hearing this, Corey burst out laughing and rolled on the ground. Nana still couldn't understand what was happening. She thought this was some alternative method of torture. Facing Nana's gaze, Sivan was too embarrassed to meet her eyes. He turned his head shyly. He muttered under his breath, "Why do you have to be so good-looking? Can't you just be a bit more ordinary?" Then he tore the book in his hand into pieces. He started chatting with Nana about some trivial daily things. He recently joined a trouble counseling club, but now he found it boring. He wanted to switch to Nana's club. Nana didn't understand why the topic jumped so much. However, to switch clubs, one must stay in the original club for a full year, so she couldn't fulfill Sivan's request. A few days later, it was the annual day for hunting monsters. While other groups were struggling, Nana's side had already finished allocating everyone's quest shares. But Shayer thought this year was indeed much harder than previous years. The strength of the monsters seemed to have increased. Nana was about to investigate the cause. She invited Shayer to go with her. Shayer didn't refuse, but he was curious if the guy above was coming along too. Sivan was seen slaughtering monsters like a madman. Nana and the others didn't expect them to get stronger. Instead, it only fueled Sivan's desire for battle. After Sivan had enough fun, the four of them flew towards the depths of Mount Oglands. At Cory's signal, Nana used magic enhancement. They discovered a mass of black aura gathering deep in the forest. As soon as they stepped into that area, they noticed something was wrong. The surroundings were terrifyingly eerie. Not a single sound of birds or beasts could be heard. Only the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves. Sivan wanted to get it over with quickly. This place made him as uncomfortable as the dorm supervisor's bad breath. So Nana suggested they split up. She felt uneasy too, and wanted a quick resolution. Soon, Nana realized it wasn't just too dark to see. The air was also filled with oppressive mana. But Nana still couldn't find the source of the problem. Suddenly, she heard an unfamiliar voice in her ear. She turned around but only saw Cory and Shayer. Cory thought Nana might have mistaken a monster's cry for speech. To his surprise, as soon as he spoke, a deep, dark gaze flickered beside him. Then, a giant monster opened its bloody maw and lunged at Cory. Nana reached out to stop it, but it was already too late.